The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows. This is Matt from the past, welcoming you to another nightly old-time radio stream for February the 6th, 2024. Let's get on with this day in history. In 1508, Maximilian I proclaimed Holy Roman Emperor, first emperor in centuries not to be crowned by the Pope. In 1778, France recognizes United States of America, signs Treaty of Alliance in Paris. First U.S. treaty. If the United States didn't exist before then, so that makes sense. In 1819, Stamford Raffles founds Singapore as a British trading post. In 1840, the Treaty of Waitangi is signed between 40 Maraani chiefs, later signed by 500, and representatives of the British Crown in Rarotonga, New Zealand. The treaty was designed to share sovereignty between the two groups. In 1952, Queen Elizabeth II succeeds King George VI to the British throne and is proclaimed Queen of the United Kingdom and the Commonwealth realms, including Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. In 1989, Solidarity Union leader Lech Wałęsa begins negotiations with Polish government. In 2023, powerful earthquakes strike Turkey and Syria. First 7.8 magnitude at 4:15 a.m., 23 kilometers east of Nurgadi. Second, 7.5 magnitude at 1:24 p.m. with many strong aftershocks, causing buildings to collapse. Death toll 59,000 in Turkey, 8,000 in Syria. Either they weren't hit as hard or they just know how to build the houses better in Syria. In film, Charlie Chaplin releases his first full-length feature, The Kid, a silent film starring Charlie Chaplin and 6-year-old Jackie Cooper. In music, Righteous Brothers' You've Lost That Loving Feeling hits number 1. In sports, in 2018, Brazilian jockey George Ricardo equals world record number of victories for a jockey, 12,844. Good night in Rio de Janeiro. I think I speak for all of us when I say good night. That's a lot of time in the saddle. And that was This Day in History. Now on with the shows. Who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello. Coming up next.
And I think you're an imbecile.
And I say you're an imbecile. Now, just a minute, boys. What's all the arguing
now,
about?
You keep out of this, Niles. It's just between us imbeciles.
How do you expect to get along with people? How do you expect anyone to like you?
Oh, I'm a bad boy.
Well, You certainly are. Mrs. Niles will be here any second. And just watch what you say. Try to be decent for once.
Okay, Abbott.
Now, hey, quiet. Here she comes.
I heard that remark, Costello.
I didn't say anything, Mrs. Niles.
No, that's right.
I
That's
didn't
right.
say anything.
Costello
I'm
isn't
trying
going
to be so nice.
Absolutely, Mrs. Niles. He's not going to insult you. He's going to be a good boy. Aren't you, Lou?
Yes, Mr. Abbott.
See that?
Gee, Mrs. Niles, I sure am glad to see you. And by the by, can this be me talking? Did you ever collect the insurance for the accident you had?
Well, I didn't have an accident.
Don't tell me you were born with that face. Lou, what did I say?
All right, Abbott, I'm sorry. Go ahead, wash my mouth out with soap. I said a bad thing. I'm a cad. I'm even lower than a cad. I'm an old Chevrolet.
Oh, you know, Costello, I had a dream last night. I dreamed we were holding a contest to see which comedian had the most empty space in his head.
So?
Well, one comedian had 2 square inches of space, another had 5 square inches, and another had 10 square inches of empty space in his head.
I'll bet you didn't see my head there.
See it? That's why they were holding the contest.
You certainly told him off that time, darling. Oh, you're so refreshing. You're my little grapefruit.
Oh, no, dear. You're my little grapefruit.
Oh, but you're my little grapefruit.
Oh, I insist, dear. You're my little grapefruit.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have just heard from a couple of old squirts.
There you are. Now you've done it again, Costello. Now, the only way you can square things is to buy a farewell present or a gift for the entire cast.
Abbott, don't talk so loud. That's what you have to do. I did that very thing this morning, Abbott. I bought farewell presents for everybody on the show. I got some dandy presents in a department store. Why are you talking so low? Quiet. I bought them in the basement.
Oh! Stop whispering, Costello. What kind of presents did you get?
I got a big box of candy for the boys in the band.
Yes?
And Connie Haynes and Mr. and Mrs. Niles and everybody. Just look at it, Abbott. Isn't that fine-looking candy?
For heaven's sakes. I've never seen such big pieces of candy. What are they?
Chocolate-covered bananas.
You dummy. I should have known better than to trust you to buy presents for the cast. Now we're in a fine pickle. Where are we going to buy anything at this late hour? Oh, come in. Come in.
I aren't so candy. I always come in handy.
Well, look who it is, Costello. Our old friend Kitzel, the salesman.
Could be, yes. Well, how do you do, Mr. Costello? I haven't seen you in a long distance. You're just the man I'm looking at. And you're just the guy I'm looking at, Kitzel. You know, you showed me an electric razor 2 weeks ago, and it's no good. Oh, pish-posh, no good. Oh, pish-posh, it's no good. Well, for your information, my little man, that was not an electric razor. That was a riveting machine. A riveting machine? Yes, yes. No wonder every time I shaved it hammers my whiskers in and I have to bite them off with my teeth.
Never mind that, Costello. Look, have you got anything to tell us today, Mr. Kitzel?
Have I got anything to share?
Yes.
Boy, now you're talking my language, if that's possible. Why, I've got here...
He's lost.
No. Today I'm in the mansion business.
What was that?
Lost, I'm in the mansion business.
The mansion business?
Yes, anything you mention, I got it.
Oh.
I got a beautiful line of musical instruments. I got trombone, saxophone, a violin, a trumpet.
Wait a minute. Have you got a fife?
Yes, and a couple of keys.
No. Oh, you don't understand. A fife is a long, skinny thing.
Yes, that's my fairy.
Oh,
wait a minute, Kitzel. Yes. We don't want no musical instruments. What else have you got in your sample case? Wait a minute. Have you got a potato clock? A potato clock? Mm-hmm. Doesn't he talk at peculiar angles?
Costello, don't be silly. What in heaven's name is a potato clock?
Well, you wind it up when you go to bed, and it gets you up. Potato clock. Gets you up, potato clock. Again, huh? I don't like it. Oh, excuse me, my line. Come, Kitzel. Open that sample case and get out those presents. Now, just a second. Just a second. Don't push me. What am I, a baby carrot?
Look, Mr. Kitzel,
Yes?
we have no time for foolishness. What have you got to sell us now?
What
Quick.
have I got to sell you?
Yeah.
Why, in this little satchel, I got gold rings, old rings, earrings, hair rings, cufflinks, stud-links, golf links, and bobolink, sport shoes, suede shoes, straight shoes, and look at shoes, clocks, stocks, and smocks. Not to mention tracksuits, swimsuits, blue suits, ear suits, hot coats, sport coats, overcoats, and anti-coats, bow ties, silk ties, home ties, rail ties, quirts, shirts, assorted nuts, and a what a
Good news spreads fast. And it's good news that the Star Theater, featuring singer Gordon McRae, songstress Evelyn Knight, and Victor Young's orchestra, is on the air every Wednesday night over most of these same ABC stations. And what a combination of tip-top talent that means. A lilting 30 minutes of melody. Gordon McRae is a man who has a special way with the song, and he'll be singing the most popular songs of the day. Evelyn Knight, the lass with a delicate air, also has a special way with the song, especially with a folk ballad. But that's not all. Victor Young's orchestra, the Jeff Alexander chorus, are also on hand each Wednesday night to add to the entertainment. So for a gala time, plan to join us when the Star Theater, featuring Gordon McRae, Evelyn Knight, Victor Young's orchestra, and the Jeff Alexander chorus, is heard every Wednesday night, and that means tonight over most of these same ABC stations.
Suppose you walk into a baseball park. What teams are playing?
I don't know.
Then what are you doing in the baseball park?
You got me in there, now get me out.
Wait, look. Wait, what is the first thing you buy when you enter a baseball park?
A hot dog.
A hot dog?
Without mustard.
Oh, no, mustard goes with a hot dog.
Not with mine.
Mustard goes with a hot dog.
I don't care what the mustard goes with. I'm not going to eat it. I don't like it. I mean, after all,
Wait a
who are
minute. Just a minute. Now, don't get excited. The mustard and the hot dog go together.
Let them go together. I don't want to spoil any romance.
Who's talking about a romance?
I mean, after all, if I don't like mustard, I don't have to eat it for you or anybody else.
All right, I didn't know.
What do you think you are, big man? If you tell me to eat mustard, I got to eat mustard.
Well, let's forget about it.
I got my likes and
All right,
dislikes.
all right, we'll forget about
I'm
it.
not going to eat mustard for you or
All right,
anybody
so you
else,
don't have to eat
brother. I mean, after all, mustard burns my tongue, and I'm not going to burn my tongue for you or nobody
All right,
else.
don't eat it. Forget
It's
it.
a free country.
I know that.
If you want to eat mustard, you eat it.
All
If
right.
you don't, you don't
All right,
have
well,
to.
don't shout.
There's no law says you got to
No, I know that. I know that.
Mustard makes me sick,
All right,
brother.
all right.
Who do you think you are to tell me I got to eat
Look,
something that I don't want to eat?
listen, please,
I'm a
I'm not-
married man. I
I
got
know.
a wife and 2 children.
I understand that.
If I eat mustard, I get sick. I can't work. What happens to my kids?
Just a minute.
They wind up in the orphan
Oh,
asylum.
hello.
You're a fine guy, sending my kids to an
Now, take
orphan
it easy.
asylum.
Don't get excited.
What have my kids ever done to
Nothing
you?
at all. I'm
All
not-
right, you got to put them
Now,
away
wait
in
a
the
minute.
orphan
Hello,
asylum.
this is
Come
ridiculous.
on. Get my kids out of the orphan
Now, wait a
asylum.
minute. What started all this nonsense?
Mustard.
Mustard. Wait a minute, just a minute. You just don't like mustard.
I
Give
like
me a
the
reason.
Worcestershire George.
You like what?
Worcestershire George.
Worcestershire shorts.
You can't even say it.
Yeah, but you don't like mustard.
I love Worcestershire George.
Look, suppose you walk out on the bridge and you jump off. Let me
I'm
ask-
not jumping off any bridge.
Then what are you doing on the bridge?
There's
You
two
see?
things I don't like, and it's bridges and mustard. And if you want to burn me up, brother, all you got to do is stick me in the middle of a bridge with a handful of mustard.
Look, wait a minute, just a minute. You don't like mustard. Give me a reason. What are you, some big shot or something? Too big a guy to like mustard?
I don't care for that
Wait.
stuff. I'm not going to
Do you know,
do that.
do you know where mustard comes from?
Huh?
You know where mustard comes from?
I know they don't scrape it off a mustard plant.
No. They manufacture mustard. Do you know they spend millions of dollars every year to put up factories just to manufacture mustard?
Oh, yeah.
Do you know those factories employ thousands and thousands of men just to manufacture mustard?
Oh, yeah.
And you, just because you don't like mustard, what do you want them to do? Close those factories down and put all those people out of work?
Now, just a minute.
Don't shout at me.
Do you mean to stand there and tell me that those thousands of people are making one little jar of mustard just for me?
No, wait a minute, let me...
If they are, you can tell them not to make any more, because I'm not going to eat
All
it.
right, well, let's forget it.
If I eat that little jar of mustard that those thousands of people are making for me in a mustard factory, what happens to the poor people working in a Worcestershire here, George?
Wait a minute. Just a minute. Let's close one factory at a time.
Take all the people I put out of work in a mustard factory and put them back to work on that bridge and build it up again.
Now, wait a minute. Look, answer one question, will you, please? Just one teeny-weeny
Ask
question.
me something with a little sense to it.
Will you answer it?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, say you walk into a restaurant. You walk into a restaurant, and the waiter places on one side of the table a big juicy steak, and one side a platter of beans. Now, which one would you eat?
I ate the steak.
You'd eat the steak. You know where that steak comes from?
A cow.
A cow.
I hope.
You hope. You know what that cow gives?
No.
That cow gives milk.
No, she don't. You got to take it away from her.
Ah, yeah.
there may be a housing shortage, but tonight there may not be for some contestants on Go for the House. This is the exciting show heard every Wednesday night over most ABC stations, on which contestants can win a beautiful new honeymoon house built on a suburban lot right in their own hometown. Each Wednesday night, MC John Reed King calls 7 couples to the ABC microphone. These couples each select a room of honeymoon house to furnish and are given 7 questions to answer. As they answer each question correctly, a prize of some home furnishing goes into the house. After the 3rd question, they can take their prizes or go for the house. But to win the house, they must answer the special 7th question. Listeners also have an opportunity to win honeymoon house. For complete details, don't miss Go for the House, on the air tonight and every Wednesday night over most of these very same ABC stations. And now back to ABC's Abbott and Costello show.
Where are you going?
Well, as you know, I have a baseball team. By the way, Costello, why don't you come along and play on the team?
You mean it?
Sure, why not?
That's a good idea, Abbott, but I don't think I know any of the players. I mean, after all, you see, some of these guys on the team I'd like to know.
Well,
if I'm going to join your team, here we go.
Well, I'll introduce...
So, Abbott, what I'd like to know is this here.
I'll introduce the boys to you. Suppose it's bad.
You tell me who's playing on your team.
You know, strange as it may seem, they give these ball players nowadays very peculiar names. You know, like Dizzy Dean and
His brother Duffy?
Daffy Dean.
I'm your cousin.
Who are you?
Goofy.
Goofy, eh?
Yep.
Well, now, let's see. We have on the bag. We have who's on first, what's on second. I don't know's on third.
That's what I want to find out.
I say who's on first, what's on second. I don't know's on third.
Are you the fellow that knows all the players?
I certainly.
Well, then who's on first?
Yes.
I mean, the fellow's name.
Who?
The guy on first.
Who?
The first baseman.
Who?
The guy playing first.
Who is on first?
Now, what are you asking me for?
I'm not asking you. I'm telling you who is on first.
I'm asking you who's on first.
That's the man's name.
That's whose name?
Yes.
Well, go ahead and tell me.
Who?
The guy on first.
Who?
The first baseman.
Who is on first?
Have you got a contract with the first baseman?
Absolutely.
Who signed the contract?
Well, naturally. It's no good unless he signs it.
It's no good unless who signs it.
No.
So who signed it?
Absolutely.
When you pay off the first baseman every month, who gets the money?
Every dollar of it. Why not? The man's entitled to it.
Who is?
Yes.
So who gets it?
Absolutely. Sometimes his wife comes down and collects it.
Whose wife?
Yes.
All I'm trying to find out is what's the guy's name on first base?
Oh, no, wait a minute. Don't switch him. Don't switch him around. What is on second base?
I'm not asking you who's on second.
Who is on first?
I don't know.
He's on third. Now, we're not talking... Let's think straight.
Now, how did I get on third base?
You mentioned his name.
If I mention a third baseman's name, who did I say is playing third?
No, who's playing first?
Never mind first. I want to know what's the guy's name on third.
No, what's on second?
I'm not asking you who's on second.
Who's on first?
I don't know.
He's on third.
There I go.
Well, I can't take that name.
Will you please say our third base and don't go off it?
What is it you
Now,
want?
who's playing third base?
Now, why do you insist on putting who on third base?
Now, who am I putting over there?
Yes, but we don't want him there.
What's the guy's name belongs on
Now,
third?
what belongs on second?
I'm not asking you who's on second.
Who's on first?
I don't know.
Third base.
You got an outfield?
Oh, yes, yes.
The left fielder's name.
Why?
I don't know. I just thought I'd ask you.
Well, I just thought I'd tell you.
All right, then tell me who's playing left field.
Who is playing
Stay
first?
out of the infield.
Don't mention the name.
I want to know what's the left fielder's name.
What's on second?
I'm not asking you who's on second.
Who is on first?
I don't know.
Third base.
Is the left fielder's name?
Why?
Because.
Oh, he's center field.
You mean he's...
You know his players as well as I do.
Look, you got a pitcher on the team?
Now, wouldn't this be a fine team without a pitcher?
The pitcher's name.
Tomorrow.
You don't want to tell me today?
I'm telling you, man.
Then go ahead.
Tomorrow.
What time?
What time what?
What time tomorrow you going to tell me who's pitching?
Now, listen, who is not pitching?
I'll
Who is...
break your arm, you say who's on first.
Go ahead, have it your
I
own.
want to know what's the pitcher's name.
What's on second?
I don't know.
Third base.
You got a catcher?
Oh, absolutely.
The catcher's name.
Today.
Today. And tomorrow's pitcher.
Now you've got it.
All we got is a couple of days on the
Well,
team.
I can't help that.
You know, I'm a catcher, too.
I know that.
Now, I'll get behind the plate, do some fancy catching. Tomorrow's pitching on my team, and then a heavy hitter gets up.
Yes.
Tomorrow throws the ball, the guy puts the ball. When he puts the ball, me being a good catcher, I ought to throw the guy out of first base. So I pick up the ball and throw it to who?
Now, that's the first thing you've said right.
I don't even know what I'm talking about.
Well, that's all you have to
Is
do.
to throw the ball to first base?
Yes.
Now, who's got it?
Naturally.
If I throw the ball to first base, somebody's got to catch it. Now, who caught it?
Naturally.
Who caught it?
Naturally.
Who?
Naturally.
Naturally.
Yes.
So I pick up the ball and I throw it to naturally.
No. You throw the ball to first base, then who gets it?
Naturally.
That's right. Now we're talking.
So I pick up the ball and I throw it to naturally.
You don't.
I throw it to who?
Naturally.
That's what I'm saying.
You're not saying it that way.
I said I throw the ball to naturally.
You don't. You throw the ball to who?
Naturally.
Well, say that.
That's what I'm saying.
Naturally.
I throw the ball to who?
Naturally.
Ask me.
You throw the ball to who?
Naturally.
That's
Same as you. I throw the ball to first base, then who gets it?
naturally.
Who has it?
Naturally.
He better have it.
Now, that's it.
Now, I throw the ball to naturally. Whoever it is drops the ball, so the guy runs to second. Who picks up the ball and throws it to what? What throws it to? I don't know. I don't know. Throws it back to tomorrow? Triple play.
Yes.
Another guy gets up and it's a long fly ball to be called. Why? I don't know. He's on third, and I don't give a darn.
What was that?
I said, I don't give a darn.
Oh, that's our shortstop.
It is.
What's all the excitement?
Oh, I'm a bad boy.
Oh, good night, folks. Good night, neighbors.
When someone with a secret microphone comes in contact with an unsuspecting individual with human reactions, the result is Candid Microphone, a Thursday night program that's rapidly capturing the interest of ABC listeners everywhere. Candid Microphone is a program that tests people's honest reactions in various situations, and what they say or do is secretly recorded by a man with a concealed mic. For instance, he may ask a strange girl in the park for a date, and when she answers him, she answers candidly, not knowing she's being recorded. Or the man with the mic may record the conversation of a man in a restaurant who suddenly finds he's left his wallet in the proverbial other suit and can't pay his check. But whatever is secretly recorded does not go on the air until the man with the mic has received the full permission of the person or persons recorded. Don't miss Candid Microphone tomorrow night over most of these same ABC stations. Over most of these same ABC stations. Over most of these same ABC stations. Over most of these same ABC stations.
Now let's join a true legend of American comedy who also entertained troops for nearly 60 years, Bob Hope.
For the safety of your smile, use Pepsodent twice a day. See your dentist twice a year. From the Hollywood Canteen, the Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope and his guest star, Bette Davis.
Thank you so much. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob Hollywood Canteen Hope. Telling you soldiers to use Pepsodent whether your mouth has a lot or a few, and even though your toothbrush may be GI, your teeth will never be PU. Well, here we are back in Hollywood, and you should have seen the reception I got at the railroad station. What a crowd. One guy insisted on putting me on his shoulders and carrying me for blocks and blocks. I finally said, gee, you certainly are a fan without equal. And he said, no, I'm a cab driver without tires. And as soon as Skinny Ennis arrived in Hollywood, he went right over to the Red Cross Blood Bank to make a donation, but a terrible thing happened. On his way over, a mosquito bit him and drained him dry. Everything has changed in Hollywood, though. It's all dimmed out down here along the coast, and you can't have any lights shining toward the sky. In fact, in the drugstores, you have to play the pinball machines upside down. And they have a midget underneath to tell you what your score is. And they've certainly got an efficient way of moving the troops from one place to another down here. In San Francisco, they use trains. In Seattle, they use flying fortresses. Down here, they just send out a girl in slacks. But I'm really glad to be back in Hollywood, and here we are doing the first broadcast from the Hollywood Canteen. Boy, this is really a marvelous place. Any enlisted man can come in here, be entertained by the top Hollywood talent, and get free food served by Hollywood beauties. One soldier had a big turkey dinner here, then he danced with Dorothy Lamour and spent the rest of the evening sitting on Hedy Lamar's lap. He's been AWOL for 4 days now. They can't send him back to camp till he stops steaming. And it's so crowded that if a soldier wants to play the radio, he has to squeeze past Lana Turner, Hedy Lamarr, and Betty Grable just to put it on. In 5 minutes, I heard 148 different programs. But can you imagine all those beautiful hostesses and only servicemen are allowed? I know one guy who got dressed up in a uniform so that he could get into the canteen, but they knew he was a fake because the uniform fitted him. So they threw me out. And the soldiers, sailors, and Marines all get along very well together here. I saw a soldier dancing with a blonde, and a sailor cut in on him. Then a Marine cut in on the sailor, and it was all done in an orderly military manner. In fact, the bodies were dragged off the floor in a column of 3. One of the soldiers here danced with a fat girl the other night, and when he wanted her to stop dancing, he didn't smile at her and say, "Should we stop dancing, miss?" He just stood at attention and shouted, "Company, halt!" And everybody wanted to dance with Marlene Dietrich. A soldier who was a head taller tried to cut in on a sailor, and I won't say the sailor cut him down to his size, but that was the first guy I ever saw who parts his hair at the shoulder blades. And I want to tell you, there's certainly a lot of strong soldiers hanging around the canteen here. I walked in with a blonde on one arm and a brunette on the other. 2 minutes later, no blonde, no brunette, no arms. And Dorothy Lamour came down here to work last night, but she was almost had a disaster. She was standing in the kitchen in a sarong when a nearsighted soldier reached for a dish towel. And now, Wen Niles. Step in, Wen.
Say, Bob, doesn't it feel great to be back here in Hollywood?
Oh, it certainly does, Wen.
Say, I'll bet you got a great welcome when you went down to Paramount.
Oh, what a welcome. You've seen that big red carpet that they roll out for the stars?
Yeah? Did they roll it out for you?
Certainly. Then the producer turned to me and said, "I'm glad you're back, Hope. Now go get the vacuum." Say, Wen, I thought you were coming down to visit me at the studio.
Well, I did come, Bob, but I couldn't find your dressing room. Which one is it?
Well, you know where the number 1 dressing room is.
Yeah?
Well, you know where the number 2 dressing room is?
Yes.
Well, right between them, Paramount hung a doily over a gopher hole, and it's mine. Tell me, did you see Dorothy Lamour down there?
Oh, yeah, Dorothy Lamour. Dorothy Lamour. Now I got to talk about Pepsodent.
Oh, come, Wen. You're getting paid for it. Don't pout. Go.
Oh, that's right. I get paid to tell people about Pepsodent, but you folks who use it, you're the ones who really collect. Pepsodent gives you the big plus of Irium, that speedy super cleanser that loosens and flushes away filmy coating you can feel with your tongue. You see, you can have a bright smile and never know it. Maybe hidden under a dull coating that stains and makes your teeth look dingy. But once that film is whisked away, there's your natural smile. Your bright smile ready to shine.
I'll remember that. I'll keep my mouth shut during blackouts.
Why stop there, Bob?
Go, you Irium slave. Go.
But seriously, give Pepsodent a chance to show you how bright your smile can be. Give that cool, refreshing flavor of Pepsodent a chance to wake up your taste and let you know your teeth are clean, bright. And you'll know that they are just by the feel of them. So, tell you what to do. You know that empty metal tube you've been saving? Take it to your store tonight. Doesn't matter what kind of an old tube you take to the store. The important thing is to bring back a tube of Pepsodent toothpaste.
And here's Frances Langford, ladies and gentlemen. Here she is.
At last, my love has come along. My lonely days are over, and life is like a song. At last, the skies above are blue. My heart was wrapped in clover the night I looked at you. I found a dream that I can speak to, a dream that I can call my own. I found a thrill to press my cheek to, a thrill I've never known. You smiled, and then the spell was cast, and here we are in heaven, and you are mine at last. I found a dream that I can speak to, a dream that I can call my own. I found a thrill to press my cheek to, a thrill I've never known. You smiled, and then the spell was cast, and here we are in heaven, for you are mine at last.
Fine, Francis. That was Frances Langford singing at last. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I am proud to present one of the foremost actresses of our time and the president of the Hollywood Canteen, Miss Bette Davis.
Thank you. Thank you, Bob. That was the most flattering introduction. Are you sure I deserve it?
Well, you certainly do, Betty. You're all the things I said about you and more. Really, it's a pleasure to meet someone in my own class. But seriously, Betty, it's a thrill for me and those associated with me on the Pepsodent program to be here at the Hollywood Canteen tonight and to give what assistance we can to the wonderful work that's being done here.
Bob, we're certainly grateful to you for broadcasting from here.
Say, I guess this is the first radio show to be broadcast in the Hollywood Canteen, eh, Betty?
That's right, Bob, you are. Later on, there'll be others, but we thought we'd start in a small way.
Now, wait a minute. I'm a big name.
Yes, and I know what it is, but let's be friendly.
But, Betty, this is really a wonderful place here for the soldiers, sailors.
We're so glad you think so. Bob, there's a little matter I want to take up with you. You know, all the food and the entertainment at the canteen is free.
Of course, I know that.
Then why were you standing on the street yelling to the soldiers, "Hey, come on in, fellas, it's my treat"?
Well, I left the tips for all of them. And Pepsodent caps are hard to get now. But tell me, Betty, how did this Hollywood Canteen get started?
Well, actually, Bob, local number 47 of the Musicians' Union had an idea to have a canteen fashioned after the American Theater Wing Stage Door Canteen in New York. They invited all the other guilds and unions of the entertainment industry in Hollywood to join forces. They did, and we formed this organization called the Hollywood Canteen.
Oh, it's swell. Now, I bet the enlisted men have a lot of fun here, Betty.
They seem to, Bob. One soldier who spent the evening here last week came up to me when it was all over and said he'd had such a good time he wished he could take this whole place back to camp with him.
Gee, that was certainly nice of him.
Yes, the MPs caught him half a block from here with 9 pieces of silverware and Lana Turner. By the way, Bob, I understand you've been doing some wonderful work selling bonds.
That's right, Betty. I've been offering to kiss every movie star who bought a $500 bond.
That's wonderful. How many have you sold?
One, and Boris Karloff wants his money back. Say, tell me. Is that you, Boris? Tell me, How long has this canteen been open, Betty?
It's been open 10 days, and the wonderful thing about this building, Bob, is that the members of the different guilds and unions remodeled it themselves, and it didn't cost the canteen a nickel.
Really? Well, who waxed the floors? Fibber McGee?
Ah, yes. How'd you know?
I can see Molly's footprints where she stood over him with a broom.
Everyone contributes. Yesterday, Bing Crosby brought some steaks over.
Yeah, I know. I saw them lose at Bay Meadows. Tell me, does my old girlfriend, Hetty Lamar, show up here much?
Oh, yes, Bob, but I always thought your girlfriend was Madeline Carroll.
Oh, yes, she's one of the mob. But, you know, in my last picture, I had about 25 love scenes with Madeline.
Yes, she told me. I know you'll be glad to hear she's feeling better now.
Oh, you must have your little joke.
What else can I get on this program?
Step out from behind the net and you'll find out. But say, how about going out with me tonight after the broadcast's over, Betty?
Well, I'm afraid I'm too busy, Bob. You know, these are busy days for all girls.
Yeah, women are doing a million things nowadays. They're riveting, welding, taking care of gas stations. See, who knows, maybe someday one of them will learn how to cook.
Every day, Bob, women are proving they can do anything men can do. They're even women driving taxis.
Yeah, I had a lot of trouble with one of those women taxi drivers last night.
What was the matter?
She wanted me to sit in the back. Even gas stations are putting on girl attendants now.
Yes, I'll bet they're very efficient, too, Bob.
Say, Betty, I have an idea. Let's do a little sketch for the folks. You be the girl attendant at the gas station, and I'll drive into my car.
All right, Bob, let's go.
In my merry Oldsmobile with no tires on each wheel. Gee, I'm running out of gas. Gosh, am I lucky. There's a gas station over there. Oh, boy, I made it. There's nobody here. Service! Hey, a little service, please.
What's your hurry, Beagle Nose?
Come on, fill her up. Hey, gee, you're a girl, huh?
Well, shall I check your water?
No, it's all right, even if I do drool a lot. By the way, kid, what do you think of this wagon I'm driving?
It's got a hopped-up motor and a driver to match. Come on, tell me, what's the trouble?
Well, one of my brake rods is busted. I burned out my bearings, and my crankcase is in terrible shape.
Oh, you poor boy. How do you manage to walk? Say, this left rear tire's kind of worn. Want me to examine it?
Okay.
I must remember to get my nails shortened.
Oh, that's all right. I can always pick up another tire. I've got a Tommy gun.
Just a minute. I'll spray your windshield.
What makes you think I got a windshield? And get me a towel.
Say, you didn't drive very much last night, did you?
How can you tell? Gas in the tank?
No, compact on the seat. Well, how much gas do you want me to put in that flamethrower?
Well, give me about 5 gallons.
Okay. I'm sorry, it'll only take 3 gallons.
3 gallons? Are you sure?
Of course. Just look, it's so full I can't get the radiator cap back on.
Oh, brother, you're really fixing me up fine. Say, what happened to the guy that used to work here?
You mean that guy with flat feet, fallen arches, asthma, rheumatism, and lumbago?
Yeah?
They drafted him as a commando. Say, I just noticed. Where'd you get that shiner?
Oh, I went driving with a girl who works at Douglas.
Swing shift?
Yeah, she swung before I could shift. Thanks, Wolf. Say, how about you going out with me tonight?
Okay. I don't mind going out with a swell dresser like you. You sure know how to do a zoot suit, Justice. That's a swell zoot suit.
Yeah, get a load of this jacket. It comes all the way down to my ankles.
What's the good of that?
I'm the only jitterbug in town who can go out dancing while he's having his pants pressed at the same time. Well, I gotta leave now. Say, how about a little kiss before I go?
That's not part of the service. Besides, I don't kiss strange men.
Wait a minute. I'm not strange.
I'd hate to put it to a vote.
Oh, come on, just to show there's no hard feelings.
Well, all right.
I'll give you a real kiss. There. How was it?
They're certainly freezing a lot of things these days.
Yeah. Thank you, Bette Davis. And I wish you all the luck in the world, to you and the Hollywood Canteen. Keep up the grand job you're doing. And now, Skinny Ennis singing Kalamazoo.
A-B-C-D-E-F-G-H. I got a gal in Kalamazoo. Don't want to boast, but I know she's the toast of Kalamazoo. Years have gone by, my, how she grew. I like to look when I carried her books in Kalamazoo. I'm going to send a wire, hopping on a flyer, leaving today. Am I dreaming? I can hear her screaming. How you, Mr. Jackson? Everything's okay. L-A-M-A-A-Z-O. What a gal, a real pipperoo. I'll make my bid for that freckle-faced kid I'm hurrying to. I'm going to Michigan to see the sweetest gal in Kalamazoo. Got a wire, hopping on a flyer, leaving today. Am I dreaming? I can hear her screaming. Hi, Miss Jackson. Everything is okay. L-A-M-A-Z-O-O. What a gal, a real pipperoo. I'll make my bid for the freckle-faced kid I'm hurrying to. I'm going to Michigan to see the sweetest gal in Kalamazoo.
And now I have a message for all of our listeners. How many of you know... Oh, my gosh.
Hey, what's the matter, Win?
Hey, Skinny, something's wrong. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Skinny Ennis and his band will now play Jingle Jam...
Take it easy, Win. Slow down there. Tell me what's wrong.
Say, Skinny, what's a tube of Pepsodent?
Oh, you know, Win, that's the thing that's built like me.
Yeah, I mean, but it's a toothpaste, isn't it? Here's a script that was handed to me, and it talks about a toothbrush.
Well, shucks, Win. Didn't you ever hear about Pepsodent toothbrush? Didn't you know we sell toothbrushes, too?
Gosh, no. Gee, that Pepsodent company doesn't miss a bet, does it? I mean, not when it comes to making teeth brighter and better looking. Gosh, I didn't know about the Pepsodent toothbrush, but here it says the 50 Tough toothbrush is now a better toothbrush. Better because it has improved Fibrex, DuPont's newest and finest synthetic bristle. These new bristles are sturdier, heavier than before, and that means they'll last longer. But strong as they are, they're still gentle, kind to tender gums. And they feel good to your mouth the first time you use them. And did you know this new Pepsodent 50 Tough toothbrush carries the Good Housekeeping magazine seal of approval? Well, it does, and that means you can buy it with complete confidence. So tonight, folks, go out and get a new Pepsodent 50 Tough toothbrush. Gee, isn't it funny I didn't know about that toothbrush? I thought we were only selling toothpaste and tooth powder. Once again, we want you to meet the Navy. Representing the servicemen here tonight at the Hollywood Canteen is...
Yeoman Wilbur Johnson reporting, sir.
There you are. That's fine. How are you, Wilbur? Say, you just said you were a yeoman. What does that mean, a yeoman?
Oh, it's about the same as a private in the Army, only their pants, they can bend over.
Your pants do hug you, don't they, huh?
Hug me, Bob. When I bend over, the stitches in the seam start singing My Devotion. It sure ain't like those civilian clothes I used to wear back in Arkansas.
You Arkansas, really? Well, say, now that you're out here, what do you think of the girls in California?
Oh, I don't pay attention to them. I'm married. I got a wife in Little Rock.
Really? Well, this is the first time I've ever seen a sailor with a ship in the Pacific and an anchor in Arkansas. Well, how long you been married, Wilbur?
I got married a year ago.
I suppose it was a whirlwind courtship.
No, Bob. I went with my wife 12 years before I married her.
12 years? Say, what department are you in the Navy? Reconnaissance?
Nope, intelligence.
Just wait for my last before you throw your slingshot in there, old boy. Do you understand? Say... Don't say what last, or I'll fall over. Say, Wilbur, I hear you're a pretty good golfer.
Well, I certainly like the game, Bob. I understand you play a lot with Bing Crosby.
Not anymore. Boy, would you play with a guy who waits till nobody's looking, then picks his ball up and throws it toward the hole?
Of course not.
Neither will Crosby. That's you. Cut in. Right there.
You know, Bob, being at the Hollywood canteen like this, I wanted to meet a movie star.
A movie star? Well, you're lucky you ran into me.
Yeah, that's right. Know any?
Do I know any? Listen, just sit down here at this table and you'll be surprised who you'll meet.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Hope. Oh, hello, sailor boy. I understand you wanted to meet some of the other people on the show, and here I am.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Colonna.
The idea of saying I look like Mr. Cologne, I won't stand for it.
And neither will I.
You don't understand. I'm Vera Vague.
Pleased to meet you. What outfit you with?
Mr. Hope, what's the name of this handsome hunk?
Why, Miss Vague, this is Will Johnson, yeoman, 3rd class.
Oh, listen, brother, he's a man. As far as I'm concerned, that makes him 1st class. Sailor, I think I could go for you.
You could?
Yes, I like tall, dark men.
I'm blonde.
Oh, then who cares? Kiss me.
Oh, I couldn't. You're old enough to be my mother.
You know, Mr. Hope, I'd poke you right in the mouth if you weren't old enough to be my father.
Well, tell me, Miss Vague, how are you getting along with the servicemen here at the canteen?
Oh, they're wild about me, simply wild about me. Imagine I just stole a soldier right from under Hetty Lamar's nose.
That's impossible.
Oh, is that so? That Hetty Lamar, I'm just as pretty and young and attractive as she is. I noticed right after I laid her out with a baseball bat.
Gee, I'd like to meet that Hetty Lamar.
Well, you know, Wilbur, all the big movie stars wait on the tables here at the canteen. I wonder who we'll get. Boy, last night Lana Turner waited on me. She came over to the table and kissed me. The night before that, Carol Landis waited on me and kissed me. Well, here goes. Waiter!
Mustache tickles, doesn't it?
Oh, so you're the waiter. Do we have to pay for our meal, Colonna?
No, we serve all soldiers free.
What about me?
Veterans of the last war serve free, too.
Oh, you dear man. How I'd like to get in your mustache with an egg beater.
Now, look, waiter, what's wrong with this chicken soup? There's more water in it than chicken.
Ah, yes. Hen was crying. Chicks got drafted.
Furthermore, Colonna, I have another complaint to make. This steak is as tough as shoe leather.
Well, that's ridiculous, Hope. That steak is not as tough as shoe leather. It's soft and tender and, well, maybe it is as tough as shoe leather.
Colonna, how come you suddenly changed your mind and agreed with me?
Well, I just looked down and I'm barefoot. Now, what do you have?
Oh, Professor, I don't know what to order. What would you suggest to keep my figure trim?
Meat cleaver. Well, I'll go back in the kitchen and get your order.
All right, and hurry it up, Colonna. Oh, look, Wilbur, here comes Skinny Ennis. Hiya, Skin.
Hello, Bob.
Skinny, I want you to meet Wilbur Johnson, yeoman, 3rd class. Wilbur, this is Skinny Ennis, human, 4th class.
Hiya, Muscles.
Boy, you should see these two guys standing side by side, folks. They look like a couple of strands of spaghetti in search of a meatball.
Well, shake hands, Bob. We found one.
Gee, I wonder what's keeping Colonna with our food. Hey, Colonna!
Be with you in a second, Hope. Having a tough time putting these panties on the lamb chops.
How come?
Won't fit over the girdles.
Kelowna, you drive me to distraction.
Okay, but no faster than 35 miles an hour.
Well, Kelowna, can you just bring me a glass of milk?
Milk? Easiest thing in the world. I have a cow out here, and I'll milk her. Only it's cold out here, so I'll put on my woolen mittens.
Kelowna, don't milk her with those fuzzy woolen mittens.
Why not? She doesn't mind. Watch. Very interesting. Very interesting. Care for a milkshake?
Say, guess we may as well forget about Kelowna for a while. Oh, here comes Frances Langford. Hello, Frances.
Hello, everybody. Hello, sailor.
Hello. Gee, you're beautiful, Miss Langford. Your eyes are like those of Hero, for whom Leander swam the Hellespont. Your smile's the smile of Cleopatra that made Mark Antony her slave.
Well, what do you know? An intellectual wolf.
Well, look, now that we're all here at the table, Skinny, Wilbur, Vera, Francis, and me, let's have some fun.
Gee, Skinny doesn't look as though he's having a good time, Bob.
Oh, Skinny never has a good time at these dinners, Francis.
Why not?
Well, the pimentos and the olives keep looking at him and saying, he's out there, why are we in here?
Oh, the music's starting.
Good, let's dance. Who wants to dance this dance with me?
I do.
Who wants to dance this dance with me?
I do.
Who wants to dance this dance with me?
I do.
And don't think she can't do it either. Say, you know, I don't think Kelowna will ever get... I'll get it. Hello?
This is long distance, Denver, Colorado, calling Bob Hope.
Oh, this is Bob Hope speaking.
I'll put your party on. Go ahead, please.
Hello, Hope.
Yes, Kelowna?
Which one of you ordered that Denver sandwich?
Why, Kelowna, you wouldn't be so stupid as to go to Denver for a Denver sandwich.
Why, of course not. That would be silly.
Well, where are you?
In Bermuda, getting the onions.
All thanks for the memory, Miss Bette Davis, queen of Hollywood's canteen. Each soldier saying flying man and leatherneck marine. Do thank you so much, and thanks for the memory, you folks who never shirk to make this project work. For every dime and mite of time you've lent to make it perk, we thank you so much. Well, we've all had a great time tonight broadcasting here from the Hollywood Canteen, and really it's great seeing these boys of the service enjoying a little of the fun they deserve. Next week, we'll be back at the same time broadcasting for the boys down at Camp Elliott in San Diego. Good night, everybody, and greetings to the boys at the Harbinger Aerial Gunner School down there in the lower Rio Grande Valley, listening tonight over KRGV. Good night, everybody.
Broadcast came to you from the Hollywood Canteen in Hollywood, California. This is Wendell Niles speaking. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Orson Welles and his supporting cast of Academy Award-winning actors present yet another classic tale in the Campbell's Playhouse, coming up next.
The makers of Campbell Soups present The Campbell Playhouse. Orson Welles, producer.
Good evening, this is Orson Welles. Hollywood is where the movies come from. And relevant to tonight's broadcast, nobody's had more fun poking fun at Hollywood than George Kaufman. I have reference not only to Merton of the movies and Once in a Lifetime, but also to the whole legend of things George Kaufman has said about the movies. I Lost My Girlish Laughter is the name of tonight's broadcast, and it's a bestseller which it deserves to be. And tonight, besides Mr. Kaufman, other guests on the Campbell Playhouse are Ilka Chase, who's been very important in the Animal Kingdom, The Women, and a dozen other Broadway hits, and Tamara Java, who is a graduate of Ziegfield's Whoopee, Gordon's Three's a Crowd, Wyman's On Your Toes, and just last season, the extremely successful London production of Idiot's Delight. There's also Frank Reddick, Agnes Moorehead, Myron McCormick, Ray Collins, and finally, our author herself. But just now, I'd like you to hear a word from Ernest Chappell.
Each Friday evening since the new Campbell Playhouse broadcast began, I've been talking to you about Campbell's chicken soup. Tonight I want to tell you some things about the most popular soup in all the world, Campbell's tomato soup. Year by year, day in and day out, this one soup is served more often than any other. If you and I could sweep across the country looking in at dining room windows any noon or any night, we'd see again and again people drawing up their chairs to bright, steaming plates of Campbell's tomato soup. These are facts. You can check them with your own grocer and among your friends. Why is this one soup so often eaten by so many people? One reason is that mothers like to serve it to their families, particularly their children, because it provides the nourishment of fresh, sun-ripened tomatoes. Then people are captivated by its inviting color and its delightful smoothness. But the reason most folks like to have it is its flavor. It's a magic flavor created by an exclusive recipe of superb, luscious tomatoes, fine table butter, and delicate seasoning. People say the flavor of Campbell's tomato soup cannot be matched, and indeed it has something about it that folks never tire of, that young and old enjoy again and again, each time it's served, each spoonful they sip. Are you at your house enjoying Campbell's tomato soup often these days? And now for tonight's story. Orson Welles, in his own radio arrangement of the bestseller, I Lost My Girlish Laughter, with Ilka Chase, Tamara Jiva, and the distinguished American playwright George Kaufman, making his debut on the air tonight as an actor.
Good evening, Mr. Tussler.
Take your coat, Mr. Tussler.
How are you feeling tonight, Mr. Tussler? Oh, fine, thanks. Fine. Say, Mr. Anders come in yet? I didn't see him, Mr. Tussler. Jim, have you seen Mr. Anders tonight?
No, I haven't seen him yet, Mr. Tussler.
Oh, say, what time is it, Jimmy?
It's 20 to 12, Mr. Tussler.
Oh, you mind if I turn on your radio, Jimmy? There's something I want to catch.
You sure can, Mr.
In
Tussler.
one of the most spectacular openings of the season. And so it's another smash hit for Sidney Brand of Silver Hill, as Man on the Beach stood up cheering in the aisles of the Carpet Circle in Hollywood tonight.
Oh, that's something about a
and
movie.
right here on 52nd Street, New York City,
Ah,
the
that's
first
better.
dramatic hit of the season opens tonight at the Theater Guild.
Now, that's your play, Mr. Tussler.
Author,
Play one
and
over
Drew
big, Mr.
Bender,
Tussler.
leading man of the play, Citizen Asylum, which sets a
Good.
new high.
I think they liked it all right.
This way, sir.
Thanks.
Well,
Hello,
congratulations, Mr. Tussler.
Thank you, Agnes. Thank you.
Good work, John.
That's right. And hamburger 21, please.
Oh, hey, Tussler.
Leland, I thought you were in Hollywood.
Yeah, flew in this morning. Well, you did it again, John. This is the best play you've ever written.
I'm glad you liked it, Leland.
Oh, John, I want you to meet Sawyer Tarn. Sawyer, this is John Tussler. He wrote the play we saw tonight.
How do you do, Miss Tarn?
How do you do?
Sawyer's flying to Hollywood in the morning. I just signed her with Sidney Brand.
Well, ever been in pictures before, Miss Brandt?
Oh, yes. I have worked with the finest directors, Sapolsky, Schneiderman, Plum.
Hello,
all
Mr.
of them.
Anders. Well, won't you join us?
Thanks.
Anders, I want you to meet Miss Sawyer Tarn.
How do you do?
And Leland Hayward. You know Leland.
Oh, I saw you in the play tonight, Anders. Fine performance. Better hold on to him, John. Hollywood's crazy with for a leading man. How about lunch sometime?
Well, I'd be delighted, Mr. Hayward.
How about you, John? When are you going to give up?
You mean go to Hollywood?
Sure.
Oh, no. I'd rather stay here and work on my own stuff.
You know, they might buy Centers an asylum. You can't tell. Then you could work on your own stuff out there.
No, it's not that kind of a play, Leland. No plot for a picture.
What do you know about it? There ought to be a story in it somewhere. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'm calling Sidney Brand in the morning. I'll tell him all about it.
All right.
Come on, Sawyer. We better be going. We've got to get up early and catch that plane. Goodbye, Mr. Anders. See you soon.
Bye. Goodbye, Miss Tom. Good luck.
Thank you.
Goodbye, Leland.
Jenny, will you get my car?
Yes, Mr. Hayward. Right away, Mr. Hayward.
Well, there they go, off for the west. You're next, Anders.
What, me?
Yes, there's nobody left in New York now. They've torn down the 6th Avenue well. The subway is going next week. Why, look at this place. Empty. Hey, say, can I get a photo, for God's sake?
Research Department.
Mr. Brand will look at those gallows-the-plains brushes at 11 o'clock.
Research Department.
Mr. Brand thinks he left his pills on the table this morning. Please send them up to the office immediately.
Research Department.
Mr. Brand will look at the pencils for front page kid at 11:25.
Research Department.
Baby Department, please. Hello. This is Mr. Brand's secretary speaking. Will you send samples of bassinets and nursery wallpaper out to Mrs. Brand's residence, please? What's that? Yes, most any day now.
Research department calling for Mr. Brand. Check on jokes to be used in Russian barbershop before the revolution.
Superfilm Studios, good morning. I'm sorry, Mr. Brand can't be disturbed. He's in conference.
Now then, boys, everybody here?
Everybody here, Mr. Brand.
Thanks, Roy. Boys, Superfilms is about to embark on the most important picture in its history.
You're just the man to do it, Mr. Brand.
Thanks, Roy. And it's my single privilege to announce to you that Superfilms has just signed a 5-year contract with Europe's most glamorous actress, Sarya Tan.
Boss, that's terrific.
Thanks, Roy. Palmer, Miss Tan's American debut must be the most significant event in the history of motion pictures. It must be the most exciting event in the history of motion pictures. Also profitable. Palmer, I sent you a message to find writers for Miss Tan. Where are they? I don't see them.
But, Mr. Brand...
What about stories? Why the New York office suggestions?
That's a great idea,
Thanks,
boss.
Roy. And what about the new Theater Guild play, Palmer? I hear Metro and Warner's are bidding heavily for it. I haven't heard there was a Theater Guild play, but I've got a scenario department. What's that
Mr.
for?
Brand, I sent you a copy of that play 6 weeks ago, Sinners in Asylum.
Oh, yes,
Remember?
I remember. Get me a copy of that play. What's the name of it?
It's called Sinners in Asylum, Mr.
Sinners,
Brand. What's that red-bound script under your telephone there?
Oh, this? Sinners in Asylum. Oh, it's quite a play. Quite a play, Roy.
Yes, boss?
Call up our New York office and authorize them to offer the Theater Guild $100,000 for Sinners in Asylum. Tell them to get it at once.
Right, boss.
And $1,000 a week for the author. That's plenty.
It sure is, boss.
Thanks, Roy. All right, boys. That's all for this morning. We'll pick it again after lunch.
Right after lunch, boss.
Thanks, Roy. Make that call right away.
Sure thing, boss.
Hello, Mr. Brand's office. Miss Lawrence speaking. One moment, please. It's New York office calling, Mr. Brand.
Hello, Francis. Why'd you get that play for me? What? What's that? They turned us down. What? The robbers. Who's the agent? Leland Haywood, huh? I might have known it. Well, how much do you want? 200,000. 2,000 a week for the author, the robber. Close the deal. 200,000 and 200 a week for the author. I mean 2,000. $200,000 for a stage play and 2,000. Can you imagine that? Well, let's get back to work. Check with the costume department. The costume's on Love Is All.
Yes, Mr. Brand. Oh, Mr. Brand.
Yeah, what is it, Madge?
Shall I notify Palmer about Sinners in Asylum?
What Sinners in Asylum?
Well, that's the picture you're producing, Mr. Brand. You just bought it for $200,000.
Oh, yes, that's right. All right, check with Palmer on the banner line, the transcript. Sarya Tan's American debut in the season's greatest play, Sinners in Asylum, by America's outstanding playwright, Tussler,
Mr. Brand. John Tussler.
Tussler.
Say, the wise West Coast movie biggie is having trouble aplenty with the Hayes office because of vital changes they demand in a play that cost him $200,000. The rumor is that he's doing a burn because he didn't take time out to read it first. Blank. The Hayes office and Sidney Brand of Superfilm have kissed and made up. The heroine of Sinners in Asylum is being changed to Phoenix.
Sidney Brand, Superfilms, Hollywood, California.
Sidney Brand, Superfilms, Hollywood, California. What do you mean you're making her standing? Stop. The whole point of the play will be lost. Stop. We'll not be party to any such low commercialism. Stop. My play goes on as is or else. Signed, John Tussler.
My goodness. John Tussler, Theater Guild, New York City. For 2,000 weekly, you should be willing to serve pallbearers at your own funeral. Stop. Expect you soon. Stop. Is it my fault if Hayes' office won't let me be artistic? Stop. Best wishes. Signed, Sidney Brand.
Yes?
Is this Mr. Brand's office?
Yes.
I wonder if I could see Mr. Brand.
Well, I'm sorry. Mr. Brand is in conference.
Oh, well, should I wait, do you think?
Well, I wouldn't if I were you.
Thank you.
Would you mind very much telling me your name?
No, I wouldn't mind. My name is Tussler, John Tussler.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'll tell Mr. Brand you're here.
Do you think he'll be glad?
And what is it?
Mr. Tussler's here, Mr. Brand.
Tussler.
Yes, Mr.
I
Brand.
can't see him. I'm in conference.
Mr. Brand.
Yes, what is it?
Mr. Tussler is the author of Sinners in Asylum.
Well, why'd you say so? Send him in.
You can go right in, Mr. Tussler.
Thank you.
Good luck.
You think I'll need it?
Mr. Tussler?
Yes, this is
In
Mr.
here.
Tussler. Thanks.
Mr. Tussler?
Yes, I am.
Mr. Tussler?
I'm looking for...
Mr. Tussler?
I had an
This
appointment.
way.
I beg your pardon. I'm looking...
Oh, Tussler. Glad to have you with us, Tussler. Did you have a nice trip out? What
yes,
were you
it was
saying?
very nice. It was very... I say
no,
I had a very
I'm,
nice trip.
speaking to Roy here.
I beg your pardon.
Roy.
Yeah, Chief.
Oh, Tussler, yeah. We're going to do big things for this play of yours, Tussler. It'll cost $1 million before you can get on the set. And what a cast I'm giving you. Sarya Tan, Europe's most glamorous star, Tussler. And I'm working on a deal for Tyrone Power.
Tyrone Power? Gee, Chief, he'll be perfect.
Thanks, Roy. Boys, this is Mr. Tussler. Tussler, meet Mr. Fay. He's going to direct your picture.
His picture? Well, he wrote the play, you know.
Oh, he wrote the play.
Tussler, meet Skinner. He's doing the adaptation of your play. Skinner.
How are you? I'm pretty well, thank you, except
And
for a slight
this
touch
is
of the right.
Roy, my brother-in-law. He's my assistant.
Very happy to meet you, Mr. Tussler.
All right, now let's get down to business. Now, boys, the important thing is to stick as close as possible to the original play. After all, there are a lot of people in New York who paid good money to see this play, so it must have something. But, of course, we have to remember the Hayes office. Now, I gave them my solemn word of honor that when they saw my script, it'd be in my usual good taste, finesse, and delicacy. They said to me, okay, Brand, we trust you to do the right thing. Now, boys, I can't let them down.
Yeah, you know what, Chief? We never let you down yet.
Thanks, Roy. And, Roy, be sure to get down every word we say. It's very important.
Yeah, okay, boy.
Of course, we're changing the theme of the play. You understand that, don't you, Tussler?
Well, Mr. Brand.
Yes, Tussler?
I well, let it go. It's not
Now,
important.
don't be bashful, Tussler. We're all a big family here. Now, Skinner.
Yes, boss.
We're paying Tussler a fortune to write this adaptation. All right, so he's one of the 3 greatest American playwrights. But has he ever written for the screen? No. What are his screen credits? None. But you, Skinner, you know what it's all about, and I'm depending on you for the finest screenplay of the year. You never know. We might even win the Academy Award.
You're due for one, Chief. That was a rotten deal you got last year.
You're right. Thank you, Roy. Roy, you're sure you're getting everything down?
Oh, yes, Chief. Every word.
Good. Now, Skinner, this is just a suggestion, but bear it in mind while you're writing. This is the first time Sayatan has been presented to the American public. She's got to be a sympathetic character. Now, the dame in your play, Mr. Tussler, is not a sympathetic character, so we've got to make Tan more sympathetic.
Mr. Brandt, may I point out that the girl is not supposed to be particularly sympathetic? The whole play happens to be based on the premise that it takes
just
two
leave
people-
everything to me, Tussler. Now, here's this girl of yours. Yes, she is. She lived all her life on an island off the African coast. Africa.
Gee, Chief. Africa. Are you by any chance referring to my play, Sinners in Asylum,
Certainly,
Mr. Brandt?
Tussler. Your play. Now, this here girl has never known a mother's love, and her old man was killed with her mother when she was a baby. The only love she has known is from animals and the kindly natives of the village. So she is naive. But on the inside, there is a roaring volcano. Her mother's Spanish blood.
I get what you mean, Chief. I get it.
Now, good, Skinner. Now, here in this primitive background, Faye, I'll let you have some camera angles, but no 57 takes. I don't need a 57 takes to know what's good. I've got an instinct for this kind of thing.
You bet you have, Chief.
Thanks, Roy. Now,
Say, Chief, maybe we could save some dough by picking up some stock shots from Bring It Back Alive.
Thanks, Roy. Hey, what do you mean, stock shots? This is a major super film, but on the other hand, that might not be a bad idea. See what you can pick up, Roy.
Listen, Brand, I'm worried. I don't see where Sayatan has the fire for this role.
Hey, I'll see to it that she gives you plenty of fire. Boy, I can just see her when all the Spanish in her breaks loose. Like an animal. She scratches back when she comes face to face with an artificial civilization. She's got to be tame. She's a wild thing with bars around her. She's caged. Say, wait a minute. What a title. Lady in a Cage.
Gosh, what a title.
Thanks, Roy.
Lady in a Cage.
Yeah, great, ain't
Beauty
it?
was sold for an old man's gold.
What's the matter, Tussler?
Oh, nothing. Go right ahead.
Tussler, I'm beginning to wonder.
Boss!
You really have...
I just thought of an angle on the love interest that's
Yeah?
terrific.
Yeah?
Listen, you have a dame living on the outpost of civilization.
Yeah.
She's beautiful.
Yeah.
She's luscious. She's primeval.
Yeah.
She's everything to drive a man crazy.
Absolutely.
Now, this is my idea. There's a shipwreck, and Tyrone Power is washed up on the shore.
Have you got this down?
He wakes up to find this gorgeous creature looking down at him. There's a passion flower in her hair.
That's symbolic.
He stares at her. She runs away, frightened. He follows.
Gentlemen, may I point out for the last time that was not my idea when I wrote
Just a
Sinners
minute,
in
Mr. Tussler, and you too, Faye. This girl wouldn't run away. She wouldn't be afraid. Now, remember, she may be naive, but inside her is this flame, this Spanish blood.
No, I still think she'd run away.
Faye, why should we argue about female psychology when the man who wrote the play is right here in this room? Let's ask Tussler what she would do. Now, Tussler, listen to Mr. Faye carefully.
Yes, sir.
It's moonlight, Tussler.
Got that?
We have a long shot of the jungle and the jungle moon hanging low. Into the camera comes Sayatan, chanting a native love song.
Very good.
Camera follows her as she dances into the waves. Suddenly she sees something. Stops. The camera follows her, and in a beautiful two-shot we see Sayatan looking down at Tyrone Power's face.
Terrific.
He opens his eyes. Blindly, he raises up his hand and touches her.
Got that, Tussler?
I've got it.
She's warm, alive. He leaps to his feet.
Good.
Mind you, Tyrone Power is the first white man Tan has ever seen. All the dormant woman in her comes to life. He makes a grab for her. Now, Tussler, if you were that girl, if you were there on that tropical beach with Tyrone Power, what would you do?
Well, I'll
Now, remember,
tell you.
she's Spanish.
Yes, I'm
The first
remembering
white man.
that.
Tyrone Power.
Yes, I'll tell you.
Go on.
I feel this way. In a situation of that kind, I'm not sure the public has been quite
You see, what did I
educated-
tell you? That proves my point. Well, boys, that's enough for today. We've gone a long way on Tussler. It's been great having you here. You were invaluable. And now I've got to get home. My wife's going to have a baby.
Nurse, where's Mr. Brand? I'm Miss Lawrence. Yes, Miss Lawrence. We've been expecting you. Come this way, please. Oh, Mr. Brand, what are you doing in the hospital? What's happened?
Come in, Madge. What's happened? Baby's due any minute now. That's what's happened.
Oh.
Why didn't somebody tell me having a baby was like this? Sit down, Madge. Here. My hand, hold it.
Oh.
Nurse, get me another sedative and send me the chief of staff. I'm getting weak. Yes. Madge, what are you doing here?
You sent for me, Mr. Brand.
Oh, yes. Got to get to work. Get me the wardrobe department. Call off my luncheon appointment.
Yes,
Tell your
Mr.
time. Get me Cohan long distance. Find
Yes,
a room where I
Mr.
can work.
Brand.
Find a room where you can
Hello.
work. Get a room where
Get me the
Tussler and
wardrobe
Skinner can work. I want him here. Get the art
And
department
Mr.
here
Brand
with
wants to
sketches.
sketch
The
the
apartment here.
Scion
Fan
film
Roy,
over
Cook,
the
and Beck, and
Memorial
Maloney.
Hospital immediately.
And who's
Here's your
that?
breakfast.
Just
Yeah,
put
all
it down
right, just put it over
there. Hey,
there.
doctor, the floors out there in the hall are too slippery. Why don't you have carpets? What if a nurse fell out there while carrying an infant?
Hospitals must be antiseptic, Mr. Brand.
Doctor, I think you ought to...
Brand, now eat your
ham and
breakfast.
eggs. I can't eat that stuff. Take it away. Call the Brown Derby and have them send up a mushroom omelet. Remember to tell them it's for Brand.
Yes, Mr. Brand.
Who's that?
Come in.
Some gentleman
Yes, what is
Mr.
it?
Brand.
Show him in.
All right, show them in.
You can come in.
Come in, boys. Come on in. Come on.
Hello, boy.
Yeah, hello.
What happened? Anything?
Oh, not a thing, Roy. Not a thing. Not a thing.
Roy's here with the costumes boss, and the property department's brought over a few items to be approved for the voodoo
Send them in.
scene.
Send them all in.
Okay, boss.
Now, sit down, boys. Make yourself home.
Thanks, boss.
You sure look comfortable there, boss. Yes. Do you think you'll pull through, Mr. Brand?
Now, what's the matter with you fellows? Can't a guy go to the hospital for a day without a lot of cheap wisecracks? If I drop dead, would I get any sympathy? No, all you'd say is poor Brand. It's too bad he had to work so hard.
Gee, boss, the studio would go to pieces without you.
Oh, thanks, Roy. All right, Raleigh, let's see those sketches.
Hey, boss.
I don't like them. Do them over. Badge, telephone the fifth floor and see how Mrs. Brand is. This jungle set?
Yes.
I don't like it. Do it over.
That scene was shot this
I
morning.
still don't like it.
How long you think you'll be tied up in the hospital, boss?
Well, I tell you, Roy, you can't tell about these things, Roy. I ought to stay around for Mrs. Brand's sake at such a time. Besides, it's nice and quiet here. Maybe we can get some script written. Hey, Roy, get the name of that nurse who just passed by.
Okay,
It's your
Chief.
type of pictures. Now then, boys, how's my script coming?
Well, we're all set to go into dialogue. We've broken down the storyline. They've broken down the storyline.
Excuse me, Tussler. Palmer, have you written the announcement for the baby yet?
How about this, boss? A blank was born this morning to Mrs. Selma Brand, wife of the eminent producer Sidney Brand of Superfilm.
That's good.
Mother and child are reported resting nicely at the Vista Memorial Hospital in Hollywood.
Yeah.
Though in the midst of an important production, Lady in a Cage, which will launch Sayatan, the new foreign import, Mr. Brand has taken a suite at the hospital to be with his little
Jim,
family.
Listen, couldn't we get a little more human interest in there? Maybe about the weight of the baby, things like that. You know, people like to read human items about famous people, and it gives Hollywood a good name.
Well,
you know.
sure, boss, I can, but
don't
hadn't
think
we
so,
better
Roy?
wait until we know exactly what happens? It might be twins. Think of the human interest you can get out of twins.
How's it go, Jim? Let's hear it again.
A blank was born this morning to Mrs. Selma Brand, wife of the eminent producer Sidney Brand of Superfilm.
Take that man.
Mother and child are reported resting
Hello?
nicely at the Vista Memorial Hospital in Hollywood.
Yes, one
So,
moment,
in the
please.
midst of an important production,
Mr. Palmer, please, I beg your pardon, just a moment. Mr. Brand.
Yes?
It's the studio. There's a wire from New York, from Leland Hayward.
What does he want?
He says he understands it's a boy.
Check that report. Go on, Palmer.
A blank was born this morning.
Oh, Mr. Brand.
To Mrs. Selma Brand of Superfilm.
Miss Sayatan is downstairs.
Sayatan?
Yes, she wants to see you.
Sayatan?
She says if she doesn't see you, she'll scream the place down.
My gosh, can't a man have a baby in peace?
What'll I tell her?
Send her up. Boys, that'll be all for today. Palmer, you'd better stay here and work on that announcement.
Okay, boss.
Goodbye, fellas. Tussler.
Yes, Mr. Brand.
I've got an idea for you for a play. Remind me to tell you about it sometime. It's terrific.
I can hardly wait. Thank you.
Madge,
Yes, Mr. Brand.
I don't want to be disturbed, I understand?
Yes, Mr. Brand.
All right.
Come in, Miss Hahn. Mr. Brand's expecting you. Sidney.
Hello, Saya.
Dear Sidney.
Dear Saya. Saya.
I'm not well, dear Sidney. Not well at all. I'm triste. So triste.
Why, Saya, that's too bad. I'm sorry.
I'm worried, Sidney, about this picture I'm making for you.
Well, worried, Saya? Oh, for heaven's sake, what's the matter?
I'm so worried, Sidney, dear. I cannot sleep anymore because of this worry. Sidney, dear, where is my leading man?
Oh, now then, Saya, how many times must I tell you? I'm getting Tyrone power for you. Tyrone power. What more do you want?
But, Sidney, I've read in the papers that you can't get Tyrone power.
Saya, do you believe what you read in the papers? Saya, you have the thing to worry about. I've got Tyrone power eating out of the palm of my hand. I assure you, Saya, that everything will be all right.
Reassure me, dear Sidney.
All right. I'll reassure you, Saya.
Then I shan't worry anymore. Oh, dear Sidney.
No, dear
You mustn't worry anymore.
Goodbye, dear Sidney.
Goodbye, yes, I.
Oh, Mr. Brand. Mr.
Madge,
Brand.
have you got your book?
But, Mr. Brand.
Take a letter.
Yes, Mr. Brand.
Mr. George Ogle, The Louse, Zeus, Modern Studios, Hollywood. Dear George, regarding Tyrone Power, I'm not only disappointed, I am hurt. I can't believe that you would let me down the way you have. I don't like the idea of playing on our friendship, but you know that if you were in a spot and asked me to help you out, I'd do it. You know I would. Last night I was talking over my problem with my wife, and it is her distinct recollection that you committed Tyrone Power to me. So I have a witness. Let me hear from you. Sincerely, regards, Sidney Brand.
Mr. Brand.
I'll take a wire in the New York office.
Yes, Mr. Brand,
Silver Films, New York City. Prospects of Tyrone Power still alive. However, don't trust those rats at Zeus Modern to do the right thing. Stop. Want you to line up possible substitutes. Suggest you make screen tests of all available young leading men in New York. Scenes from play, preferably love scenes. Guys immediately, if any possibility becomes really exciting. Regards, Brand. Get it? Palmer, let's hear that announcement.
A blank was born this morning to Mr. and Mrs.
Mr. Brand.
Yes,
Mr. Brand.
Yes, what is it?
Leland Hayward was right, Mr. Brand. It is a boy.
A blank was born
Wake up, Palmer. It's a boy.
A boy was born this morning to Mrs. Selma Brand. Wife of the eminent producer. Sidney Brand of Silver Films.
All right. Get him quiet.
Yes, Mr. Frank.
Quiet! Well, Mr. Brand, here we go. Ready to shoot.
Boys, this occasion is a great occasion. Right, Tussler?
Quite an occasion.
All right, let's make it. All set, Larry?
Ready to go, Mr. Frank. Ready, wind.
Okay. Lights.
Lights. Lights. Stand that hammering. Turn him over. Rolling. Up to speed. Lady in a cage, scene one. Direct the fade, camera mirror, take one.
Where's Ton? Why doesn't Ton come through that door? Where the blazes is Ton? All right, cut.
Good. Stabilize. Where is Miss Ton?
Maybe she's tired.
She should sleep on her own time. The money I pay her, wake her up.
I'll wake her. Miss Ton. Miss Ton.
Yes, Mr. Fay?
Miss Ton, will you please cooperate?
Cooperate?
Now, Miss Ton, we will take this scene again.
What scene, Mr. Fay?
The storm scene, Miss Ton. Your great scene. Now listen, Miss Ton. In this scene, you are standing at the window, you understand? Gazing out over the ocean. You are waiting for your dream lover. You are longing for him.
And who is going to play my dream lover?
We're doing our best to get her own power, Miss Ton.
Ah, but you're not sure.
Well, if we don't get him, Miss Ton, we'll get somebody else.
But how can I long for a man when I don't know who he is? If I knew who he was, I'm sure I could long much better.
Miss Ton, what difference does it make who the man... The man does not appear in the scene. Do you understand? He does not appear. Nobody appears in the scene except you, Miss Ton.
For years, Mr. Fay, I worked in Europe with the greatest directors. Kripowski, Weihnachten, Klump.
Yes, I believe you. I believe you, Miss Ton. Now come over here and we'll take it again. You come in through the door. You go to the window. You gaze out over the ocean. There is yearning in your eyes. You're waiting for your dream lover. You long for him. You are alone in your hut. Suddenly you hear the door open behind you. You turn, and you see an arm coming through the crack of the door. A hairy arm. You scream.
And then?
Never mind, Miss Todd. We'll explain that in the next scene. Now then, are you ready?
I suppose so.
All right, get him quiet.
Quiet.
Say, you know that very tactfully.
How's that? Oh, yes, very tactfully, very. As a matter of fact, I was afraid
All right,
for...
quiet, please. This will take.
Right. Ready, Wayne?
Okay.
Turn him over.
Rolling. Up to speed.
Lady in a cage, scene one. Direct the fade, camera mirror, take two.
Well, she's there all right this time, isn't she?
Yeah.
Here she comes now. Good. When she gets to the window, give the signal for the door to open. Now the arm. There. Good. Now she turns and sees it. She turns and sees it.
We're picking up on sound, Mr. Fay.
All right, start it over. Quiet!
You want to cut?
No, keep it rolling.
All right.
Scream! Cut. Okay, Miss Todd. Okay. Cut. Good. Still light. Okay, Miss Todd, you can rest now. Well, Mr. Bland, how did you like it?
Say, it was magnificent. That's all I can say, Say. You know, stage, Mr. Tussler, on the stage, you couldn't possibly do a scene like this.
Not possibly, Mr. Brand.
You are listening to the Campbell Playhouse presentation of I Lost My Girlish Laughter. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is Ernest Chappell welcoming you back to the Campbell Playhouse. In just a moment, we'll return you to Orson Welles, Georgia Kaufman, Ilka Chase, and Tamara Jiva in I Lost My Girlish Laughter. But first, a question. What do you get hungry for when the January weather turns cold and you come home shivering all through? I call it soup weather. It's time for warming, comforting platefuls of the best-liked soup of all, Campbell's tomato soup. If ever its bright color and its savory steam were inviting, it's on days like these. The rich, racy taste of your first spoonful seems to hit the spot, and by the time your plate is empty, Campbell's tomato soup has revived you and fortified you. No other soup in all the world has quite the keen, lively flavor that this one has. No other soup is such a worldwide favorite. Especially right now, Campbell's tomato soup is a wholesome, sustaining dish to have often. Enjoy it for lunch or supper, or as a first course for family dinner. And serve it sometimes as cream of tomato, adding milk instead of water. Cold days are soup days. Time for Campbell's tomato soup. And now, back to the Campbell Playhouse.
Hello, Mr. Brand's office. One moment, please. Mr. Brand.
Yeah, what is it?
Leland Haywood calling you.
All right, I'll take it. Hello, Leland. How are you? Yeah, it feels great. What's on your mind, Leland? What's that? Oh, Bruce Sanders? Who's he? Now, listen, Haywood, I'm up to your trick. Sanders hasn't got an agent. This is just one time you won't be able to horn in on a good thing. I don't know. The New York office may have offered him $300. What? Sure, I read the papers. What? What's that? What? $1,500? 15? Don't make me laugh. Ha, ha. Who told you I needed him bad? Anyway, I tell you, Anders is dealing direct with our New York office. He's going to sign with us for... Hello. Leela. So now he has to hang up on me. Madge.
Yes, Mr. Brand.
Take a wire. Super Films, New York. Leland Haywood advises he is agent for Anders. Is this true? Stop. He refuses terms offered, and I don't dare repeat the price he wants. It'll make you sick. Stop. Don't let Haywood talk you into anything. Stop. Why does it have to be Haywood? Aren't there any other agents in the business? Stop. Regards, Sydney.
They're having plenty of grief at the Theater Guild, trying to replace Bruce Sanders, who has been signed by Sidney Brand to play opposite Talia Khan in Sinners in Asylum, now called Lady in a Cage. Salary is said to be $1,500 weekly, and we can believe this because Anders' agent is none other than Leland Haywood.
Madge.
Yes, Mr. Brand?
Madge. Farmer out there and Skinner.
Yes, sir.
And Tussler.
Yes, Mr. Brand.
Send him in. You come in, too.
Yes, Mr. Brand. Gentlemen, the master will confer with you.
It goes without saying it's important.
He wants me, too.
He always does. After you, gentlemen.
Now, boys, I want you all to hear this. Take a seat. Matt, take it down. Gentlemen, we've just signed Bruce Sanders. Now, we've got to have a new angle on this Bruce Sanders.
Bruce Sanders? When did he get here?
On the new plane. Roy's meeting him. Royal welcome. Photographers, reporters, all arranged.
Good. Now then, why shouldn't we build up a new type leading man? For $1,500 a week, we should do something with him. Leland Haywood, that rough. Well, I was talking to my wife at dinner last night about the cycles of movie heroes. Now, Selma's very intelligent about such historical matters. She has a fine memory, too. And once she sees a face, she never forgets it. You know what I mean? I can't even remember her names. What were we talking about, anyway?
Cycles, Mr. Brand.
Cycles.
Cycles of movie heroes.
Oh,
You know,
right,
first came the Latin type and Spanish shawls, then the fresh guy who slapped the girl down, then the whimsy boys, the screwball boys.
Did I get that far?
Those were your very words.
And now we've reached the tail end of the cycle. Of course, you'll say the things do start all over again at the beginning, but that's obvious. No, a new vogue of leading man must be created, a new type.
I see, Mr. Brand. Any particular type in mind?
There's something in what you say, Tussler. Now, yes, it must be a particular type. What women want today is the romantic, gallant, gentle, passionate, but manly. What women want today is Bruce Sanders.
Hello, Mr. Brand's secretary. One moment, please. Mr. Ogle at Zeus Modern calling, Mr. Brand.
I'll take it, yeah. What is it? Now, look here, Ogle. I've had just about enough double-crossing out of you. What? Yeah? Oh. You mean it? You really mean... Georgie. Oh, Georgie, I knew I could count on you. What a friend, Georgie. What a friend.
What is it, boss? What's happened?
Boys, we've got Tyrone Power.
Tyrone Power?
Madge, get back in the legal department to draw up contracts immediately before they change their minds. Jim, give me the inclusive of the transcript, but hold him off a few days. Madge, telephone Saya. She'll be dizzy with joy. Now we're going to have a picture.
But what about Bruce Anders, Mr. Brand?
Yeah, what about the romantic cycle?
Forgot all about Anders. What do we do? I'll get rid of him.
He'll be here any minute
No,
now.
we'll do something. Stop him. Palmer, you've got to keep Anders' picture out of the papers. I don't want a word about him printed, and I want to see him, and I don't want to hear from him. We've got to get rid of him somehow.
Oh, gee, Mr. Brand, isn't that kind of tough?
Oh, I know. We'll give him the doghouse. We'll make it so unpleasant for him he'll break his own contracts. We'll make a test of him that'll frighten his own mother.
He may be a romantic gallant, but it's strictly a raw deal.
All right, Tussler, all right. Can I help it? This business is full of heartaches, and I've got show profits. Now, get busy, everybody.
Okay,
Get busy.
yes, sir.
And Madge,
Yes,
Madge,
Mr.
get
Brand.
my wife on the phone. I've got to tell her the good news. This'll make the day for Selma.
Yes, Mr. Brand.
Can you imagine that? We got power. Come on, Palmer.
Phew. Well, it may make the day for Selma, but what about Bruce Anders? He's a friend of yours, isn't he?
Yeah. You know, sometimes I wonder how men like Brands can sleep at night.
Boy, he's sure got the stuff. Ought to knock him for a loop.
Who? Who are you talking about, Roy?
That leading man the boss hired from New York. He's the nuts.
Who's the nuts?
Bruce Anders. He arrived. He's right outside. Boy, can the boss pick him.
Yeah, well, calm down, Roy. Anders won't need that build-up now.
Oh, what do you mean?
There's been a slight change of plan, Roy.
Yeah?
Yeah, we've got Tyrone Power.
Tyrone Power? Oh, boy, can the boss pick him. Hey, Madge, what are we going to do with Anders?
What would you do with him, Roy?
Well, gee, I don't know. Now that we got Tyrone Power.
Send Mr. Anders in, Roy.
Sure thing, Madge. Oh, Mr. Anders, will you step in here, please? Thank you. So long, Madge.
Hello, Anders. How are you?
Why, Mr. Tussler, hello. Nice to see you. How's your picture coming along?
Surprisingly. Oh, this is Miss Lawrence, Mr. Anders. She's almost human.
I'm sure she is.
How do you do, Mr. Anders?
I suppose I ought to say hello to Mr. Brand.
Oh, well, Mr. Anders, I'm afraid I must apologize for Mr. Brand. He's out of town today, but he left word for us to do anything we could for you to help you get settled and, the car's here to take you to your hotel.
Ah, well, how nice everybody is, aren't they, Mr. Tussler?
Yes, everybody's just wonderful, Anders.
Have you ever been out here before, Mr. Anders?
Oh, I haven't. You know, I've always been kind of scared and suspicious about Hollywood. But, you know, back in New York, we think Mr. Brand's the only man out here with vision and integrity. Don't we, Mr. Tussler?
You took the words right out of my mouth.
Well, you'll let me know what happens to me next, won't you, Miss Lawrence?
Mr. Brand will tell you very soon, I'm sure, Mr. Anders.
Yes, something tells me I'm about to beat Mr. Brand to it, Miss Lawrence. What would you say to a little lunch, Anders?
I'd say swell.
Oh, Mr. Tussler, I don't think I would if I were you.
Don't give it another thought, Miss Lawrence. By the way, you don't know anything about this lunch. Don't forget.
Me? I haven't heard a word, Mr. Tussler.
Ah, I knew you were that kind of girl. Come along, Anders.
Blanche, Leland Hayward, socialite access manager and amateur aviator, took off from Roosevelt Field, New York, at 2 a.m. today in his own plane in an attempt to break the existing cross-country record. He's expected in Hollywood sometime this morning.
Brand in?
Mr. Brand left orders not to be disturbed.
Oh, asleep?
Mr. Brand's been in his office all morning following Leland Hayward's flight on the radio. He's bet everybody around here that he'd break the record.
Oh, he won. I did.
Oh, good heavens. Are you Mr. Hayward?
I am.
Oh, well, just a minute, Mr. Hayward.
Oh, don't bother to announce me. I want to surprise old Sidney.
He'll be surprised, all right.
Oh, hello, Sidney. How are you? How's the baby? I broke the record. I want a drink. Well, say, by the way, what the deuce do you think you're trying to pull off with Anders? Oh, that was a great flight, Leland. A great flight. I was betting on you all the way, Leland. Say, but I haven't much time, Sidney. Yeah, what's wrong, Leland? Oh, it's a mere trifle, Sidney. Just a misunderstanding, I'm sure. I hear you're planning to put Power in Anders' part, after all. Now, look here, Leland. Oh, I'm not quarreling about Power, but why do you have to put Anders on the spot? He gave up a Broadway success to come out here, and you're trying to get him to break his contract. So what?
The picture business will think he flopped and I can't sell him. Now, Sidney, is that kind?
I'm a businessman, Leland, not a humanitarian.
In this case, Sidney, you're going to be a humanitarian and like it. I don't know how carefully you read Anders' contract, Sidney. In case your mind isn't fresh on the thing, let me recall to you Clause C, Section B. And Bruce Anders' full recompense shall be the salary specified and the prestige of playing the leading role in said Sidney Brand production. You get it, Sidney? The salary and the privilege of playing the leading role. Get it?
What have I got a legal department for?
To improve your golf game, no doubt. Well, it's been pleasant seeing you, Sidney. Give my regards to Selma and the baby. I got an opening in New York tonight. Goodbye, Sidney.
Madge!
Yes, Mr. Brown.
Get Oglet's Zeus Modern.
Yes, Mr. Brown. What'll I tell him?
Tell him I wouldn't have wanted Tyrone Power in the first place.
All right, David, that's fine. Okay, Mr. Fay. All right, David.
All right, David.
Quiet. Quiet! Quiet! Now, Miss Town. Miss Town?
You called, Mr. Fay?
Yeah. We're ready to take the beach scene now. You got it all straight?
I think so, Mr. Fay. I come up the beach
No, you
here
don't.
and...
You come down from the jungle over there. The drums are beating, throbbing in your blood. Quiet! You're happy as the day is long. You try not to stumble over the mangrove roots. Quiet! On the beach, you see this man. That's Mr. Anders. Mr. Anders, Miss Tarn.
We've met before.
How did you?
He's the first white man you've ever seen in your life. He's lying there. You see him. You stop. You take a step towards him. He moves. He reaches up. You scream. He opens his eyes. He says, "Where am I?" You say, "Who are you?" He says, "I'm Leith Hutcherson of Virginia." Then you say, "My name, Tahini." He says, "Tahini, you are beautiful." You say, "White man, no. White man, I like you." You stay many moon with Tahini? No. You get it?
Yes.
Now, then we do the rest in close-up. All right, let's make it. Miss Tarn on the set, please. Mr. Anders, will you get down there on the beach?
Yes, Mr. Fay.
All righty, Mr. Fay. All right, how about you, sound effects? Wind, waves, all that stuff. You ready with that?
Yes.
You fellows back there in the jungle, give me something. Give me all you've got. You're savages. Savages, you hear?
Savages? Okay, Mr. Fay.
All right, let's make it. Quiet.
Quiet.
Turn him over.
Rolling. Up to speed.
Lady in a cage. Jungle scene. Tarn and Anders. Stage director. Merit camera. Take one.
Where am I?
Who are you?
I'm Leith Hutchinson of Virginia.
My name is Tahini.
Tahini, you all are beautiful.
White man, I like you. You stay many moons with Tahini. Hmm?
All right, cut. Cut. Saber. Miss Tarn.
Yes?
We're going to make it again.
Again?
Yes, again and again and again and again. Until you get it right.
Mr. Fay, you will not speak to me this way. It's not my fault that Mr. Anders cannot act.
Anders can't act.
Yes. And you can't direct.
Now listen, Tarn. I've been taking this from you for weeks.
You have been taking? In Europe, I worked with the greatest directors. Real artists. Krapowski, Schneiderman, Klumpf. Oh, not for a minute longer will I work on this set. I shall go now to Mr. Sidney Brand, and to Mr. Sidney Brand I shall say... Dear Sidney.
Yes, sire?
Sidney, I will not work on your picture for 1 minute longer.
Oh, now, why, sire? What's trouble?
Sidney, it's impossible. I'm an artist, and your director is a butcher.
Oh, now, wait a minute, sire.
The leading man you gave me is a sack of potatoes. The electrician, well, they will not like me. The hairdresser is insolent. It was a conspiracy again.
Sire, please, the picture's more than half shot, sire.
Oh, I don't care how much is shot. It's your picture. Rather than work under such conditions, well, I'll kill myself.
No, sire, now, don't do that, sire.
I'm an artist.
I know.
In Europe, I work with the greatest directors.
I know you have,
Real
sire.
artists. Klumpf.
I know.
Schneiderman.
And I'll have Fay down here, sir. I'll make him apologize, sire.
Butcher.
I know. I'll fire him. That's what I'll do. I'll fire him. Who do you think he is? I'll show him who's boss around here. Now, sire, please. For my sake, sire, will you finish this picture, sire?
Dear Sidney.
Yeah, sire.
Sidney, you're so good to me.
You're tired. That's what it is, Scion. When this picture's over, you must go away and have a nice rest.
To go away, dear Sidney? But it's so true.
I know.
So lonely.
I'll find... we'll get somebody to go with you, and maybe I'll go along myself. Scion, will you finish the picture?
Dear Sidney, you're so kind. So sympathetic.
Well, that's settled then. That's settled. You go back on the picture.
Yes, I'll go back. Oh, dear Sidney, for you, I'll go back.
To all department heads, to Sidney Brand, subject Lady in a Cage, this is to advise you that Lady in a Cage, formerly Sinners in Asylum, goes back for retakes. An unfortunate audience reaction at the sneak preview makes revisions imperative. These things sometimes happen. P.S. Sayatan is awful. The Fred Cook from Sidney Brand, subject Lady in a Cage. Lineup list of all top-notch writers in Hollywood whom I can hire or borrow to do and to rewrite Sinners. We're making drastic story changes, throwing emphasis to Bruce Anders and retitling the picture That Gentleman from the South. That Gentleman from the South is the title. P.S. Bruce Anders is terrific. To Jim Palmer from Sidney Brand, subject Bruce Anders. You are hereby ordered to spare no expense or cunning in persuading the newspapers that the only important news personality of the day is Bruce Anders. If anyone asks you questions about Sayatan, you don't know who she is. You might also release the news that Fay will direct. He has been re-engaged as Super at a terrific boost in money. There's no time to lose. Madge!
Madge isn't here, boss. Hey, boss.
What is she?
I don't know, boss. Oh, Mr. Brand.
Yes, what is it?
Mr. Palmer's out here to see you.
Send him in.
Yes, Mr. Brand.
Come in, Palmer.
What's the matter, Mr. Brand?
What's the matter? You asked me what's the matter. Here I've got one of the ranking stars in the industry. Bruce Anders, a new type of romantic gallant. The biggest thing since Valentino. What do I find? I've got no writers. For what do I pay a scenario department? For what do I pay a New York office? For that matter...
Mr. Brand.
Yes, Palmer, what is it?
Mr. Brand, I've got an idea.
It better be good.
Mr. Brand is a writer employed by Super Films who's drawing a salary and doing nothing. His name is Tussler, John Tussler. He's the author of a successful play for which you paid $200,000. You may remember it. Sinners in Asylum, otherwise known as Lady in a Cage. Yeah. Otherwise known as That Gentleman from the South.
Sure.
Now, isn't it just possible that Mr. Tussler may be of some assistance to you in your present predicament?
You know, that's not a bad idea at all, not at all. Where's that script? You know, the one, the red cover, the one that's under the telephone.
It's still there.
Yeah, it's quite a play. It's quite a play. There it is, right on the phone. Hey, Roy.
Yes, boss.
Get Tussler on the phone right away.
Tussler? Hey, boss, don't you remember you released Tussler from his contract last night? He left this morning on the chief.
He left? I'll get him back right away. Call him up. Send him a wire on the train right away, quick. John Tussler, Chief, Road, Chicago. Just read your play. Stop. I like it, and I understand it. Stop. On your return, we'll have new contract. Stop. Take plane. Regards. Signed, Sidney Brand.
Sidney Brand, Super Films, Hollywood, California. Collect. Don't jest with me. Stop. I know you can't read. Signed, Tussler.
John Tussler, Chief, Road, Chicago. I'm hurt you left without consulting me. Stop. Return immediately. Stop. Your presence absolutely necessary. Stop. Regards. Signed, Sidney Brand.
Sidney Brand, Super Films, Hollywood. Collect. I am sorry I hurt you. Stop. It seems all things are possible, even that. I will not come back. Stop. I will not come back. Stop. I will never come back. Affectionately. Signed, John Tussler.
John Tussler, Chief Road, Chicago. You're missing the opportunity of a lifetime. Stop. I'll give you sole screen credit. Stop. No man could ask for more. Stop. Take plane to Kansas City. Stop. Expect you. Regards. Signed, Sidney Brand.
Sidney Brand, Super Films, Hollywood. Collect. I am the happiest man in the world. Stop. There is a lovely lady just opposite me. She hates pictures. Stop. And you offer me a sole screen credit. Well. Signed, Tussler.
John Tussler on board the Chief. I give you one more chance. Stop. Either you return immediately, or I blacklist you in Hollywood. Stop. Which means you'll never be able to have another job here. Stop. What do you think? Question mark. Signed, Sidney Brand.
Sidney Brand, Super Films, Hollywood. Still collect. What do I think? Stop. Who told you I could think? Stop. You never thought of that yourself, but if you must know what I think, I'll be glad to tell you, and it won't cost you a penny. Stop. Boo! Exclamation mark. I think you're a nasty man. Signed, Tussler. P.S. The name of the lady just opposite is Madge Tussler, née Madge Lawrence. We were married last night. Signed, John Tussler.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're speaking to you from the foyer of the Cafe Circle Theater in Hollywood, California, where the world premiere of the super film production, That Gentleman from the South, will be seen by Hollywood's great and famous for the first time tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, the movie fans have turned out to watch the celebrities arrive, and as you can tell, excitement is very
Good evening, Mr. Tussler. Nice to see you back in New York. Take your coat, Mr. Tussler.
How's Hollywood, Mr. Tussler?
Hi, fine. My wife come in yet?
I haven't seen her, Jimmy. Have you seen Mrs. Tussler tonight?
No, I haven't seen her yet, Mr. Tussler.
Oh,
what time is it, Jimmy? It's 20 to 12, Mr. Tussler. 20 to 12. Say, do you mind if I turn on your radio, Jimmy? Something I want to catch.
Sure you can.
It's the opening of what used to be a play about social conditions in the South. It was called Sinners in Asylum.
To tell you a little about the great range in human emotions portrayed in this latest super film success, that's Gentleman from the South, starring
that's it.
Lou Sanders and Sawyer Tarn. Tears, laughter, pathos, humor, sophistication, terror. Oh, why go on?
Here you are, ma'am.
Mrs. Tussler's
just come in, sir. Oh, hello, Madge.
I'm sorry I'm late, John. I had to go by the house. Here's a telegram. Leland Haywood sent it over.
Oh, read it, will you, darling?
John Tussler, 34 East 61st Street, New York City. Starting on new picture. Super Films offers $50,000 for John Tussler. Signed, Sidney Brand. Any answer, dear?
You bet there's an answer. Take the wire, Madge. Mr. Sidney Brandt, Hollywood, California. John Tussler offers $50,000 for Super Films. Signed, John Tussler.
Films will not let you down in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, one and all, far and wide, I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brand.
You have just heard I Lost My Girlish Laughter, starring our producer, Wells, as the producer, Sidney Brand. And here he is, Orson Welles.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've asked our announcer, Ernest Chappell, to allow me to interrupt him for a moment to invite you to join George Kaufman, Ilka Chase, Tamara Jeva, and Jane Allen, the originator of tonight's story, in a somewhat peculiar little ceremony we are holding tonight in the latter's honor. You see, it's this way. Right now, all that any of us on the Campbell Playhouse know for certain about Jane Allen, the author of tonight's story, is that Jane Allen is not the author of tonight's story. Jane Allen is a phony. I mean, the name Jane Allen is a phony. The real name of the perpetrator of I Lost My Girlish Laughter is a well-kept secret with its publishers, who have promised to present our authoress tonight and think they can do it without revealing her identity or his identity or their identity, whatever it may be. This is a good trick if Random House Incorporated can do it. But George Kaufman, Ilka Chase, Tamara Java, and myself think they can't. Now, in just 1 minute, Jane Allen is actually going to pay us a visit. We calculate that between us we can expose her or him or them or it, and we'd like you to help. So consider yourself, please, for tonight, a full member of our special Secret Service, sworn to unmask all authors and authoresses to the last poisoned pen name, and stand by for orders.
When talking about Campbell's tomato soup a while ago, I pointed out that it has a flavor people never seem to tire of. That is so. From the first taste, it wins you completely. And then as long as you know it, as many times as you have it, your pleasure in it continues. Perhaps it's the fresh taste of sun-ripened tomatoes or the table butter that enriches it or the delicacy of the seasoning. I think it's all of these that account for the always welcome flavor of Campbell's tomato soup. And I do urge you to have it often, as the mainstay of the day's lighter meal, as a pleasant start for dinner. And sometimes, too, have it as cream of tomato with milk added instead of water. But is it on your Saturday shopping list? Put it down, won't you? Campbell's tomato soup, several cans. And now, here's Orson Welles.
Yes, Ernest Chappell, but where is Jane Allen?
Well, I'm sorry, Orson. I haven't the slightest idea.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have every reason to believe that Mr. Chappell speaks the truth because, as I think I've already told you, nobody on this program has the slightest idea who the author of this story really is. We only know that I Lost My Girlish Laughter was credited on its title page to somebody who calls herself, or himself or themselves, Jane Allen.
Well, I think I can tell you this much, Orson. In checking the channel to Columbia's private studio, we've heard Miss Allen on the microphone, and she is certainly a lady.
Well, that's very nice of you, and it's very nice to hear. Let's see now. We know that our author is connected in some capacity with the motion picture industry, and perhaps, too, for even more interesting reasons, she has insisted on an absolutely all-around anonymity. And now we know something more about her. We know she isn't a man, and that's something.
Secret Agent H204, George Kaufman, reporting for service.
Yes, H204.
Orson, if Jane Allen is actually secreted someplace in the Columbia Broadcasting System, why can't we trace her just that way?
Sorry, George, but the rules don't permit it. If we knew where Jane Allen was going to broadcast from, we could simply surround whatever place it is with inquisitive friends of ours, and the game would be up.
Oh, all right.
Secret Operator Ilka Chase reporting for duty, and I have a theory.
Yes, Operator Chase.
My hunch is that this Allen woman is a collector of eccentric stories about Hollywood, and that I Lost My Girlish Laughter is simply her collection. I agree.
Very well, Inspector Tamarajeva. And now I think it's about time that we put the whole thing squarely up to its originator. Commissioner Ernest Chappell, are you ready with Secret Studio X?
Yes, Inspector, here we are. Are you ready, Miss Allen? Are you ready, Miss Allen?
Ready for anything.
Is your name Jane Allen?
Yes, Mr. Kaufman, for want of a better.
Animal, vegetable, or mineral?
If Inspector Kaufman will have the goodness to stop grilling our guest of honor, I'd like to preserve the amenities and present her to you.
Thank you, Orson Welles, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, Miss Allen, I'd like to ask you a question. I must warn you that anything you say will be used by Inspectors Kaufman, Java, and Chase, besides your audience and myself, in our unrelenting efforts to unmask you. Miss Allen, how did you come to write I Lost My Girlish Laughter?
Because I got cheated out of a permanent.
Commissioner Chappell, did you hear what I heard?
Well, it sounded like the lady said she was cheated out of a permanent.
Now, look here, Miss Allen. I've never been to Hollywood. I mean to Hollywood to make a picture. Could you please clarify that last statement in words of one syllable?
Well, it seems that a writer came into our office. The boss was in conference.
That would be Sidney Brand.
The boss was in conference. So this writer approaches me at the desk. Do you know something he says to me? I ask him, do I know what? You're a rat caught in a trap, he says to me. Outside the sun is shining, bright golden rays of sheer joy, and you sit here, chained to your desk. Well, to make a long story short, he sells me, and before I know it, he's parted me from the $5 I've saved for a permanent.
I see.
Well, that just sort of got me to thinking about writers and about books. I thought how nice it would be to be a successful writer, to sell a couple of million copies, to sell the movie rights, the stage rights, the television rights, the submarine rights, to make $1 million without having to punch a time clock every day to collect your salary.
Miss Allen, did you make the $1 million? How?
No, I did not, Mr. Kaufman, but there are other compensations.
Yes?
Well, here am I, and there you are, and there's Orson Welles, and Ilka Chase, and Tamara Java. What I mean to say is you certainly meet some interesting people, even though you don't get to see them.
And Miss Allen, did all those things you wrote about really happen to you?
Miss Chase, I Lost My Girlish Laughter is a novel, and a novel is fiction.
Oh, by the way, Miss Allen, I don't know why I'm asking this, but have you seen any good plays lately?
Oh, yes, Mr. Kaufman. I saw the opening of your new play, The American Way, last week.
You don't say.
And may I say, it is one of the most moving and memorable evenings I've ever spent in your theater.
Inspector Kaufman, can you tell me why you asked that last question?
Elementary, my dear. Well, elementary. The mere child's play of deduction. That proves to us that Jane Allen is in New York.
Among other things. Now, tell me, Jane, if I may call you Jane, and I might just well call you Jane as anything else, are you planning to write another book?
I'm afraid I've exhausted Hollywood for the time being, and now I'm looking for a new field.
Oh, good.
And you know, Mr. Wells, I've always been curious about radio. And from what I can gather from this broadcast, it looks like a very unusual subject matter.
Yes, Jane. Just what are you getting at?
Mr. Wells, would you care to hire a secretary?
Thank you, Mr. Herman, for covering my confusion with a little music. And thank you, Jane Allen, whoever you are, wherever you are. It's been very nice meeting you, very nice telling your story, and very nice trying to find you out. My special operatives, Mr. Kaufman, Miss Java, Miss Chase, Mr. Chappell, will all write what they think your name is on a small slip of white paper, which I will immediately burn to a crisp. The whole thing has been very pleasant, and when you've written your next book, the book about radio and the wild men from Borneo who put on radio shows, please, Jane, let us put it into a radio show. Until then, the Campbell Playhouse, as always, remains obediently yours, and you, Miss Allen, I promise you, will remain shrouded in the deepest pseudonymity. And now, Ernest Chappell, would you please divulge the real names of the people who played with us tonight? I Lost My Girlish Laughter.
Well, to begin with, Orson Welles was Sidney Brand, George Kaufman was Tussler, Ilka Chase was Madge Lawrence, and Tamara Jiva was Saria Tan. Fay was played by Ray Collins, Palmer by Frank Reddick, Roy by Everett Sloan. Edgar Barrier played the part of Bruce Anders. Myron McCormick impersonated Leland Hayward. The part of Francis Smith was played by Agnes Moorhead, Raleigh by Joseph Cotton. William Allen was the assistant director, and the music for the Campbell Playhouse was conducted by Bernard Herrmann. And now, Orson, will you tell us about next week's story?
Next week, the American nation observes the president's birthday by aiding him in his fight against infantile paralysis, by dancing so that others may walk. And next week we bring you one of America's foremost actresses in a story by one of America's foremost authors. And a story that has been of immeasurable importance in bringing home to the American people the necessity for an organized fight against disease. Ladies and gentlemen, next week's broadcast will be an adaptation of Aerosmith by Sinclair Lewis, and our guest will be Helen Hayes. Until next Friday night, until Aerosmith, my sponsor, the makers of Campbell Soups, and all of us in the Campbell Playhouse remain obediently yours.
The makers of Campbell Soups join Orson Welles in inviting you to be with us at the Campbell Playhouse next Friday evening to hear Aerosmith, starring Miss Helen Hayes. Meanwhile, if you have enjoyed tonight's Campbell Playhouse presentation, won't you tell your grocer so tomorrow when you order Campbell's Tomato Soup? This is Ernest Chappell saying thank you and good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
True crime stories of the 1940s and 1950s are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
In NBC's great parade of new shows.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
NBC brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to homicide. A mad killer is loose in the city. In every instance, he leaves the murder weapon behind. There are no fingerprints, no clues to the killer's identity. Your job, get him.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime, investigated and solved by the men who unrelentingly stand watch on the security of your home, your family, and your life. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Tuesday, June 3rd. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of homicide. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Ed Backstrand, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. I was off duty reporting back in on an emergency call. It was 3:57 a.m. when I got to the basement of the city hall. The carpool.
Let's go, Friday. Sorry to call you back in. Couldn't be helped. All right, Ben. Okay, Skipper.
What's up, Ben?
Double murder.
When?
I don't know. Found out about it 40 minutes ago.
You got any ideas?
Roughly same M.O. Was that 6413 Norwich, Skipper? No, 6430.
What do you mean, the same M.O.?
The same guy. Brick that killer.
How many does this make?
Counting tonight, 4.
We got anything at all?
Smudged fingerprint we can't even classify.
Sounds like a smart operator.
We gotta get him. If we have to shake down the city from one end to the other. Big job, Skipper. Big killer.
At 4:26 a.m., we pulled up in front of 6430 Norwich Drive, a small group of bungalow apartments facing on an oval-shaped garden court. 2 uniformed officers were stationed at the door to the apartment.
Hiya, Chief. Hiya, fellas.
We went inside. Wellberg from Homicide was waiting for us.
This way.
here.
Well, there they are.
Yeah. Mother, daughter.
Joe, on the floor beside the bed.
Yeah, a red brick.
Miss Hafters, we know how you must feel about all this, but would you please try to answer a few more questions for us?
Yes. All right. Poor Margaret.
Miss Hafters, how long had you known Mrs. Diaz and her daughter?
9 years. This November they moved next door. I remember it so well. We got along right from the start.
And as far as you know, the only close friends the mother and daughter had live right here in the apartment court?
Yes. Margaret was a pretty girl, but she was no chaser, no boyfriend. Very close to her mother. The two of them very close.
Did they keep any amount of valuables in the apartment? Money, jewelry, things like that?
Oh, no. Mrs. Diaz and Margaret didn't have much, you know. Very modest income. They both worked.
And you can think of no good reason.
Oh, no. Oh, poor Margaret, poor Mrs. Diaz, lying in there. Shock. Terrible shock.
Wellberg,
Yes, Sergeant.
would you show Ms. Hafters back to her apartment?
Sure, Sergeant.
Thank you, Miss Hafters. We appreciate it.
Yes, thank you. Poor Margaret. Poor Mrs. Diaz.
Well, Joe?
Let's check with Ed. He's back in the bedroom.
You get anything from the neighbors?
The usual, Ed. No jealous boyfriends, ex-husbands, nothing like that.
Boys find any evidence yet, Skipper?
I'm still working on it.
You got any theories?
Well, we know the killings were all done by the same guy.
Mm-hmm.
Cuts the same pattern out of the window screen. Cuts the same pattern with a glass cutter out of the window. Reaches in and flips the locks.
All right, where's that leave us?
And before he gets inside, he makes sure there are only women in the house. That means he probably watches the house for a few days.
Yeah.
Once he gets inside, he wants only one thing, to kill. He's never taken any valuables. As far as we can tell, he's never searched for any. What kind of a man works like that?
I think the guy's kill crazy.
Hey, fellas.
Yes, Donner?
Here's a break. 2 fair prints. 1 thumb, 1 forefinger.
What'd you get, Pete?
Only got 9 points. Not enough to go into court, but enough to make him. We'll know him when we get him.
Yeah.
Found the prints on the lens of the old lady's eyeglasses. Probably knocked him off the night table when he went after her.
And when he was done, he put him back on the table.
Yeah. Had blood on his hands, see?
Yeah.
That's funny, isn't it? Why would he go to the trouble of picking up the woman's glasses after he killed her?
We'll ask him when we find him.
Hi, Ben. Joe. Might have something for you.
We can use it, Lee.
Hold it just a minute.
Yeah.
Crime Lab, Jones. Yeah. Yeah, all right. I'll tell him. Right, Ed. Backstrand. If you're through checking the victim's clothes by 8 o'clock, you can knock off for sleep until noon.
What if we're not through?
Take it up with the chaplain. Here's what I wanted to show you. Over here. A couple of casts.
Bare footprint.
That's right.
Those from the Diaz place?
Found them outside the dining room window in the flower bed. Take a look.
Mm-hmm. Good cast. Size 9.
10.
Missing toe there, huh?
Left foot, first toe.
That's lucky.
Well, and the guy took his shoes off before he went in that house.
That's the way it looks.
You leave any other prints, Lee?
3 with the shoes on. Here they are. Here.
Yeah. How would you say the guy is built, Lee?
Oh, from the impression, pretty heavy man. There's no full length of stride, or I might give you an idea of his height.
How about the bricks, Lee?
Here they are, all 3 of them. Used this one in the first murder, this one in the second, this one last night.
Leaves them around like calling cards, and there's no way to check them.
You'll never get a fingerprint off a common red brick like this, Ben. Surface is too rough.
Well, we got an idea of his weight. We know that the first toe's missing from his left foot. That's something.
The one we had yesterday. We can check that missing toe in the amputation file, Joe.
Yeah. Well, we better get back. Pete ought to have those prints ready, too. Thanks a lot, Lee.
Okay, fellas. Say, they post the bodies yet?
Yeah, they're doing it now. Same as the first 2.
The brain?
Concussion, hemorrhage. They didn't have a chance.
Hold it a minute. Crime Lab Jones. Sure, just a minute. Either one of you fellas.
I'll get it, Joe.
Okay.
Yeah, Romero. Yeah. Good, we'll be right over. They got a make on those 2 fingerprints.
Okay, Joe.
Fingerprint file. Made him on the index finger.
Let me see, Pete. Take a look, Ben.
Yeah. Doesn't look like a killer, does he, Joe? Kind of nice looking.
That's right, Pete. They said the same thing about John Dillinger. The name at the top of the make sheet read Carlos Richard Montere, male, Caucasian, age 19, height 5 feet 11 inches, weight 165 pounds, dark brown hair, dark brown eyes. Last known address, 1663 Naples Street, Los Angeles. Previous arrests, 1, auto theft, February 8th, 1936. That was all. Ben and I had been expecting more. The information on the mama sheet for Monterey was 13 years old. So was the picture. So was the description. So was the address. In 13 years, a man can change in 1,000 ways. So can his habits, his appearance, his address. In 13 years, everything can change except two things. A man's fingerprints and a physical deformity. Missing toe on left foot. Carlos Richard Monterey.
Here it is, Joe. 1663 Naples.
Yeah, come on.
Somebody's coming.
Yes? What is it?
We're police officers. We'd like to ask you a few questions.
Oh, yes. Would you like to come in?
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes?
Would you mind telling us your name?
Monterey. Isabel Monterey. What is it you want?
You're married?
Yes. My husband is Francisco Monterey. Would you explain why you are here?
We thought you might be able to help us. We're looking for a man named Carlos Monterey.
I don't understand you.
We're looking for a man. We'd like to talk to him. Do you know where he is?
Yes. Carlos is dead 7 years ago. He's dead, my husband told me.
And does your husband know Carlos, or did he know him?
He was his brother.
What about your husband's parents, Miss Monterey? Where are they?
They're both dead. Sometime now.
Have you ever met Carlos?
No, never. I have only heard of him.
What have you heard of him, Miss Monterey?
Do not ask me.
This is important, very important.
Francisco would not like it if I told you.
It's important, Miss Monterey, believe us.
Carlos, he's sick. His mind. For 8 years, Francisco has not seen him, not heard from him. He thinks he's dead.
But he only thinks so, Miss Monterey. No one's told him his brother's dead. He just thinks so.
What else is there to think?
Where's your husband now?
At his work, the store, Nara Street near Main, grocery, Monterey Cartwright grocery.
Here's your change. Thank you, Mrs. Myers. Now, look, officers, you know how it is. You don't like to let these things get out. That's why I trust you.
You can trust us, Mr. Monterey. We just want to check on a few things.
Oh, fine. Always glad to help out if I can.
Can you tell us if your brother was ever in a mental institution in his life?
Oh, I know there was nothing wrong. 1923. Got a little bad, so Mom and Dad had to put him away for a while, just till he calmed down. I remember the day. Sometimes, dumb, stupid kid, what do you know? Standing there by himself in the train, crying. The public nurse, stupid way he cried. What do you do? I cried, too. I was only 10, Sergeant. I saw him go. He was alone.
Later on, Mr. Monterey, your brother was released from the state institution.
Yeah, he was 16. And then he started running around, playing tough, carried a gun, lived by himself. He never came around. He dropped from sight about 1938.
You haven't heard from him since then?
Nothing. Never seen him.
Do you know of anybody who might have seen him?
Ooh, there was a girl he had. Anita something. On Soteo Street. Anita Martin, yeah, that's it. Soteo Street. Maybe she's seen him. Ask her. Maybe she's seen him.
Carlos Monterey? Not in a year. Last March he was in. When I was working at the Peacock, down on South Main. He came in, we talked for a while. That was all.
And you haven't seen Carlos for the past 2 months or so?
I tell you, no.
Has he written to you? Has he phoned you?
Once, 3 weeks ago, he phoned. Here. He left a message with my girlfriend. But he didn't call back again. Now, that's it. That's all I know.
Thank you, Miss Martin. Here's our card. If he does call, you'll let us know.
Yeah, I'll let you know.
You liked Carlos, is that it, Anita?
Like him? No, I didn't like him. He was funny. But he was nice. You know, I pitied him.
Why did you pity him, Miss Martin?
Well, he was a good fellow who was strange. He could smile, you know. He had a nice smile, but you could tell he was never laughing. There was something in his mind. Something... Oh, I don't know.
At least a year, closer to 2, I haven't seen Carlos. No letters, not a card, nothing. He was in the East the last time I heard.
When was that?
A year ago, January. I was in here. He sent me a calendar. Sometimes he could get along fine, very well. Other times, terrible. He couldn't keep him down.
How'd he manage to stay out of jail that way, Vicente?
I don't know. Sometimes he should have been in jail 5 times over.
You say you don't know of anybody who might have a recent picture of Carlos, a snapshot?
No. No one I can think of.
Okay, Vincenti, here's our card. If you do think of somebody, let us know, will you? It'll help.
Sure, glad to. If I hear of anybody. What kind of a day is it outside? Hot?
Hot. By 5 o'clock that afternoon, Ben and I were certain of one thing. Carlos Montere was in the city of Los Angeles, somewhere. We drove back to the office and told Ed Backstrand about our interviews with Montere's relatives and his friends. Inquiries and requests for further identification and information on him were immediately relayed to the state mental institutions. The 13-year-old picture of Montere taken from the files was copied and distributed with a note of caution as to the age of the photograph. An APB was sent out. Stakeouts were placed at the home of Montere's brother, at the brother's store, and at the apartment of Anita Martin. A special detail of 300 men was ordered to join the Dragnet already in operation. The details at the airport and the bus terminals were alerted, as well as the details at the Union Depot and the main post office. By 6 o'clock that night, almost 1,000 men were actively working at the job of tracking down Carlos Montere. At 6:30 p.m., Ben and I drew a 4-hour relief period. We drove out to Ben's place, and his wife fixed us some dinner. At 10:30 that night, we reported into the office, picked up Ed Backstrand, and we drove out to join the manhunt.
Unit 32R on the corner of South Flower and Loomis, a 390W, AMA 367. Unit 12A, code 1. 66A and 864 Wall Street. See the man about a 507, AMA 367. Unit 42, 5430 East Grand, apartment 10, 311, KMA 367.
We cruised with the Dragnet operation until 5 o'clock that morning. Ben and I took turns driving. Actually, the tremendous job of scouring 500 square miles of city for one man was only beginning. Unless there was an unexpected break, the search for Carlos Montere could wear on for weeks. It did. Night after night, the manhunt went on, and day after day. There was no break. 16 days later, on a Sunday night, I went to bed early. I read a while, and then I turned off the lamp and went to sleep. Hello? Friday talking.
Sorry, Joe. Get in here as fast as you can.
What's the matter?
That girl Montere knew. The one you talked to?
Yeah?
She left her apartment, went to her girlfriend's.
Yeah?
She's dead.
There it is. Ordinary red brick. Surrounded by the body.
How long's she been dead, Skipper?
She was seen alive about an hour and a half ago.
Got 3 bare footprints, good length of stride. Found them down in the lot beside the house.
What do they look like?
Same guy. First toe missing from the left foot. The same weight impression. Should be about 5'11". That checks out with what you got, doesn't it?
All right, so it's the same guy.
What about those shoes we found, Lee?
Yeah, they correspond. They were impregnated with foreign matter.
What'd you find?
Particles of lettuce leaf, dry onion skin, traces of red cabbage.
Maybe a vegetable counter.
Maybe.
What about the city wholesale market down on Front Street?
What about any market in Los Angeles?
No, Lee, that wholesale market is big enough to hide anybody. Hundreds of transients work in there. Some of them even sleep there. For a guy like Montere, it'd be perfect.
That's a fair guess. Check it when it opens.
They open at 2 a.m.
2:30 now.
All right, get back to the office and pick up as many extra men as you need. Get down there right away.
Okay, Ed.
Now, you know he's a rough one, so watch it.
On Monday, June 23rd, at 2 minutes past 3 a.m., we pulled up at the city wholesale produce market. With the exception of 54 police officers in plain clothes who mingled with the buyers and sellers, business went along as usual. The market itself covered almost 3 square blocks in the lower part of the downtown area. It was divided off into hundreds of individual stalls by flimsy wooden partitions. To make the search even tougher, the place was crowded. For the first 45 minutes, we had the men circulate at random through the crowd on the chance that one of them might spot Carlos Monterey from the 13-year-old picture. It didn't happen. After that, we started a systematic canvass. We talked to the customers, we talked to the managers of the different booths, we gave them Monterey's description, we showed them his picture. Nobody recognized him. We checked the employment records one by one. Not a sign.
Sorry, Sergeant. I'd like to help. I've never seen the guy.
Okay, Mr. Snyder, thank you.
We sure picked the sweet jobs, don't we?
Oh, yeah, we could spend a year at this.
Oh, Sergeant Friday.
Yeah, Kamansky. Did you find something?
Guy at the booth over there against the far wall. Thinks he might have hired Monterey a couple of days ago.
Come on, Ben. Where?
Over there, Sergeant.
You showing Monterey's picture?
Yeah, he thinks it might be him. Mr. Fresnetti, this is Sergeant Romero, Sergeant Friday.
Yes, I told your boy, Sergeant. This fellow Carlos, I hired him to help last Thursday. Big rush for me now, so I hired him.
You sure he's the man?
In the picture? I think so. A little older, maybe. Oh, but I know faces. He's the man. You looking for him?
You say you hired this man last Thursday?
That's right. It's a big rush for me now in the morning. I hired him Thursday. He worked Thursday, Friday, Saturday. But he don't show up this morning, so I got no use. Too many men to pick from. He don't show up, I let him go.
What kind of work did he do for you?
Same as he did for Schiller down there. Heavy work. Moving the stores, cleaning up.
What kind of produce does Schiller handle, Mr. Franzenetti?
Fancy, very fancy vegetables. Choice. New potatoes, expensive red onions. Schiller sells to the big hotels.
Does Schiller handle brown onions, Mr. Franzenetti?
Oh, only the best. Big dealer at the Schiller. Sells it to the big hotels.
How long has this Carlos been working around the market?
Oh, I don't know. Is it just like the rest? First he worked for me, then Largo Massini, then a Schiller. Hey, why are you looking so hard for him? He stole something?
He murdered somebody.
Him? Mamma mia, murder.
Do you have any idea where Carlos lives?
Me? No. And if he comes back here, I tell him to get out. I got nothing to do with this trouble.
No, you'll tell him nothing, Mr. Fresnetti. Here's our card. If you see Monterey again, call us. Say nothing to him.
Oh, sure. I remember.
Joe, call the chief at the office, will you? Message just came in.
Thanks, Al. Come on, Ben.
Yeah, there's a phone booth. See?
No, I don't. Where?
Straight ahead, little left.
Oh, yeah. You got a nickel?
Let's see. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there you are.
Thanks. I'll see what Ed wants.
City Hall.
2511.
2511.
Chief of Detectives Office, Hannon.
Hi, Mike. Ed there?
Ed, take it on extension 2, will you? Backstrand talking.
Friday, Ed.
Move fast on this one, Joe.
What's up?
Main post office. Carlos Monterey picked up a letter there less than 5 minutes ago.
Come on, Ben. There's Ed over there with Wellberg.
Yeah. Traffic short jammed up around here.
Hi, Ed.
Friday, Romero. You all set, Wellberg?
All set, Chief. Spring Street to San Pedro. Sunset the first. Got it covered.
Good.
What's the story?
Post office detail tipped us off. 5 minutes after 8, a man answering Carlos Monterey's description picked up a letter at the general delivery window. That was 16 minutes ago.
Who spotted him?
Sam Lane. He got a look at him just as he was leaving the window. Called to him to stop, but Monterey ran. Lane called me, and we threw a net over the area for 6 blocks around.
And Monterey's still somewhere inside this area?
I don't know how he could have gotten out.
What's next?
Well, I'll give him an hour to break for it. After that, we start a house-to-house search of the whole area. Stop all pedestrian and vehicular traffic for identification.
You're going to jam up the depot traffic.
That's cheaper than murder, Romero. Get going.
The first hour we counted off in 5-minute segments. Like Backstrand, we felt close enough to Monterey to touch him. But he still wasn't there. The north and south ends of the blockade started to move in, slowly. Searching every store, every house, every conceivable place where a man might hide out. In the meantime, Ben and I worked the Spring Street side of the blockade, watching the faces of the pedestrians as they came through one by one, examining all vehicles and their drivers. The morning wore on, the sun came out, and it started to get warm. By 11 o'clock that morning, Monterey still had not been found. The temperature was 93 in Los Angeles. It was still climbing. The search went on. At 10 minutes past 2 p.m., Backstrand made the round.
How's it look, Skipper? Not good. Going slow.
How much longer do you figure?
I don't know. It'll go to after dark, that's sure. District down here is like a rat's nest.
Yeah. Nothing?
Nothing. But he's someplace inside this blockade. He's got to be.
Any chance of getting relief for the men in our squad? Some of them been working straight through since yesterday.
I'll see. Check with me around 5 this afternoon.
Thank you, Skipper.
Keep a sharp lookout. One slip. That's all it takes.
The search went on. At 3 o'clock that afternoon, the temperature was 95. We sweltered and we waited. At 3:45, Backstrand sent a squad of men into the Union Depot to search it from top to bottom. There was one false alarm when one of the men thought he saw Monterey slipping out a side door into a taxi. He turned out to be a train conductor. At 25 minutes past 4, Backstrand passed along the order to our detail to start moving in, house by house. It was a tedious job, and it went slow. The men were tired. At 5:30, the relief squad showed up. Ben and I stayed on. After another 2 hours of house-to-house searching, the trap was narrowed down to a 3-square-block area, a single block wide and 3 blocks long. It started to get dark. Backstrand ordered out batteries of floodlights. By 8 p.m., the cordon closed in around the last 2 square blocks.
Lines are all set, Skipper. Ready to move.
Good.
What do you think?
We'll know pretty soon, one way or the other.
Frank, keep that traffic moving.
All right, you two, get going.
See you later, Skipper. Joe, let's take a look in here.
Okay.
Sure is an old building.
Yeah. Where'd Kamansky go?
Oh, no, he's here a minute ago. Oh, wait, there's his flashlight. Down at the end of the corridor there. He's signaling.
Yeah, come on. Kamansky?
Yeah. Down below, Sergeant, in the basement. Come on.
Monterey?
He's been there, I think. Here, this way.
Where?
Over here. Now, watch your step. The light's bad. There he is. Says he's the janitor.
Oh, my head.
He's been slugged.
All right, come on. How'd it happen? Can you tell us?
Yeah, a big man hit me. I came down to empty the baskets. He hit me and ran. Ran over to the new building.
The new building? Is that the one next door?
Yeah, just a few minutes ago.
Nobody's come out of this building for the past half hour. Every door in the place is guarded.
No, not the doors. He went through the tunnel. I saw him. Over there's the tunnel.
I'll take a look, Joe.
Yeah, the tunnel connects the 2 basements. Same company, old building, new building. The tunnel connects the basements.
Joe, come on.
Yeah. Kamansky, get out to Backstrand. Tell him what's happened.
Right, Sergeant.
And call an ambulance.
Right.
All right, Ben. Through the tunnel.
Watch where you're going. The light's bad.
Yeah, it is. That a door up ahead there?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Let's go.
Good. There's a stairway. Come on. Watch the doors.
Joe, the elevator. They're both on the 3rd floor.
Let's head for the stairs. Ben, come on.
One more floor.
Yeah, right. Come on, hurry.
Yeah.
Look, top of the stairs.
There he goes.
All right, hold it, you.
Stuck in the elevator. Joe, he's going down.
Well, we'll never make it on the stairs.
Joe, look. This other elevator. The control lever's bent.
Let's try it anyway.
Yeah.
All right, kick the control lever. Kick it, Ben.
Very good.
All right, Ben, knock the lever back. Come on, quick.
Yeah.
What's the matter?
Joe, it's jammed. We're going past.
All right, let's kick it. Here. There, that does it. Can you reach the door control?
Wait just a minute. I'll see. Yeah.
Okay. Well, he's still in the building.
Both elevators are here now.
Yeah. Down the hall, Ben. The office on the left, I think.
Yeah. Okay, here we are.
All right, keep clear of the door. All right, Monterey, put on that gun and come on out.
I'll kill you! I'll kill all of you! All of you!
Okay, Joe, let's take it.
Watch it, Ben. He's throwing everything he can get his hands on.
Come on! I'll kill you! Get away! Come on, you!
All right, Monterey.
Come on, you.
Okay, Ben, take him.
Nice looking guy. Clean cut.
Yeah.
Doesn't figure, does it?
What's that?
My wife would say he doesn't look like a killer, does he?
What's a killer supposed to look like? The story you have just heard is true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
Carlos Montere was examined by 5 different psychiatrists appointed by the Superior Court and was found to be sane. He was tried and convicted of murder in the first degree. He was executed in the lethal gas chamber at the state penitentiary. You have just heard the 17th in a new series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice for Dragnet comes from the office of W.A. Wharton, Acting Chief of Police, Los Angeles Police Department.
Tonight's program is dedicated to motorcycle patrolman John Kramer of the El Paso, Texas Sheriff's Department, who on the afternoon of April 26, 1940, gave his life so that yours might be more secure.
Dragnet came to you from Los Angeles. Your tune for the stars on NBC.
Now it's time to pay a visit to Duffy's Tavern.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where the elite meet to eat. Special today, pig's pickled feet. Archie speaking, Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Yeah. Oh, yeah, must be 3 or 4 customers here already. You hear that, Duffy? You're in business again. Listen, Duffy, you picked out a very bad time to call up. Yeah, we're just going to go on the air for a broadcast. Now, wait a minute, Duffy. Don't get all excited. It ain't costing a cent. No, the network's doing it for prestige. Well, now, Duffy, I can't brandy words with you now. We're just going on the air, I'm telling you. Goodbye, Duffy. I'll see you later.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Mel Allen. Forecast invites you to join us for a decidedly informal evening at Duffy's Tavern, where anyone under the sun is likely to drop in any time to talk things over with Archie. Almost anyone may drop in tonight. Now, people we're sure will be around, however, are Gertrude Neeson, Colonel Stoopnagel, Larry Adler, and John Kirby's orchestra. And now I turn you over to that past master of ceremonies, Archie.
Thank you very much. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is the voice of Duffy's Tavern speaking, formerly Duffy's Bar and Grill and still owned by the same proprietorship. And we take great pride in presenting them great musicians, John Kirby and his high schoolians. They offer their own version of Royal Garden Blues. You will note that in the second chorus, the piccolo player hits a note so high that it can only be heard by a dog. Mr. Kirby. Duffy's Tavern, where the elite meet to eat. The special today, pig's pickle feet. Oh, hello, boss. Hey, how'd you like Kirby's band? They what? Duffy, they do not. Well, I see what you mean. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What is it, Archie?
It's Duffy, Mr. Kirby. He says he thinks your band is great. All right, Duffy, I know. I can't tell a guy that, though. You don't understand artists, Duffy. You know, they're much more insensible than you and me. You gotta tolerate them. Ah, but Duffy, you haven't liked nothing since Chauncey Olcott cracked up on Mother McCree. You're living in a graveyard full of Irish tennis. Wait a minute, Duffy. Gertrude Neeson, the new floor show just walked in. What? All right, I'll tell her. I'll speak to you later. Good evening, Miss Neeson.
Hi, Archie.
Say, Miss Neeson, I hate to, I hate to bury sleeping dogs, but Duffy has been complaining about you.
Oh, what's old Novocaine brain squawking about now?
Well, he claims you insulted his best customer, Mr. Feldever K. Beldorf. Was you out to dinner with Beldorf last night?
Yes, and I'll never go out with that crumb again.
Huh?
You know what happened? He asked me to go out to dinner last night, so I go with him. Well, you know how I never like a strange man to pay for my meals.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
So I said to him, Mr. Beldorf, I insist that this dinner should be Dutch. But he said he absolutely wouldn't hear of it.
Well, that's nice.
He said I had to pay for him, too.
That's Beldorf, so what did you do?
Oh, I did what any lady would do. I broke a plate over his head.
What else could you do?
Well, frankly, as man to man, do you think that breaking a plate of soup over a guy's head should be construed as an insult?
No, but Beldorf's a little hypersensitive. Don't like those things. I'll explain it to Duffy, though. By the way, Duffy ain't never heard them golden tones of yours, Miss Neeson. You know, I've told him about you being a great star of the movies and the radio, and when I mentioned that you have been on the stage, he says he had one request.
Look, Archie, even to please Duffy, I will not recite Casey at the Bat.
Well, all right, then. But would you mind rendering the customers with a song?
All right, I'll do something especially for Mr. Duffy. Does he rumba?
An amusing question, Miss Neeson. Proceed ahead.
Bailar con la rumba, mi negra, Marina le toca. Mariana le
Here's a little knowledge, quite good. Maybe it won't help you, but it should. You cannot travel unless you know how Latin say yes. That inspirational, so sensational, oh sensational, yes. In Spain they say, si, si. In France they say, oui, oui. Every little Dutch girl says, ja, ja. Every little Russian says, da, da. But, sweetheart, tell me why. No matter how I try, you won't listen to my plea, won't say yes in any language to me. Why don't you say, si, si? All the monkeys in the tree, they don't have to say, si, si. All they do is wag their little tails. That's a little gag that never fails. But, sweetheart, tell me why. No matter how I try, you won't listen to my plea. You won't say yes in any language to me. Why don't you say, si, si? Or maybe you say, baby, why don't you say, Titi?
Excuse me. Good evening. Duffy's Tavern, where the elite meet to eat today's special pig's pickle feet. Archie speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, it's you again, Duffy. Say, Duffy, do I have to say that poem you made up every time I answer the phone? All right, I'll say it. Only we're going to be in trouble when the special is corned beef hash. Say, by the way, what did you think of Gertrude Neeson singing? What? Well, gee, Duffy, some people like her. What? A little more pizzicato. All right, I'll tell her. He says you should have sang louder, Miss Neeson.
Let me have that phone. So, you didn't like my singing, Mr. Duffy. And you're the greatest living authority on Irish tenors. You call what you're doing living? Oh, so your wife says a girl who sings like I do would smoke cigarettes. Listen, you crummy old broken-down barfly, you miserable no-good four-flushing... What? Yes, you can call me Gertrude. And furthermore, lame brain, if I had the wings of an angel, I'd beat your brains out with them. Goodbye.
Hello, Duffy. What's new? Duffy, you and your Irish tenors. Wait a minute, Colonel Stoopnagel just come in. Good evening, Colonel.
Harding, Screechy.
Well, how are you tonight, Colonel?
Oh, I'm in pretty good shape for the shape I'm in. That is, considering my shape.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Have a cigar, Colonel?
Yes, I have.
Thanks. I'll be right with you, Colonel. Have a seat. Hello, Duffy. The Colonel's got a look in his eye like a $3 porterhouse. If I play my cards right, maybe I can sell him a slice off of that Kansas City steer you've been saving for inflation. Well, listen, Duffy, that steer ain't getting no younger. Okay, see you later. Well, Colonel, you sure are a sight to give a person sore eyes. Here, let me take your hat and shotgun. Been to a wedding?
Huh?
Been to a wedding?
No, Archie, I've been hunting ducks.
Hey, Nimrod, would you mind not pointing that shotgun at my head? I just had my hair done.
Pardon me, madam, but you don't have to be afraid of this fowling piece, unless you happen to be a duck.
Well, she don't happen to be no duck, Colonel. She happens to be a canary. Colonel Stoopnagel, this is Chanteuse, Miss Gertrude Neeson.
How do you do? I'm sure.
Well, I haven't seen you in a long time. You're putting on quite a front stoop, Nagel.
Better give me that foul piece, Colonel, and I'll put it out of harm's way.
Hey, careful of that, Archie. That's no ordinary shotgun.
It ain't, huh?
It's what I call a sawed-on shotgun.
Oh.
You will also observe that it's made with one barrel on top of the other instead of side by side. It's for shooting ducks who happen to be riding piggyback.
That's certainly a very clever blundering bust, Colonel.
Blundering bust? Oh, yes. And here's another startling feature about it. One barrel is loaded with bullets, and the other barrel is loaded with nothing.
Loaded with nothing? Why is that?
Well, the loaded one's for shooting ducks, and the unloaded one is for not shooting innocent bystanders.
Oh.
Say, Archie, how about that steak for the Colonel?
Oh, yeah, thanks for reminding me. Say, Colonel, we got a steak here we've been saving especially for you.
Archie, now you're talking. After that duck hunt, I could eat a horse.
Colonel, you have placed an order. Nick, that saddle steak for Colonel Stoopnagel.
Want me to ride it in, boss?
No, just slap it on the rump and hold the kitchen door open. It'll walk you. Oh, good evening, Officer Clancy. What'll it be, the usual absence frappe?
Never mind that. Who belongs to the blue sedan parked outside, next to the fire hydrant?
Well, what's wrong with that? It's my own fire hydrant.
Now listen, you.
Now you listen, Clancy. You're supposed to be a friend of Duffy's. Why do you always come in here annoying the customers?
You listen here, Archie, and don't be giving me no back talk. You keep your customers obeying the law, or I'll close you up.
Well, you can't close us up. We ain't got a license.
Yeah, but I never... Well, don't let it happen again.
Okay, Clancy. Holy smoke, Colonel. If he ever finds out we really got a license, we're going to be in trouble.
Well, don't worry, Archie. I've got a pull with the mayor. I can arrange to have your license revoked.
Oh, thanks. Thanks very much, Miss Neeson.
Oh, nothing at all.
Say, Archie.
Yes, Colonel.
Could I interest you in this thing here that I've just invented?
Well, what is it, Colonel? To me, it looks just like a door.
A door it is. It's a bathroom door that you don't have to wait outside of.
You don't have to wait outside. Well, why is that, Colonel?
Because it opens into a closet.
Gosh, Colonel, you sure have got a furtive mind. I'll bet you'd have a million suggestions how to improve this place.
Well, I have one idea you might use, Archie. I've just invented a brand new drink. It's made by brewing malt and yeast and hops together, and the result is a tangy, golden liquid with a frothy head on it.
But, Colonel, we got that here. That's beer.
That's odd. That's what I call mine.
Now, wait a minute, Colonel. Beer was invented more than 2,000 years ago.
Really? It seems like only yesterday.
Say, Colonel, have you ever tried your hand at inventing an Irish tenor?
Why?
Well, Duffy says either I either get an Irish tenor or I'm fired.
My boy, never despair. I, Colonel Lemuel Q. Stoopnagle, am an Irish tenor.
Aretha, we're saved. Oh, but wait a minute. Duffy only likes Irish tenors.
Ah, sure, me own mother was a queen of the quins of County Down. Ah, she was indeed. Indeed, she was. How well I remember me mother and I.
Colonel.
Over in the coast.
Hey, Colonel.
South door walk Ireland.
Hey, Colonel. Colonel, can you sing with a kind of a catch in your voice, maybe?
Listen, Archie, when you hear me sing My Wild Irish Rose, you'll hear the lakes of Killarney. You'll hear the Shannon River flowing softly down to the sea. You'll hear the lilt of Irish laughter, the salt of Irish tears, the beat of brave Irish hearts, and the wail of the Irish banshee. Ah, she was indeed. Indeed, she was. See what I mean, Archie?
Yeah, that's just what I'm afraid of. If it ain't done right, Duffy will be on that phone quicker than Jack Robinson and tear the roof off me.
Ah, don't worry about a thing, Archie. This will be magnificent. To the pipes, Mr. Kirby. My wild Irish rose.
Colonel, I think you better stop.
You may look at.
Hello? This is Finnegan's Pharmacy. This is Finnegan, the pharmacist speaking. All right, Duffy, don't get so excited. All right, well, he stopped, didn't he? What? Oh, Duffy. Well, that ain't possible. No, Duffy, it is not possible. All right.
Hey, what was that, Archie?
Nothing. We had a request, that's all.
Well, I'm always glad to oblige. What was the request?
Never mind. You couldn't do it.
Say, Archie. Say, Archie.
Yeah?
Look who just came in. You know Larry Adler, the harmonica player.
Why, sure. How are you, Mr. Adler? Glad to see you.
Hello, Archie. Nice seeing you again.
Say, Archie, you know Larry Adler happens to be the finest harmonica player in the world. You think Duffy would like a sample of his talent?
That Duffy don't want guys with talent. He wants Irish tenors.
Well, Archie, if it'll help at all, I know a million Irish tunes.
Say, Mr. Adler, do you know Danny Boy? Duffy always liked that one.
Sure, me boy. Oh, I know it 12.
Okay. Well, let's take a chance on Mr. Adler. But, Mr. Allen, when you announce him, you know, there's no use confusing Duffy about the man's name. You know what I mean.
I get it, Archie. I get it. Ladies and gentlemen, Danny Boy, played on the harmonica by the world's greatest harmonica virtuoso, Larry O'Adler.
That could be Duffy. Hello? You liked him? You really did, huh, Duffy? Oh, that's swell. Sure you can hear him on records. Yeah, you're right, Duffy. Nothing like an Irish harmonica player. What? Buy a drink for the house. Are you sure this is Duffy? Well, all right, Duffy, that's fine. Okay. Folks, Duffy's buying a drink for everybody. Did you hear that, Nick?
I heard it, but I don't believe it.
Well, it's true. And by the way, Nick, Duffy says close up the free lunch until the thing blows over.
Yeah, boss. That's more like Duffy. Here you are, folks. Drink hearty. It's on Duffy.
Well, you can quote me as being astounded.
Hey, don't often get Duffy in such a monogamous mood. Well, here goes.
Needle beer. Seems like old times. Which reminds me, Archie, whatever became of your old friend Two-Top Gruskin?
Two-Top Gruskin? What is it?
It isn't an it. It's a guy. He's a two-headed baseball pitcher. He can watch first base and third base at the same time.
You say he had two heads?
Certainly had two heads, Miss Neeson. What's so strange about Two-Top having two heads?
Oh, there's nothing strange about it. But Two-Top Gruskin.
Well, his real name is Athos and Porthos Gruskin. But they nicknamed him Two-Top, I suppose, on account of him having two heads.
Very original.
Yeah, what did become of Two-Top?
Oh, he got married.
Happily?
Well, as he always shakes his head when you ask him, is he happily married? Yes and no.
Well, why is that, Archie?
Well, it all started the night that Two-Top's wife, whose maiden name was Nee Inez Harrigan before she was married, the night that she met Two-Top at the Dollar Beer Racket Masquerade Ball down here at Duffy's Bar and Grill. You know, the old place.
Oh, yeah.
Duffy announces that first prize for the best masquerade costume is going to be a free drink on the house, which, as you know, is a very rare offer from Duffy, outside of on St. Patrick's Day. Whatsoever, let's not digress. Anyway, the masquerade gets rolling, and there's terrific competition for the free drink when all of a sudden in comes the big piece of resistance himself. He comes in. Two-Top Gruskin himself. He comes as a pair of bookends.
As a pair of bookends?
Yeah, with a book between his two heads, a book his mother gave him. A little book his mother gave him called My Son, My Son.
I get it, boss. I get it. She knew him like a book, eh, boss?
Hey, that's good, Nick. But let's not have no more of that. Well, anyway, when midnight comes, the judges give the first prize to the bookends. And when he takes off his masks, everybody is amazed to see that the winner is Two-Top. That's how he met Inez. When he takes his masks off, she gives him a quick glance, and then she turns around again and gives him another glance to confirm the first glance. And right away, it was love at first sight. And she says to me later, I don't know, Archie, there was just something different about him. Says, I guess it's that he was so tall, blonde, and brunette. Well, Two-Top falls for Inez, too, and it ain't 10 minutes before he's playing I Love You Truly on a harmonica and kissing her at the same time. So, finally he proposes marriages to her.
Bigamy, huh?
Yeah. So Inez says, okay, Two-Top, after all, twice a loaf is better than none. Hello, Duffy. You changed your mind. You've been thinking it over and you don't like O'Adler. But, Duffy, no, you can't take back free drinks after people have drank the drinks. No, it's neither practical nor ethnical. But listen, Duffy, will you forget Chauncey Olcott? I'm in the middle of a story. Yeah, I'll call you back later. That's Duffy, no restraint. Well, anyway, as I was saying, Two-Top is so happy about Inez marrying him that he quick goes over to the bar to celebrate. So Duffy puts first prize to drink on a house down in front of him. But Harold, the bartender, says, don't you think it's pretty cheap, Duffy, giving a two-headed guy just one drink? So Duffy says, okay, I'll be a sport. I'll give the other head the chaser.
Sounds a bit parsimonious, Archie.
Oh, yes, well, fella. Well, Two-Top takes the drink, see? But it seems he takes it with the head that he inherited from his father's side of the family. And the first thing you know, he can't stop drinking. Well, the head that's drinking the chasers tries to control him, but it's no use. So finally, the sober head winks at Duffy and says, better slip my Mickey, Duffy. Well, then the trouble really starts. Duffy, who's a little nearsighted, makes a mistake, and he puts the Mickey into the chaser. Well, in no time, both the Two-Top's heads is out like lights. Well, with this, Inez gets mad and she hollers, you're drunk. So as one man, Two-Top comes to, or rather he comes for, and he says, who's drunk? So she says, you are. You on the left. Says, come on, Porthos, I'll marry you, but I never want to see that other face again. And that's why, Colonel, to this day, if you ask Two-Top, is he a happy married man, he always nods one head yes and shakes the other head no.
Archie, that's a wonderful story. You're a natural-born raconteur.
Thanks, I think. But I'll be a natural-born corpse if I don't get an Irish tenor for Duffy.
Say, Archie.
Oh, are you here again, Clancy?
Yes, it's the last time I'll tell you to get that car away from the fire hydrant.
Oh, Clancy, don't... Clancy, do you by any chance know any Irish tenors?
Sure, and I'm an Irish tenor myself.
Clancy Olcott.
What's that, Miss Neeson?
Clancy Olcott. If you can make an O'Adler out of an Adler, why can't Clancy be Clancy Olcott?
But Olcott's dead.
Does Duffy know that?
Well, probably not. He still insists that John L. Sullivan is the heavyweight champion of the world.
You see what I mean, Archie?
Eureka, Miss Neeson. I think you've given me the mucus of an idea. Clancy, do you know when Irish eyes are smiling?
Certainly.
Well, what are we waiting for? Give me that microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, Duffy's Tavern takes great pride and pleasure in presenting, at the exclusive request of Mr. Duffy himself, that celebrated Irish tenor, C. Olcott.
When Irish eyes are smiling, sure it's like a morning spring. In the lilt of Irish laughter, you can hear the angels sing. When Irish hearts are happy, all this world seems bright and gay. And when Irish eyes are smiling, sure they steal your heart away.
Hello, Duffy. You liked it, huh? Well, it's about time you heaped an encomium at me. What? Ah, Duffy. What do you know? He's crying. Always cries when he hears an Irish tenor. Oh, now, Duffy, please. Oh, stop, Duffy, stop. Of course we all love you, Duffy. Everybody loves you. Oh, the world ain't against you. Oh, for the love of Mike, Duffy, it ain't true. I tell you, we love you like I was our own brother.
And that that will give you a rough idea of what Duffy's Tavern will be like when and if it reaches the air regularly. Tonight's program, like each forecast show, is intended as a sample broadcast, an illustration of what you may expect of Duffy's Tavern if it eventually becomes a weekly radio feature. If you want to hear more from Archie, from Gertrude Neeson, from John Kirby's orchestra, and from the never audible but always active Duffy himself, write to CBS and tell us so. Your applause will help to make Duffy's Tavern a weekly broadcast feature.
Next week, Forecast will present a full-hour show from Hollywood, a large-scale musical variety program called Of Stars and States. The cast, headed by John Bowles, will include Virginia Vale, Nan Gray, Arthur Q. Bryan, and Governor Leo Daniel of Texas. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Take a trip back to Dodge City with Marshal Matt Dillon in Gunsmoke, coming up next.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with the U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
There it is. Yeah. Wonder if he's in. We'll soon find out. Look him over close. You've got to know how he stacks up. Yeah, I know. Hope he doesn't recognize us. He won't. Come on.
Morning, boys.
Morning, sir. Are you the marshal here in Dodge?
Yeah, that's right. My name is Dillon. Matt Dillon.
Thompson's our name. I'm Jim. This is my brother, Will.
I'm glad to know you. This is my sidekick, Chester Proudfoot.
Pleased to meet you. Howdy. Howdy. Yeah, Mr. Dillon, we're after some information.
Huh? What kind of information?
Well, you see, Will and I just brought a trail herd up from the Pecos country, around 2,000 head. We're holding them downriver a few miles.
Oh, toward Walnut Creek?
Yeah, I guess that's what they call it. You see, we plan to drive them on up toward Wyoming and put them on grass for a couple of months. We got thinking we might sell them here if we could get a fair price.
Well, you shouldn't have any trouble. The market's good right now.
So we've heard. And the only thing is, we don't know any buyers here. We were wondering if you might have an idea or two.
I see. Well, let me see. I suggest you go talk to Clem Bates. He runs the bank down the west end of Front Street.
Clem Bates, huh?
Yeah, he'll know of any buyers that happen to be in town. Might even buy the herd himself if it's in good condition.
Well, we'll go right down and see him now, Mr. Dillon. And much obliged to you, sir.
Forget it.
Coming, Will?
Yeah. It's been a pleasure talking to you, Marshal.
Thank you. Same to you. Goodbye.
Well, they seem like a couple of nice men, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. Couple of strange ones, Chester. Wonder what they're here for.
Why, to sell a herd of cattle. You heard what they said.
Chester, when's the last time a trail driver came in here and asked me where to sell his cattle?
Well, I don't recollect that one ever did before, but all the same...
Of course not. They go to the bank or one of the saloons. They don't come to the jail.
Then why do you figure the Thompsons did?
Well, I got an idea they might be sizing me up. I think that's the kind of information they wanted.
But why?
I don't know. Maybe they're planning something they think I might interfere with. What do you say we ride out to Walnut Creek and find out if they really got a herd, huh?
All right, Mr. Dillon, whatever you say.
That older one, Jim. You know, there's something familiar. I can't quite place it. Thompson brothers, huh? Well, come on, Chester, let's ride. Oh, boy. Hello.
Well, they got a herd, all right, Mr. Dillon.
Yes, so they have, Chester. Well, let's drop in on them, huh? Hello.
Smoke's coming up behind those willows. Must be their camp.
Yeah, I guess so.
These cattle are carrying a Circle Bar Tea brand. I never heard of it.
It's like the Thompson brothers, Chester. I never heard of them either. At least not by that name.
Camp looks deserted, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah,
Right way out!
Somebody coming out of the wagon there.
Yeah, he must have been asleep or... Well.
You fellas better turn them horses around.
Hello, Houston.
Dillon, I didn't recognize you.
Well, now that you have, why don't you put the rifle down?
Well, sure, Marshal. I got no quarrel with you.
You used to figure you did.
Well,
How long you been working for the Thompsons, Houston?
just a couple of months, I ran into him down on the Pecos and hired out for the drive.
Did you know him before that?
No, I just happened to run into him, and I heard they was looking for riders.
Riders? I never knew you to hire out for anything but gunslinging.
Why don't you let bygones be bygones, Marshal? A man can change.
Maybe.
Now, you take me. I don't hold no grudges. You run me out of town last year, and I was pretty sore about it, but not anymore. I'm willing to forget it.
If you do, you'll be making a mistake, Houston.
Now, look,
I told you to get out of Dodge City and stay out. That still goes. You understand me?
All right, Marshal. That's the way you want it. I'm not in Dodge City. Not yet.
They don't seem to be in here, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, we'll wait, Chester. They will be sooner or later.
Well, it was a real dull day up until now.
Hiya, Kitty.
Good to see you, Matt.
Chester. You're on your own.
What?
Stick around, though, huh?
All right, Mr. Dillon. See you later, Miss Kitty.
All right, Chester. You like a drink?
Not now, thanks, Kitty. I was looking for a couple of strangers in town, the Thompson brothers.
Oh, yeah. They were in earlier. Seemed very pleasant, quiet, real polite.
Mm-hmm. People aren't always what they seem to be, Kitty.
Well, are they mixed up in something, Matt?
I don't know.
Well, then what do you mean?
I don't think their name is Thompson. And I don't think they came here to sell cattle.
But they brought a herd in,
Yeah,
Matt.
I know that. But I'm pretty sure I've seen that older brother somewhere before. Somewhere, sometime.
You're suspicious of everybody, aren't you, Matt?
Are you going to start that again?
All right. But you got the wrong attitude, you know. You miss a lot that way.
Yeah?
Yeah. Someday you're going to miss...
Over here at the
Oh,
bar,
there they are now. I came in with Clem Bates. Will you excuse me, Kitty?
Sure, Matt, sure. When you're through, come back. I'll be here.
All right, Kitty, I'll see you. Hiya, Clem.
I just bought myself 2,000 head of the finest cattle that's come north all summer.
Yeah, they are in good shape. I rode out that way this afternoon.
Marshal, we want to thank you again for putting us in touch with Mr. Bates. We're as satisfied with the deal as he is.
How about a drink, Matt?
Thanks, Clem. Later, maybe, huh? Mr. Thompson, do you know that you got one of the crookedest gunslingers in this part of the country working for you?
No, I didn't know it. What do you mean?
Man who calls himself Houston Jack.
Houston Jack? Is he back in town?
Well, not back in town exactly. I ran into him out at the trail camp. I ordered him out of Dodge a year ago, Mr. Thompson. The order still stands.
That's funny. He didn't tell us he'd ever been in Dodge.
Well, I thought maybe he didn't. That's why I figured I'd better let you know about it.
I'm glad you did, Marshal. Of course, with the herd sold, we'll be paying the boys off tomorrow, and that'll be that.
Then back to Texas.
The sooner the better.
Well, meantime, there's nothing to prevent us from having a sociable drink or two. Holly, set 'em up over here.
Mr. Dillon?
What? Oh. Will you boys excuse me a minute,
Sure,
please?
go right ahead. Sure, Marshal. What are you going to have, Will?
Yeah, what is it, Sammy?
Could you spare me $1, Mr. Dillon? I need a drink awful bad.
Oh, Sammy, you know what always happens? First it's 1 drink, and then it's 10. And I always end up by having to run you in.
Oh, not this time, Mr. Dillon.
Well, what's the matter, Sammy?
Them fellas you're with, you know 'em, Mr. Dillon?
Well, their name's Thompson. They're brothers.
Huh? No, that's not their name.
Well, then what is it?
Gotta get out of here, Mr. Dillon.
Wait a minute, Sammy. What the devil are you talking about?
No, nothing, Mr. Dillon. Honest, just remembered something. I gotta go right now.
Well, how about that drink?
Some other time, Mr. Dillon. Thanks a lot. I'll remember it. Oh, goodbye, Mr. Dillon.
Here, what's wrong with Sammy, Matt? Did he smell a drink somewhere?
Yeah, he must have.
I don't know what you said to him, Marshal, but he sure went out of here looking like he'd seen a ghost.
Well, Sammy's seen a lot of different things at different times. Maybe he did see a ghost.
I can't figure where he got to, Mr. Dillon. I looked in all the places he usually hangs out, but there wasn't any sign of him.
Well, the ways of a drunkard and the ways of a woman, Chester, they're beyond all human knowledge.
Yes, sir, I guess they are, Mr. Dillon.
There's one thing certain, though. As blurry-eyed as he is, Sammy recognized those Thompson brothers. And that's more than I can do.
Oh, maybe there's nothing to recognize. Maybe you just think you've seen them before.
Yeah, maybe. Well, there's no use going back to Texas Trail. That's one saloon Sammy will stay clear of.
I just don't know where to look, Mr. Dillon. I'll swear...
Wait a minute, Chester.
Oh, Thompson's coming out of the saloon.
No, I mean across the street. There's somebody by the corner. By heaven, that's Sammy.
Yes, and he's got a rifle.
I got you, boys.
Sammy, you fool!
Over there for the corner.
Come on, Chester.
He must have been crazy, Mr. Dillon. He must have been out of his mind.
Yeah, I guess. One side. Let me through here, please. Let me through.
Will you let us come through? Let.
Sammy.
Mr. Dillon, I could use that drink now. Thought I'd get the reward.
Sammy?
Is he dead?
Yeah.
We sure hated to do it, Marshal. We had nothing against this man. Didn't even know him, in fact. But I guess you saw what happened.
Yeah, I saw it. He threw a rifle on you, tried to kill you. You couldn't do anything else.
I can't figure it, Marshal. My brother and me didn't have no quarrel with this fella.
Well, Sammy drank a lot. He wasn't always in his right mind. But you won't be held. It was out-and-out self-defense.
Thanks, Marshal. Thanks a lot. Come on, Will, let's get out of here.
Yeah.
Well, it's too bad, Mr. Dillon. Sammy never meant no harm to anybody.
He did to the Thompsons, Chester.
I can't figure it. Why did he do it?
Because he recognized them, I guess.
Say, did you see them draw after he fired?
Yeah. Yeah, I saw him.
They're fast, Mr. Dillon.
Matt,
What? Oh, Kitty.
I heard him down the street calling for Doc. Who's hurt.
Sammy got himself killed.
Oh. Poor little guy.
Yeah.
Matt, you got trouble, too.
What do you mean?
Houston Jack's in town.
What?
He's over at the saloon now, looking for you. Matt, he says he's going to kill you.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, adventure on your mind, then keep tuned. The Gene Autry Show is straight ahead on most of these same CBS radio stations, bringing you the Melody Ranch Gang and Gene Autry songs. Tarzan's straight ahead, too, tonight, involved with some fanatic headhunters in darkest Africa. There's another true police case on gangbusters this evening, and Broadway is My Beat offers mystery fiction that's packed with excitement. They're all ahead tonight on CBS Radio. Now, the second act of Gunsmoke.
I just can't figure it, Mr. Dillon. I never thought Houston'd have the nerve.
Well, it's like a lot of things tonight, Chester. None of it figure.
Mr. Dillon, you don't suppose he's going to set you up for the Thompsons?
No, they got their horses and left. They're not in here. Well, we'll soon find out. Come on. Watch the boys at the tables, Chester, and keep them off my back, huh?
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
Maybe I wanted to leave town just at that time. I'll tell you one thing for sure. There wasn't that tin horn marshal that made me do it. You notice he's staying plenty clear of me.
Hello, Houston.
Dillon, you got nothing on me.
I told you to get out of town, didn't I?
I know, but you still got...
I told you to stay out, didn't I?
Yeah, but you had no right. What do you think you are?
Why'd you come back?
That's my business.
Mine too, maybe. You're under arrest.
Stay back, Dillon. I'm warning you.
You can't keep backing off forever, Houston. You'll have to stop sometime. I said you're under arrest.
I heard what you said. I got ears, Dillon, and I know how to...
He's bolted out the door, Mr. Dillon. He's getting away.
Be careful, Matt. He could be waiting outside.
You drew, Mr. Dillon. Why didn't you shoot?
Because you didn't draw. You can't...
There he goes.
Well, come on, Chester.
He can't be far ahead of us, Mr. Dillon.
He's heading for the range camp.
I still can't figure it, Mr. Dillon. It just don't add up.
Justice, help me if you say that once more. I'm...
What's the matter, Mr. Dillon?
Pull up. Over.
Oh.
Now.
What are we stopping for, Mr. Dillon? He's getting farther away every minute.
Chester, I owe you an apology. You're right. It don't add up.
Well, it's just a way of talking I have. I didn't intend...
No, I mean it, Chester. Everything Houston Jack did tonight, it doesn't add up at all. He knew I'd jump him if he came into town. He's tough, but he's not that tough. He's not the kind of a man to force a gunfight just for a chance to show off.
Yeah, but there wasn't any gunfight, Mr. Dillon.
No. He turned tail and ran. That's not like Houston either. He'll be a laughing stock from here to the Pecos.
Well, it's like I said, it just don't add... I forget what I was going to say.
Chester, suppose the Thompsons wanted to get us out of town for a while, huh?
You mean they put Houston up to that dido so's we'd chase off after him?
Well, there's only one way I know to find out. Come on.
Dodge is kind of spooky this time of night, Mr. Dillon. Pretty, though. All shadows and moonlight.
Yeah. Man could do a fair job of shooting tonight.
My. Sometimes I think Kitty is right about you, Mr. Dillon.
Meaning?
No heart.
Maybe not, Chester.
No offense, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, forget it. You know, Chester, there's something about moonlight connected with those Thompson brothers. I wish I could remember what... Chester, don't look. Just ride straight ahead. Keep riding. There are 4 horses tied over there by the bank.
Uh-huh. So that's it.
One of them's been run. He's wet. I can see it in the moonlight. Houston must have circled back.
Him and the Thompsons. Yes, but what about that 4th horse, Mr. Dillon?
It's probably Clem Bates. They'd have to have him. The vault's locked at night. All right, around the corner now. They may be watching from the front windows.
The Thompson brothers. I wouldn't never have figured them for a bank holdup.
Yeah, well. All right, we'll leave the horses here. Slip back to the side entrance.
Yeah. Ho.
Well, what about that moonlight now, Chester?
Well, I guess it's bright enough a man could do a fair job of shooting tonight. No sign of life, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. They're in there, though. Side door's open.
Maybe one of us sort of kind of...
I came from the door. Come on, Chester. All right, get flat against the wall. They'll have to show themselves to fire at us.
See, Mr. Dillon, I think they shut that door.
Yeah. All right, let's move in easy.
Yes, sir. It's shut all right.
I'm going to try the door. If it opens, flip a couple of shots in.
Yes, sir.
It's bolted. All right, cover me, Chester. Here goes.
I think I hear him running inside.
Yeah, one more.
They crashed out through the front window, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, come on. Oh, there's Clem on the floor. They must have laid him out. Easy, Chester. They may be waiting outside for us.
There they go. They're making a run for it.
Yeah, come on. Let's get out through this window.
Mr. Dillon? Mr. Dillon!
It's all right, Chester. Nicked a rib, I think. I'm all right, though.
I thought for a minute there that they'd...
Yeah, I know. Looks like one of them stayed behind. That shot came from the corner of the livery stable over there. Maybe I can...
What's the matter, Dillon? You're supposed to be good.
It's Houston, all right.
He's back at that old stone well.
Yeah. Stay here and keep him pinned down, Chester. I'm going up on the roof through the trap door back here.
All right, Mr. Dillon. Watch yourself.
Yeah. Throw a shot or two at him. Keep him busy, huh?
Yes.
You gotta do better than that, Dillon.
I will, Houston. Don't worry about that. Now, if I can just get this open without... There. Now...
You're not getting Lily, are you, Dylan?
South corner there. Put me right over him. And then I... Wait a minute. Moonlight night and a bank. So that's who they are. Houston!
Dylan, where are you?
Up here. You're under arrest. Drop your gun.
I'll drop it.
Last chance, Houston.
Your last chance.
All right, then. So long, gunslinger.
I reckon that did it, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. Moonlight's real bright up here, Chester. All right, Chester, I'm coming down.
You fellas, don't.
Mr. Bates is coming, too, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, he's not bad off. They must have slapped him with a gun barrel on the way out. Clem, can you hear me?
Matt? Oh, Matt, thank you.
Chester, get that chair over there.
Yes, sir. Here you are.
All right, give me a hand with it.
Easy, fellas.
Come on, Mr. Bates. There you are.
Yes.
Now, what happened, Clem? Are they trying to make you open the vault?
That's right. It was those Thompson brothers, Matt.
Yeah, I know.
They fooled me plenty. Thought they were fine fellas. I've been drinking with them all evening.
Well, you never know, Clem. They get away with anything?
No. I was about to give in and open the vault when you rode by. That got him kind of upset.
Well, there's no harm done then. Houston Jack was long overdue for killing.
We gonna go after the Thompsons, Mr. Dillon?
Where, Chester? They could have gone in any one of a dozen directions. There'd be no chance of trying to track them till morning. Somehow, I don't think we'll get them even then.
I think I ought to get something done about this head of mine, Matt. It's giving me fits.
Yeah, I'll go with you, Clem. I gotta tell the doc about Houston. Chester, I guess you better go over to the depot and wake up Mr. Hightower. Have him put a wanted bulletin on the wire.
For the Thompson brothers, huh?
No, Chester. I've recognized them finally. Their name isn't Thompson.
Well, what name do I put in the bulletin, Mr. Dillon?
Just say, wanted for attempted bank robbery in Dodge City, Frank and Jesse James.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Harry Bartell and Vic Perrin, with Paul Dubov, Joe Duvall, and Lou Krugman. Parley Bear is Chester, Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Sundays in the daytime, CBS Radio brings you a unique series of political debates. A program called Pick the Winner, on which the major parties select their highest authorities to discuss important election issues. Tomorrow on most of these same CBS radio stations, hear another major election issue debated. Hear Pick the Winner. And don't forget, to make the full use of what these programs tell you, register so you may vote this fall. this is Roy Rowan speaking. Remember, every Sunday we extend a cordial invitation to great music on the CBS Radio Network.
America's Favorite Miser is coming up next. It's the Jack Benny program.
Frank Black and his orchestra. The orchestra opens the program with Where's That Rainbow from Peggy Ann. And now for that man of mirth, humor, jokes, Rochester, Buffalo, Cleveland, and all points west, Mr. Jack Benny on track 5.
Thank you. Hello again. That was Aloys Havrilla, folks, who has me mixed up with the 20th century. I don't know, we're all goofy up here. You know, he's supposed to introduce me as Jack Benny, that big-hearted gentleman, but I guess he forgot his line, you know.
I know what I'm doing.
Well, anyway, we got a scoop for you tonight. Real hot news. Let us be the first program to announce that today is Easter Sunday. Yes, sir.
Jack, how do you find out these things?
Oh, by just keeping my eyes open, Aloys. You know, always on my toes. And I want to tell you it was a pleasure today to see the ladies walking down Fifth Avenue in their new Easter clothes. Of course, they ruin the few bucks we try to save since Christmas, you know.
I'll say.
But after all, it's Easter, and the women do need new outfits. You know, first a green dress, then a green hat to match.
Oh, sure.
Sure, then they have to get a green shoes to match the hat, you know.
Of course. Yeah.
Then a green bag to go with the shoes. Then they ask you for something green to put in the bag. You know, those legal blotters that the government keeps printing, you know. And then you married men have to start saving again. I'll tell you, fellas, the only way to hang on to your dough is to marry a Scotch nudist.
I say, Jack, what are you talking about?
I don't know, Avrilla. There's a microphone here. I thought I'd use it, you know. However, as I was saying, it is nice to see people out in their new spring finery. New hats, new dresses, new suits.
And it is nice to see the new Chevrolet with a shining hood. It's beautiful to
I'll
the
grant
body.
you that, Aloys. I'll grant you. After all, that's what we're here for, yes.
Hello, gentlemen. Happy Easter. How do you like my new coat?
Very nice, Mary. But say, why a raccoon coat? This is Easter.
I know, but they're so cheap this time of the year.
Oh.
You know, I'm getting 10% off.
Off what?
I don't know. Wait till you get the bill.
I see. Where were you all day?
Well, I was up in Harlem trying to get some colored eggs.
In Harlem? Why, Mary, you have to buy plain eggs and color them yourself. Of course, there are all kinds of eggs. You know, there's a chicken egg, there's a duck egg, then there's
Jack Benny.
Hello, Frank.
Happy Easter, Jack.
Happy Easter to you, Frank.
Yippee.
That was Yippee by Frank Black, which is equivalent to our Heidi-Ho, you know.
Amen.
Hey, Frank, you're raring tonight, really. What makes you so hot?
I've got on red flannel underwear.
Oh, so that's where the heat's coming from. I thought it was the radiator, you know.
I think it's a shame for Frank to come up here in his flannel underwear.
But Mary's wearing a full dress suit over it, you know.
Oh, I thought that was his underwear.
Mary, quiet. He can hear you, you know.
It certainly is a pleasure to be on the same program with you two.
Thanks, Frank.
I always wanted to go slumming.
Oh, yeah. Remember, folks, he's just a musician, that's all, you know.
Well, let me ask you something. What do you do that's so good?
Well, I
thought so.
You leave Jack alone. He has more talent in his little finger than you'll ever have.
I don't believe it.
Neither do I, but that's what he told me.
Atta girl, Mary.
Shut up.
Hello, everybody. Do you need me?
People just arrived. What's your name again?
Singing Frank the Chevrolet Man.
Oh, yeah, I thought I recognized you.
Yeah, I'm the fellow who paid the check last night.
Oh, sure. Hello, sucker. Say, Parker, I saw you on Fifth Avenue today. Who was that beautiful girl you were walking down the street with?
That was no girl. That was my cane.
I thought she was rather thin, yes.
No. Well, what were you talking about when I came?
Oh, nothing much. We were just talking about Easter clothes and so forth.
Oh, that reminds me, Jack. I wrote a poem about Easter.
Mary, will you stop writing those poems? That's the only trouble with this program.
Well, just listen to this one.
All right, again.
Easter comes but once a year, even as you and I. A rag of
Play,
bone
Frank,
and a hank of
play.
hair. A rag of hair. So the man worthwhile is the one who can smile on a happy Easter day. Hey, hey.
That was Frank Black and his orchestra by Mary Livingston.
That's the last poem I'll ever write.
There goes the telephone.
I'll take it, Jack.
Okay, Mary.
Hello? Yes? Yes?
Who's it for, Mary?
It's a rush call. They want to know if Mr. Onion from Bermuda's here tonight.
Why, Mary, this is April Fool's Day.
Oh, yeah? I'll answer no more phones today.
Don't get sore, Mary. It's just a gag. Come here, Mary. We'll pull it on Frank Black. Okay, we'll have him call up a number and play a joke on him. See?
Well, doesn't he know it's April 1st?
He doesn't even know what year this is. Now, look, here's what we do. You go over and ask Black to call up Whitehall 41560 and ask for Mr. Mackerel. See?
Well, what's funny about that?
Mary, Whitehall 41560 is the aquarium. See?
It doesn't strike me funny.
Mary, don't you know what an aquarium is?
Sure, a person who rides horses.
That's an equestrian.
Oh, yeah? Oh, now I get it. Oh, yeah, I get it now. Oh, Frank.
Yes, Mary.
Will you do me a favor and call up Whitehall 41560 and ask for Mr. Maxwell? I'd like to talk to him.
All right, Mary.
Oh, wait a minute. Do you know what day this is?
Sure, it's Sunday.
Anything else?
No, just Easter Sunday.
Yeah, he doesn't know it's April 1st.
That's because he doesn't pay his rent on time, you know.
Go ahead, Frank. Get me that number. Oh, boy.
Hello, operator. Operator. Get me Whitehall 41560.
So fun.
Hello? Hello, I want to speak to Mr. Mackerel.
What a jerk.
Hello, is this you, Mac? How are you, Mac?
Must be something wrong here someplace.
I'm glad to hear it. How's Mrs. Mackerel? Come on, answer me. Don't flounder around. Oh.
Well, what do I do now, Jack?
Forget the whole thing. He knows every fish in town, I think.
Yes, Mac. My orchestra's pretty well filled up, but I could use another bass and a flute.
Maybe you could use another pickerel player.
Wait a minute, Mac. Wait a minute. Mary Livingston wants to talk to you. Here you are, Mary.
Well, the whole thing sounds fishy to me. Hello? 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 Say, there's nobody on this wire.
April Fool.
It's all your fault, Jack.
Oh, well, it's all in fun, Mary. You know, don't get sore. It's a double cross, you know. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we didn't mean it that way, but that's the way it turned out. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction of this program. Tonight, we are going to offer that great and oft-repeated eternal triangle where two men are in love with one woman. You know those plays where a woman likes a fella, but her husband is an awful pest and hangs around the house too much. This play of ours is really a blackout. And to you people who are not familiar with the language of the theater, a blackout is a scene in which the lights go out on the finishing punchline. So when you see the lights go out in this studio, the scene will be finished. Or you can put the lights out in your own home. Or if you happen to be sitting in the bathtub, just turn off the water. This blackout will be played immediately after Frank Parker's song, which is entitled The House is Haunted. Answer that, Mary.
Okay. April Fool, you big palooka. Well, he didn't fool me that time.
And you are not fooled when you buy the 1934 Chevrolet.
Oh, Mary, who was that on the phone?
Your father.
Sing, Parker, sing. That was Frank Parker singing The House is Haunted. And now for our blackout, the Eternal Triangle, played by the husband, Lionel Havrilla, the wife, Catherine Livingston, and the lover, Clark Benny. Curtain. Music.
Gee, darling, you always have to go to Boston on business. What kind of a guy are you anyway?
I don't have to go. Who said anything about Boston?
Oh, yeah? Well, you're going to Boston. It's 10:20 now, and if you hurry, you'll catch the 12 o'clock train.
But what am I going to do in Boston? I have no reason to go there.
For my sake, will you please go to Boston? I'll pack your bag. Here are 3 shirts, 2 pairs of socks, your toothbrush. And look, I bought you a straight razor so you won't cut yourself. All ready, darling.
Now listen, dear. I'm going to bed.
You're going to Boston.
But I have no business in Boston. Besides, I don't know a soul there.
Well, you'll meet somebody. Goodbye, Lionel.
All right, then. Goodbye. If I must go to Boston, I must.
Hurry or you'll miss that 12 o'clock train. Goodbye.
Goodbye, dear.
I'm going to miss my man. Choo, 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 choo. I'm going to miss my man. Oh, Fifi. Si, madame. Peel me an egg. Okay. Boy, it's lonely without my Lionel. I'm going to miss my man. I'm going to miss my man. Come in.
Hello, darling. Has he gone?
Yes, the big brute. He went to Boston, I hope. And he left me all alone. What did you bring me, sweetheart?
Some flowers here.
Flowers? That's all you ever bring me.
But they're beautiful, dearest. Roses. Don't they smell wonderful?
Oh, I'd sooner have a diamond ring and it don't have to smell so good.
Why speak of diamonds when the situation calls for love?
Oh, Fifi. Oui, madame, but is it please?
Are you a French maid?
Oh, yeah, sure. I come from Paris. You see, she's been working for Jack Pearl.
Oh, I see.
Oh, Fifi, 2 for 2. And it don't have to be tea.
Yes, Fifi. I'll take a ham sandwich, and it don't have to be cheese.
I'm sorry, ma'am, but we have no tea or ham. Well, what have you got in the kitchen? Just the ice, man.
Well, bring in some cracked ice.
Yes, sir. Sure enough.
She must have worked for Amos and Andy, too, I think. Tell me, darling, do you love me?
You know I do.
And how about a little kiss?
Okay, and it don't have to be little.
Who's that?
I don't know, but if it isn't my husband, it'll spoil the play.
Gee, but you're beautiful. You know you're getting prettier every day.
Oh, that's just because you love me, sweetheart.
Are you sure that's your husband?
Of course it is. He always misses the train to Boston.
But supposing it isn't your husband?
Then you better take the train.
That was cute, you little pudgy-wudgy you.
Oh, my ducky-wucky.
He's getting a bit annoying, dear.
Well, maybe you better hide, sweet.
In the same closet?
Yes.
I'm tired of that same old closet. I always come out smelling a mothball.
All right, keep your shirt on.
I've got it on. Open the door.
Oh, he makes me sick. How about a rubber bridge?
Oh, not now.
That's it. I'll hide behind the radio.
Come in, darling.
Well, dear, I missed my train.
Oh, I'm so glad, sweetheart. I was terribly lonesome.
You were, eh? Well, I heard someone talking in this room.
Here's the cracked ice, man. Thanks, you're fired.
Ho, ho! I knew I heard someone talking in this room.
Well, it was the radio. I was listening to the Chevrolet program.
I like that program, too. Put it on again.
Oh, never mind, dear. Now that you're here, I'd rather talk to you.
I want to hear that Chevrolet program. Tune it in.
Oh, all right. There it is.
Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. Remember the fellow with the witty jokes and funny plays?
He talked so nice and clear, you'd think he was right here in this room.
Yes, I would think that.
And the sketch we have tonight, ladies and gentlemen, is called East Lynn, which comes to you through the courtesy of
Chevrolet.
Yes, Chevrolet. The most dependable car in the low-price field.
Isn't he swell? I must write to Jack Benny and tell him how much we like him.
That's a good idea. And when you write, send him his hat and gloves. He left them here on the table.
Blackout, folks.
Play, Frank, play. That was You've Got Everything, played by Frank Black. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as this is the last program in our Chevrolet series, I want to say it has been a real pleasure being associated with Chevrolet and the members of this company. And Frank.
Yes, Jack.
I want to tell you how much I've enjoyed working with you and the boys.
Well, thanks, Jack. I feel the same way. And this being the last of our broadcasts together, I was just wondering if, could you let me have those $10 I loaned you when the series first started?
What 10, Frank?
I forget what kind of a 10 it was, but nevertheless, you borrowed it from me.
When, Frank? When?
When we first started. Of course, I hate to ask you for it, but after all, it isn't a war debt.
Well, I don't remember the incident, Frank, but if you say I owe it to you, why, here it is. I mean, what's $10 in my life? You know?
Thanks. I hope this won't interfere with your health.
Well, no, it won't. Well, so long, Frank.
Good luck to you, Jay.
Thanks. There's one $10 bill going out of circulation.
Say, Black.
Yes, Aloys.
I want to tell you that it's been a real pleasure working with you all these months.
The pleasure was all mine, Aloys, and I wish you the best of luck.
Well, thanks, Frank. But this being the last of this Chevrolet series and not knowing where you live, I thought we'd straighten things out a little bit.
Well, what's on your mind, Aloys?
Remember that day you borrowed 10 from me to buy us some music or something?
I don't remember borrowing a $10 bill from you.
Probably was 2 5.
But if you say I owe it to you, Aloys, here you are.
Well, thanks, Frank. I knew you'd remember it. If you hadn't brought it up yourself, I'd never mentioned it.
I still don't remember it.
Funny how he remembers mine.
Aloys.
Yes, Parker?
This being our last broadcast together, I just thought that maybe...
Here, Parker, and thanks for the loan.
Rat.
Well, there really was no hurry.
No, you should have seen him snatch it, folks.
Oh, Parker.
Yes, Mary?
You know, this is the end of the series.
Looks like the end of that 10-2, Parker.
See how the weeks have flown by. Remember, Parker, when we went out to dinner one evening and you were a little bit short and you asked me if,
Sure, Mary, here you are.
Oh, well, after all, there was no hurry, you know. We're both young.
Well, that's all right. I'm glad it's off my mind.
Oh, Mary.
Yes, Jack. I just knew I couldn't keep this $10 bill long.
But, Mary.
Here it is, and keep still.
Well, I guess we're all straightened out. Our last program. Is everybody satisfied?
I don't know. I think I'm out $10.
Well, folks, I guess we're all square now.
Wait a minute. You may be square in the studio, but how about me? What's the matter with me?
Wait a minute. What's this? What do you mean, what's it? Who are you?
Eddie Candace.
Why, Eddie, listen, I'm glad you came up. I have your 10 right here waiting for you.
It's about time. And listen, Jack, what about that necktie? You know I just loaned you that for the Sunday night broadcast.
Well, Eddie, listen, I can give you back your tie here.
Hey, wait a minute. Wait a minute. And what about that suit you're wearing?
Well, I thought you gave me that suit.
Why should I give you a suit that Jimmy Wallington can wear? You know
Well, listen, I'm not going to take off this suit right in this studio.
Well, that's all right. You can give it to me later. And listen, Jack, confidentially.
Yeah.
Tell Mary that Ida wants that dress back, will you?
All right. Is there anything else, Eddie?
No. Play, Frank.
Fine neighbors. Yeah. Fine neighbors we have in this studio. It's the last time I'll drink coffee. The last program in the Chevrolet series. And again, I want to thank everybody on this program and Chevrolet for a most enjoyable and happy year on the air.
Me too.
See you shortly, folks. Good night.
This program has come to you through the courtesy of the Chevrolet dealers in your community who represent the Chevrolet 6. Next week at the same time, there will be presented a new Chevrolet program featuring Victor Young and his orchestra. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Lux Radio Theater brings you another classic story coming up next.
Hollywood, California, Monday, October 5th. The Lux Radio Theater presents Elmer the Great, starring Joey Brown with June Travis. Lux presents Hollywood. Tonight, the Lux Radio Theater, from its home on Hollywood Boulevard, brings you Joey Brown, June Travis, Cecil B. DeMille, Max Reinhardt, and Louis Silvers. And from New York, Carl Hubble and Lou Gehrig, fresh from their deeds in the World Series. Gathered here to witness our performance is an audience filled with Hollywood notables. Welcome to the Lux Radio Theater. We can think of no higher recommendation for Lux Flakes than the fact that these sheer, marvelously effective flakes are used by all the leading picture studios here in Hollywood for wardrobe protection. And now the producer of the Lux Radio Theater takes his place at the microphone. Motion picture's most eminent director, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Among the things for which Joey Brown is distinguished is the singular void between his upper and lower lips and his ability to play baseball. Both of these are probably the result of Joe's belief in the old Spanish proverb, a closed mouth catches no flies. But Joe caught flies, off and on for 10 years as a member of minor league baseball teams. Later, he played exhibition ball with the Boston Red Sox. For 3 years, he kept their bench warm for the New York Yankees, and today is the owner of a semi-professional team in Los Angeles. But long before Joe ever struck out as a ball player, he struck out for a career in the circus. When only 9 years old, he became an acrobat. He was known as Master Joe, the boy wonder. His aerial feats were not limited to acrobatics, however. In 1907, at Montreal, he was persuaded to make a flight in an airplane glider. He sailed 50 feet in this pioneer venture, landed on his head, and broke a finger. But no records. Joe was earning $300 a week as the daring young man on a flying trapeze when he decided to turn comedian. For 1/4 the salary. It was the wisest move in his career. A series of hit plays soon brought him stardom. Among them, the baseball comedy in which we hear Joe tonight, Elmer the Great. Hollywood was quick to sign him when he appeared on the West Coast. And after 9 years in pictures, Joseph Evan Brown remains among our top-flight comedians. June Travis is also appropriately cast as the leading lady in a baseball story. For she's the daughter of Harry Grabiner, vice president of the Chicago White Sox, and while at college played first base in an all-girls team. In pictures, June has played leads in Ceiling Zero and with Joey Brown in Earthworm Tractors. Tonight, we hear her in the role of Nellie Poole, owner of a small-town grocery store. And now the players are warming up. A hush falls as 30 million fans from Boston to Los Angeles await the first inning. The Lux Radio Theater presents a 4-base hit by Ring Lardner and George M. Cohan, Elmer the Great, starring Joey Brown as Elmer Kane and featuring June Travis as Nellie Poole. Play ball. Our scene is Elmer Kane's home in the village of Gentryville, Indiana. It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon on February 22nd, Washington's birthday. And our hero, taking full advantage of the holiday, has still not come down for breakfast. As the curtain rises, Mrs. Kane, Elmer's mother, is busily setting the table in the dining room.
Elmer! Oh, Elmer! Better come down to breakfast now. Your breakfast's ready. Oh, Elmer!
Is that you, Nick?
Yeah, Ma. Oh, boy. Gosh, it's cold out. It's a regular blizzard.
Now, Nick, don't you go tracking snow all over the house.
I won't. Oh, what are you setting the table for, Ma?
Your brother Elmer's going to have his breakfast.
Breakfast? In the middle of the day?
Well, there ain't no reason to get up early on Washington's birthday.
Why not? I'll bet Washington did.
Oh, don't be silly, Nick. Anyway, Elmer worked hard all day yesterday.
Oh, driving a delivery wagon ain't hard work. The horse snows away, and the boy delivers the groceries. All Elmer has to do is sit on the front seat and go to sleep. Hello, Ma.
Oh, hello, Elmer.
Breakfast ready yet?
In a minute. You can sit right down now if you want.
I can. Say, that's the best news I had since dinner time last night. How are you, Nick? All right, Sleeping Beauty, and how are you? Oh, pretty good. A little tired, but pretty good.
Oh, Elmer, Mr. Wade just telephoned. Said it was important.
Wade? Oh, yeah, I know him.
He wants you to call him back at the commercial house.
Oh, he does, huh? Well, he's going to have a long wait. Bring on the ham and eggs, Ma, and let's get down to business.
Maybe that's him again.
Yeah, well, if it is, you tell him that I ain't in.
Hello? Oh, hello, Nellie. How are you? That's good. It's Nellie Poole, Elmer.
Oh, gosh, what does she want? There, Ma, give me the phone.
I'll go and get your breakfast.
Oh. Hello, Nellie. Yes. What? Oh, Mr. Wade. Yes, I know him. I was speaking to him yesterday. He's scout for the New York Ball Club. Well, what was he doing over at the store? Oh, yes? Well, listen, boss. You tell him he's wasting his time. I had all the league baseball I wanted when I was with Terrell Hutt last summer. I don't have to think it over, boss. Sure, I know the New York club bought me. The New York Ball Club? Holy gee. Wait a minute, Nellie. Listen to me, will you? I know what I want to do. I'm going to stay right here in Gentryville and drive your delivery wagon, just like I always done. Now, listen, boss. Let's not go into extra innings about this. I'll explain it all to you when I see you at the store tomorrow morning.
Here's your breakfast, Elmer.
Gotta say goodbye now. My food's here. So long. Say, is that right? Did New York buy it from Terrell Hutt, Elmer? Yes. How's the ham, Ma? And you knew it right along, Elmer? Sure I did. How's the ham, Ma?
It's all ready. Is anything the matter?
Nothing's the matter with me, except that I'm hungry. They really want you to join the New York Ball Club? Yes. The New York Giants. Well, what are you going to do? Well, right now I'm going to eat this food. You mean you're going to pass up a chance to pitch for the Giants? Yes, but I ain't going to pass up a chance to pitch into this ham. Gee, can you beat that? You must be crazy, Elmer. Hey, Ma, take this kid away from me before he spoils my appetite.
Leave Elmer alone, Nick, and let him eat in peace. There's pancakes, too, Elmer.
Swell, Ma. Shoot him right along. and bring plenty of syrup with him, too. Oh, gee, Ma, he'll never get a break like this again in 1,000 years. Turning down the Giants. Do you know what that means?
No. What's it mean, Elmer?
Don't mean a thing in the world to me, Ma. But it'll probably cost them the pennant. Where's the pancakes?
Oh, yes, I'll get them right away.
Oh, listen here, Elmer. You ain't serious about this, are you? Oh, forget it, Nick. But if you go with the Giants, you're liable to turn out to be the greatest pitcher in the world. Liable to turn out to be? Say, where do you get that stuff? Well, Len, you are the greatest pitcher in the world. Didn't I always say you were? Yes. Well, I had to explain it to you first. Oh, Ma, got any more ham?
I'll bring it right in, Elmer.
Listen, Elmer, why don't you see this fella Wade again and have another talk with him? Talk about what? About pitching. Say, he can't tell me nothing about pitching. I don't care who he is. Oh, gosh. I'm so excited about this thing, I won't be able to sleep tonight. Well, I will. I think I'll take another little nap this afternoon, too. Boy, that sure was good ham. Oh, how can you talk about ham at a time like this? What time is it?
Here's the pancakes and more ham, Elmer.
Yeah, well, put them right down there, Ma. I'll dive right into them. Oh, sit down there, Ma, will you? Let's talk to this fella. He's got the chance of his lifetime. A chance to become rich and famous.
Is that so, Elmer?
Let him rave, Ma. Let him rave. Oh, listen, Ma. This may be the most important day of his life.
Why, because it's Washington's birthday?
That's a corker, Ma. Hey, where's the syrup?
Oh, dear, I forgot the syrup. Do you want a piece of apple pie, too?
Yes, bring it in. I'll flirt with it.
Why don't you want to go to New York?
Why? Because I don't like it, that's why.
How do you know you don't like it? You never been there.
That's just it. I hate places I ain't never been.
But New York's the greatest city in the world.
How do you know? You ain't never been there.
Well, I can read, can't I?
Well, that ain't nothing to brag about. 7 out of every 10 can read. I don't prove nothing.
See if you like this syrup, Elmer. It's a new kind. And here's the pie.
Say, Ma, that sure looks scrumptious.
Oh, gee, Ma. Can't you even try and talk some sense into him? He's passing up a fortune, I tell you. Gosh, I only wish I could pitch like him.
Yeah, so does Dizzy Dean.
Say, if you were only as good as you think you are, you're not as good as Dizzy Dean, I'll tell you that right now.
Who's Dizzy Dean?
There you are. That's how good Dizzy is.
Well, who is he?
Who is he? He's the greatest pitcher in the world.
Is he, Elmer?
Well, I ain't saying a word, Ma. Got any donuts?
Oh, donuts. Say, are you going to eat donuts on top of all that?
Sure, why not? Fellow's got to eat something to keep up his strength. And, Ma, better give me a glass of milk and a couple of bananas, too.
Oh, ye God.
How many donuts do you want, Elmer?
Oh, only 5 or 6. Don't want to spoil my supper.
Hey, listen, somebody's driving up.
See who it is, Nick.
Oh, it looks like Nellie Poole's sleigh. Yeah, that's who it is. It's Nellie.
Nellie. Oh, gosh.
Why, Elmer, ain't you always glad to see Nellie?
Well, sure I am, but not just when I'm starting my breakfast, I ain't.
It's all right. You can begin all over again after she leaves.
Answer the door, Nick.
All right, Ma.
Hello, Nick.
Hiya, Nellie. Come on in.
Hi. Good afternoon, Nellie.
Hello, Mrs. Kane. Hello, Elmer.
Hiya, boss. Just having a bite to eat.
Oh, don't let me disturb you.
Oh, it's all right. I ain't very hungry anyhow.
Well, it's some day, ain't it?
I'll say it is.
Sit down and make yourself at home.
Thank you.
How's things at the store, Nellie?
Oh, pretty well. People are still buying groceries.
Everyone says it's wonderful the way you took over that store after your pa died and put it on a good paying basis.
Yeah, with Elmer in town, any grocery store could make a big profit.
Hey, that'll be just about enough out of you, young fella.
Well, if you'll excuse me, Nellie.
Of course, Mrs. Kane.
I'd better get after those dishes. I'll see you before you go.
Elmer.
Yes? What's on your mind, boss?
Well, I went over to the commercial house after I spoke to you, and I saw Mr. Wade again.
Yes, I thought that was it. Well, I ain't going to go to New York, and you might as well not...
Now, wait a minute. Now, listen to reason, Elmer. Wade is going to leave town in a few minutes.
Yeah? I ain't holding them back.
Oh, but you're passing up a wonderful opportunity. Why, Wade says you're the greatest pitching possibility of the season. He predicts you'll be a second Dizzy Dean.
Boy, what a boost.
Yeah, for Dizzy.
Nick, will you run upstairs for a few minutes? I want to speak to Elmer alone.
Oh, all right. But it ain't going to do no good. I can see that. You'll never be able to get anything through that swell head.
He's a great kid, ain't he?
Elmer, what's the matter? Why are you throwing this chance away?
Oh, I got my reasons.
Is it because you're afraid to go to New York?
Afraid to go to New York? I wouldn't be afraid to go to Chicago.
Oh, no. I mean because it's a big league. Is that what scares you?
Scares me? Say, listen. I could take the whole 16 clubs in both leagues and make them look as though they never had a bat in their hands. Scared. Say, is that what that fellow Wade thinks? That I'm scared?
Well, he's got to think something.
Yeah? Well, I'd knock his block off if he said it to me.
Elmer, they paid Terrell Hart $10,000 for you. Did you know that?
I didn't get any of it.
Oh, so that's the reason you won't go.
I wouldn't go if they paid $1 million.
Elmer, look at this.
What is it?
Your contract. I asked Mr. Wade to let me have it. It's all ready for you to sign.
Yeah? Well, I ain't ready to sign it.
Well, then you're out of baseball if you know anything about the game.
I know all about the game.
Well, here it is on the table in case you change your mind. Oh, Elmer, what's the reason for your acting this way? Why do you want to stay in a one-horse town like this when you've got a chance to get out and be somebody? There's no future for you here driving my delivery wagon. Oh, what is it? Tell me.
You really want to know?
Yes, Elmer.
Well, Here, take a look at this watch.
Your watch? Well?
Well, open the back of the case.
Oh.
There. Now, you see?
My picture. You carry my picture in your watch case.
Yes. I never thought I'd get up courage enough to show it to you. That's the first time anyone's ever seen it outside of myself.
But I don't understand.
Gee, boss. Don't you know what I mean? Gosh, I'm miserable. I dream about you when I go to sleep at night. Even when I'm eating, I think about you. And sometimes when I'm driving a delivery wagon during the day, I make believe you're sitting beside me and I talk to you. Just like you was there. No matter what I do, I can't get my mind off you. Oh, I know I got an awful crust for even having such thoughts. But this has been going on for years and getting worse every day. Had to come out sometime, I suppose. Well, now I guess you know why I've been acting like I was half off my nut. I'm sorry, boss. Please forgive me.
It's all right, Elmer. Here's your watch.
Do you mind if I keep the picture in it?
No. I don't mind.
I don't suppose I got a chance in the world, have I? I mean, with you.
I'm sorry, Elmer.
You ain't gonna hate me, are you?
No. You don't know how sorry I am.
Oh, yes, I do. I ain't no darn fool altogether. I understand.
Elmer.
Yes?
Elmer, I don't think you ought to come to the store anymore.
No?
No.
Well, I guess you're right.
I'm sure I am. Well, I've got to go now. I've got an awful lot to do. Well, goodbye, Elmer.
Goodbye. Gosh.
Hey, Elmer.
Oh, what do you want?
Did Nellie go?
Yeah, she went.
Well, what's the matter with you?
Nothing. Why?
Well, you look kind of funny. Well, what are you going to do about that offer?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know what to do. Wait a minute. Yeah, sure, I know what I'm going to do. Hey, get that fellow Wade on the phone, will you, Nick?
What?
Get him on the phone. I'm going with a New York Giant.
You mean it?
Of course I do. You heard what I
Hey,
said.
oh, boy. Hey, Ma, come on down here, Ma.
Where's that contract? Where'd she leave it?
Give me the commercial house right away.
What's the matter, Nick?
Elmer's going with the big legs. He's going with the Giants. He's going to play ball in the big legs, Ma.
Elmer, are you really?
Yes. I guess I'll be leaving for the training quarters pretty soon, Ma.
Hello, commercial house? Let me speak to Mr. Wade.
Was it Nellie who convinced you, Elmer?
Yeah, I'll say she did.
Hello, Mr. Wade? Oh, hold the wire a minute, Mr. Wade. Just a second. Here,
yeah, all right. Hello, Mr. Wade. This is Elmer Kane. Yes, I changed my mind, Mr. Wade. I'm going to pitch for you after all. Yeah, that's what I said. But wait a second, just a minute. I want to warn you about something. You better tell those big league batters of yours to button up their overcoats. Yes, because when I start speeding them in, there's going to be plenty of breeze. And I don't want to be responsible for giving anybody pneumonia. So long.
Here in Hollywood, working hours are often irregular, frequently very long. Wives often spend the evenings with each other for company. So here you have Mabel sharing the evening and Jim's radio with Mrs. Jim. Suddenly they hear...
Pale hands I've lost beside the Shalimar.
Oh, Mabel, that's the song Jim always sang when we first married. He was so proud of my hands. Doesn't he sing it now? No, and I don't blame him. Dishwashing has made my hands perfectly horrid. Why, you poor lamb. Don't you know that Lux for dishes keeps hands soft and white? Honestly, it's like a beauty treatment right in your dishpan. You must try it.
Lux Flakes do keep your hands lovely. Just because you have housework to do, dishes to wash, don't think that your hands need look rough and work-worn. They can stay as soft and white as they were on your wedding day. When you use Lux in the dishpan, hands are protected against roughening and reddening. Lux has none of the harmful alkali ordinary soaps may have. Lux does not irritate or dry your skin. Begin using Lux for your dishes tomorrow. And once again, Mr. DeMille.
We continue Elmer the Great, starring Joey Brown as the modest baseball pitcher and featuring June Travis as Nellie Poole. Several weeks have passed, and Elmer has been training with the Giants in Florida. Elmer is a sensation, but he's been taking a good deal of ribbing from the other players and has twice threatened to quit. In a hotel room, Walker, the Giants' manager, has called a meeting to lay down the law to the rest of the team.
Hello? Hello? Is that you, Doyle? Well, this is Walker speaking. I'm up in my room with the rest of the boys. Round up Kane and bring him along with you right away.
And what's all the excitement, Dave? Quite a big meeting.
Well, it's just this. I've been telling you guys for a month to lay off Elmer Kane, and you haven't listened to me. Well, you're going to start now. Stop kidding. Leave him alone. I know he's a fathead, but lay off. This guy Kane is a valuable man. We need him, and you birds ain't going to laugh him off this team.
Sure, let's give him a loving.
Now, never mind the sarcasm, Noonan.
No, I mean it. If we're going to humor him, let's go after it right. Maybe if we keep telling him how good he is, he'll quit telling us.
Ain't that what I preached you right along? And take it from me, that's the only way to handle him. Well, Doyle, where's Kane?
Bad news, boys. He's quit again. He's packing everything.
No.
Yeah, I'd have thought fast to stop him. I told him we had a big surprise for him. He's on his way down here now.
Yeah, but what's the surprise?
I don't know. I was thinking maybe you could tell him he was going to pitch the opening game or something.
Yeah? Well, maybe he might at that.
Hey, I got an idea.
Well, spill it.
Listen, this guy's crazy to talk on the radio.
Well, what of it?
You got an electric heater, ain't you?
Yeah, but what's an electric heater got to do with Kane talking on the radio?
Listen, give me the heater. We'll tell him it's a microphone and let him talk it. You'll never know the difference. He'll think he's talking on a coast-to-coast hookup.
Well, all right, Noonan. Set up the heater. There it is over there by the bed.
Yeah, I'll fix the wire so it'll look like a microphone leader.
Yeah. Hey, wait a minute. See who that is.
Hello, Dave.
Well, if it ain't Evelyn Corey. Well, how are you, Evelyn?
Pretty good, Dave. The clerk told me you were here, and I just couldn't wait to see you.
Well, what are you doing in Fort Gregg?
Blew in about 2 hours ago. It's my hometown. Don't you remember? I told you that in New York, the night you came backstage to see me.
Sure, that's right. Oh, say, fellas, meet Miss Evelyn Corey. A good kid and a great pal of mine.
How are you, boys?
Say, Dave, here's your surprise. If she'll go...
I got your thought, Doyle. I beat you to it. Listen, Evelyn, there's a guy coming in this room in a few minutes. He's a kind of a nut. Will you stand for anything I tell him and play up? It's all fun, you understand?
Sure, I'll string along. You know me. What is he, a sap?
He's the last word in the comic supplement. Do you mind?
Mine? I love it.
That's a good girl. Wait a minute. That's probably him now. Come in. Why, hello, Elmer. How you feeling?
Doyle said you had a surprise for me.
I certainly have. Oh, but first of all, let me present Miss Evelyn Corey. Miss Corey, this is Elmer Kane himself. Elmer the Great, in the flesh. The greatest pitcher in the country.
Yes, or in the city either.
Well, this is an overwhelming honor, I'm sure. You've no idea. I'm certainly glad to meet you, Mr. Kane.
Oh, that's all right. Well, what's the big surprise you said there was, Mr. Walker?
You tell him, Doyle.
Elmer, we've decided that you're to pitch the opening game of the season.
And you've been selected most popular man in the club. Come on, boys. 3 cheers for Elmer.
Hooray! 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 Well, now, what do you think of that?
What do you mean, what do I think of it?
Well, you didn't expect to pitch the opening game, did you, Elmer?
You want to win it, don't you?
Elmer, we'd like to win all the games.
No, sirree. I can't pitch every day. Well, come on, where's the big surprise? Well, ain't you surprised to meet Miss Corey? What for?
I guess Elmer don't understand who Miss Corey is.
Oh, I guess he doesn't. Come on, fellas. 3 cheers for Miss Corey.
Hooray! Hooray! Hooray!
Say, what are you, Miss Corey? A female pitcher?
No. Now, you see, Elmer, Miss Corey is a very famous person. She's field scout for the International Broadcast Association of the World.
Yeah? Well, what's so wonderful about that?
Miss Corey has come all the way from California to have you say a few words over the radio about joining the Giants and about yourself and about what a wonderful little fella you are.
Yeah? You mean you want me to talk over the radio?
Oh, yes, please do.
Here's the microphone all set up and waiting for you. All ready to shoot, ain't it, Miss Corey?
All prepared.
Yeah. What do you do? Just talk right smack dab into it?
That's right.
Go on, Elmer. Say a few words.
No, I feel like a fool.
Oh, go ahead, Elmer. Talk up.
All right. All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Elmer Kane speaking.
Louder, they can't hear you.
Oh, can't? Oh, okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Elmer Kane speaking. I wish all the little boys in America the best of good luck in baseball. The same as I, Lou Gehrig, and many others. I'm glad New York's has got me, and I guess New York's will be glad to get back into the World Series. In the World Series, I ain't going to use nothing. Only my fast and my downer. And I guess that'll be plenty. And how?
Say a few words to President Roosevelt.
What?
Say a few words to President Roosevelt. He's listening in.
Yeah?
Yes.
Good evening, President Roosevelt. This is Elmer. Elmer Kane speaking. Guess you want to be at the World Series to see the 4 straight games won by I and the New Yorks. Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and heaven bless all the little children, especially the baseball fans. Yours truly, Elmer Kane. Wait just a minute. Hello, Ma. How's the pancakes? Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. I was just saying a few kind words to my mother. Always remember, a boy's best friend is his mother. For when she's gone, you'll never have another. Yours for clean sport, Elmer Kane. Now you can clap if you want to.
Mighty good. Mighty fine.
You were wonderful, Mr. Kane. The president will be more than pleased, I'm sure.
Yeah, I guess I did look pretty good up there at that.
I've got to give you a little kiss for that.
A kiss? Well, all right. Oh, wait a minute. What was that?
The dinner bell.
The dinner bell? Excuse me, folks. I got a very important date in the dining room. Here your final baseball scores. Elmer Kane wins opener for Giants. Shuts out Billy. Here you are. Elmer Kane wins opener.
Hello, everybody. This is Jerry Osborne, the Daily Express sports reporter, giving you the latest news of the sporting world. Well, folks, the baseball season got off to a big start today with Elmer Kane, the hayseed hurler, leading the Giants to a shutout victory over Philadelphia. Kane pitched one of the greatest games I ever saw.
Hey, Nellie, Elmer won the opener.
I know, isn't it wonderful?
Oh, you ain't seen nothing yet. He'll win them all.
Baseball X3. Kane wins 17th straight game. Giants get pennant. Detroit Tigers take American League race.
Good evening, everybody. Jerry Osborne speaking. Well, it came true, folks, just as I predicted on this program 3 months ago. The Giants cinched the National League pennant today, and Elmer Kane, the ace pitcher from Gentryville, is the boy who did it. The World Series opens next week between the Giants and the Tigers. And when Kane is in there pitching for New York, it's going to be a cinch to pick the winner.
Gee, it's good to see you, Evelyn. Sit down.
Thanks, Dave.
You had my telegram, huh?
Yes, now that's the show flat in Pittsburgh. What's the excitement?
Oh, it's Kane again. He's walking around in a daze. He didn't sleep a wink on the train last night. Never closed his eyes on the whole jump to Detroit.
What do you suppose it is?
Oh, I don't know. But there's one thing certain. The World Series starts Thursday. He's got to work 2 out of the first 4 games or we're stunk. And I'm depending on you to get him right.
I'll do my best, Dave.
Atta girl. Listen, he's on his way up here right now.
Okay. Say, Dave, you know this is the 3rd time this season you've sent for me. You might as well put me under salary and I'll travel with the club as Kane's keeper.
I wish you could. But find out what's on his mind, will you? You can make him talk. Like you.
No, he's got a rude sweetheart back in Gentryville. He told me all about her. But he's got an idea I'm crazy about it.
Hello? Want to see me, Walker?
Well, if it isn't Elmer.
Hello.
How are you, Elmer?
Oh, pretty good.
Bet you're surprised to see Evelyn here, eh, Elmer?
No, not much.
I couldn't stay away. I want to see New York win the series.
We'll win all right. There's nothing going to stop this ball club now, is there, Elmer?
Yeah. How do you know I won't drop dead?
Oh, Elmer, you wouldn't pull a trick like that.
Well, I might if I don't get some sleep. I ain't had no sleep for 2 nights.
Excuse me for butting in, but I got to see you, Dave.
What's the matter, Doyle?
Oh, Tony Noonan is off again.
Again?
Yeah, he's lit to the skies. I got him up in his room now.
And you beat that fella? I'll tell him his right name. See you later, Evelyn. Come on, Doyle.
I guess Mr. Noonan's got it coming to him, evidently.
Yeah. I told that guy to lay off the liquor. He was drinking all night on the train.
He's that left-handed pitcher, ain't he?
Yeah. But he drinks with both hands. Gee, I hate that fella. Wish I'd have never met him. I told him when I told his friend Crabtree what I thought of both of them.
Crabtree?
Yeah. Friend of Noonan's in Chicago.
You don't mean Walter Crabtree, the gambler.
Yeah. Do you know him?
Well, I've met him. We had a roulette party at his place one night.
No. Did you shoot craps?
No. Did you?
Yeah. I never did, only them 2 nights that I went out with Noonan. I wish I'd have stayed at home. I wouldn't have nothing to worry about now if I did.
What are you worried about, Elmer?
Oh, nothing. Say, listen, don't you say nothing about me shooting craps, will you? And don't say nothing about me knowing this fellow Crabtree either.
It's against the rules for league players to mix it with professional gamblers, isn't it?
Yeah. And I don't want to be brought up before Judge Landis again. I was up before him just 2 weeks ago.
Is that so? What about?
About eating.
Eating?
Yeah. The umpires claimed that I didn't have no right to eat while I was in the pitcher's box.
You don't mean to say you eat while you're pitching?
Well, why not? I get hungry sometimes in a game. You know, when they start fouling them off, I always carry a couple of donuts in my back pocket.
Donuts? What did Judge Landis say about it?
Oh, he said the umpires thought that I was putting lard on the ball. So he asked me to show him one of the donuts, and I did.
What did he do?
He ate it.
No, really?
Yeah. He said there wasn't no rule against donuts, but I'd have to eliminate them.
Well, I guess he'd rather see a ball player eat than drink at that.
Yeah. Look at Noonan. He and Crabtree was drinking all the time we was in Chicago.
Hey, Elmer, did Noonan introduce you to Crabtree?
Yeah. That's how it all happened. We got to playing dice, and I didn't even know we was playing for keeps. Now I owe him a lot of money.
What do you owe him?
You know how much money is $5,000?
$5,000?
Yeah. Well, it's 500 more than that.
You don't mean to say you owe Walter Crabtree $5,500?
Yes, I think that's it.
Can't you pay him off?
Pay him off? Gosh, I only got $3 right now, and I got to have dinner.
Well, what are you going to do?
Oh, I don't know. Crabtree wants to see me tomorrow. But look, you won't say nothing about this to anyone, will you?
Why, no, of course not.
No, please don't, because I've been playing pretty good ball this year, and it'd be kind of tough to be pitched off the team. Come in.
Hello there, King.
Oh, hello, Mr. Crabtree.
All alone?
Yeah. Sit down.
Thanks. Well, I suppose you know why I'm here, Kane.
Yes. But I ain't got it, Mr. Crabtree. I ain't got but only a few dollars. Look, you'll have to give me more time. I'll dig it up someplace. Honest, I will.
Oh, that's all right. Now, don't get excited. I'm not going to rush you, son.
Oh, no?
Why, of course not. After all, what's $5,500? Chicken feed.
Chicken? You don't say.
Sure. That's all it is to me. Chicken feed. You know, as a matter of fact, I came here tonight for the express purpose of telling you not to bother about it.
Yes? You mean I don't have to pay you?
That's the idea.
Well, say that's swell. But I owe it to you, don't I?
Well, I'll tell you. You see, Kane, you know, you're in a position to do me a little favor. And maybe make a little something for yourself on the side.
What are you getting at, mister?
Well, I'm playing spoken, King, so here it is in a nutshell. Now, I'm willing to forget that little debt and cut you in on a percentage of all I win betting on the series.
Oh, you mean you're betting on the Giants to win?
Say, you understand. You weren't born yesterday. I'm betting on the Giants to lose.
Oh, see. You want me to throw a game, and then you'll call everything square. Is that it?
Yes, that's it.
Get out of here. What? Get out of here before I bust you one in the nose.
Now, just a minute.
You heard what I said, didn't you? I ain't throwing no ball game for anybody.
Now, listen, Rube.
Get out of here, I tell you.
All right. But get this. You'll either play ball my way, or you won't play ball at all.
No, how are you going to stop me?
Well, there's more than one way to skin a cat.
Yes, and there's more than one way to skin a set of knuckles, too. You get out of here before I lose my temper. Go on.
Now, keep your hands to yourself. I'm going.
You bet your life you are.
But don't forget this. I've got plenty of dough on this series, and I'm not going to lose it. I've been up against suckers like you before, and I know just how to handle you. So long, Rube.
Dirty, four-flushing crook.
For station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Our play, Elmer the Great, starring Joey Brown with June Travis, continues shortly. While we are in the middle of the greatest baseball comedy of the season out here in Hollywood, the greatest baseball drama of the year is being enacted in New York. There, the World Series between the Giants and the Yankees is at its peak. This week, the star of the Giants, Carl Hubble, and the Yankee slugger, Lou Gehrig, have their pictures on the cover of the magazine Time, an honor reserved for the outstanding personalities of the week. The Lux Radio Theater is proud to present both these stars direct from New York. All right, New York, batter up.
You know, Lou, I seem to remember you saying that the Yankees would win the World Series by Monday night.
Well, Carl, can I help it if it rained last Thursday?
It didn't rain today.
No, and it didn't rain Thursday either.
I kind of wish it had, Lou. Your Yankees sure gave it to me Sunday, and your homer cinched it.
Well, I was lucky, Carl. It was the biggest curveball in the world, but it was about time. I'd batted against you for quite a while without even getting a loud foul. And that Schumacher, was he tough today?
He sure pitched a ball game. What was it he threw you when he struck you out in the third with the bases full? Or is that too personal?
It's personal, all right. He threw me everything, and then he came through for the third strike with his Sunday pitch. It was a curveball, and I missed it a mile.
I'll have to get him to teach it to me.
You've got enough right now. What do you say we forget about today and talk about tomorrow? What's going to happen, anyhow?
The Giants are a cinch. A pitch-in will show you more than you saw today.
Oh, sure, the Giants are a cinch. Just like they were in that 18-4 game. It's a good thing for you fellas we let up in that game yesterday.
What do you mean, let up? You got 6 runs in the 9th inning.
That's when we let up. We were afraid if we made any more, you wouldn't show up for the third game.
Say, Lou, you're a great hitter, all right. What's your average so far in the series?
Oh, about 315.
That's pretty good. Of course, I'm hitting 333 myself. But then everybody don't hit like a Hubble.
Watch it tomorrow, slugger.
Lou, we've been doing a lot of ribbon here tonight. There's one thing I want the folks to know, and that is that last week you were voted the most valuable player in the American League for the 4th time.
Yes, and I want the folks to know that you got the same award in the National League.
Yes, but that was before they heard Joey Brown in Elmer the Great.
Speaking of Joe, I bet it's tough on him missing the series. You know how crazy he is about baseball.
I don't know. It seemed like he's pitching a pretty good game out in Hollywood tonight. By the way, Lou, who's going to pitch for the Yankees tomorrow?
Looks like Gomez. And then we all go home for the rest of the winter. Why don't you have dinner with me tomorrow night, Carl? We're going to have Yankee bean soup, Yankee pot roast.
Wait till after Wednesday and eat with me. I'll treat you to some of the best giant raspberries you ever saw. Sort of a celebration, you know. And then I'm going back to Meeker, Oklahoma, and getting some hunting and fishing. What are you going to do after the series, Lou?
Well, tomorrow night, I'm going to sleep about 2 days. And then I'll figure out some way of spending the big end of the series money. We'll see about that tomorrow.
So long. See you at the ballpark. Good night, Hollywood.
Good night, Joey Brown. Keep pitching in there. We come to the final inning of Elmer the Great, starring Joey Brown and featuring June Travis. After turning down the gambler's proposition, Elmer pitched the opening game of the World Series and won it. 5 games have been played since, and the score is now tied, 3-3. The winner of the next game will, of course, win the series. The night before the great battle, we find Elmer in a restaurant, looking vaguely at the menu. A young lady approaches his table.
Hello.
Oh, hello.
You're Elmer Kane, aren't you?
Yes, that's right.
I thought I recognized you. I was sitting right over there at that other table, and I said to myself, I'll bet that's Elmer Kane, the famous pitcher.
Yeah, I guess I am pretty well known, all right.
I should say you are. Your picture's always in the newspapers. But, you know, I don't think they do you justice. You're really much handsomer in real life.
Well, go on.
No, I mean it.
Yeah? Uh-huh. Well, you should have seen me when I was a baby. Sit down.
Oh, Mr. Kane.
What's your name?
Oh, Dolly. Dolly Williams.
Dolly Williams. Well, I certainly am pleased to meet you, Dolly. I was just having a little snack. Will you join me?
Oh, no, thanks. I didn't come over for that. All I want is an autograph.
Oh, you mean you want my name written down?
That's right. I'm making a collection, you know.
Sure. Well, now, wait. Let's see if I got a piece of paper.
Oh, I have one right here. And here's my fountain pen, too.
See, that's kind of a big piece of paper for just my name, ain't it? Well, I'll write it good and big, right smack across the middle.
Oh, no. Look, just right down here near the bottom, a little bit to the right. You see, I want to paste one of your pictures in the center of the page.
Oh, sure. Well, wait a second now. Gotta write it nice and plain.
Mm-hmm.
Capital E-L-M-E-R, comma. Capital K-A-N-E, Kane. Elmer Kane, there you are.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Kane, ever so much.
Oh, that's all right. Any time at all. Big-hearted Elmer, that's me.
Hello, is this Crabtree? Oh, this is Dolly Williams. Yeah, I got the fat signature all right. Sure, right where you wanted it, on the lower right-hand corner of the paper. You can write anything you want above it, and it'll look just like a signature to a letter.
Act 3, Elmer Kane involved in baseball scandal. Act 3, Elmer Kane out of baseball. Act 3, paper.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Here's a bit of hot news that'll knock you right off your chairs. 20 minutes before I came on the air, Elmer Kane, the Giant star pitcher, was thrown out of baseball. The trouble started early this evening when an unidentified man delivered to manager Walker a letter signed by Elmer Kane which definitely established that Kane was involved in a plot to throw the final game of the World Series. Upon questioning, Kane denied all knowledge of the letter and swore he never signed it. But it's all against him, and he's out of the World Series. It's a tough break for the Giants.
Hello, Mr. Walker? Is this you, Mr. Walker? Well, this is Elmer Kane. Listen, Mr. Walker, I've been trying to get you on the phone all morning. They told me you won't speak to me. You gotta speak to me, Mr. Walker. Wait, you gotta believe me. I tell you, I don't know a thing about that letter. I swear I don't. I never throwed a ball game in my life. And you gotta let me pitch today. Hello. Gosh. Come in.
Hello, Elmer.
Boss.
Elmer.
Oh, gosh, boss. Oh, gosh, it's good to see you.
I just got in. I heard about it last night, and I came right away. I thought you might need somebody now.
Yeah, I do, boss.
How did it happen?
Oh, I don't know. That's just it. I don't know what it's all about.
You mean you didn't agree to throw the game?
Of course I didn't. Nellie, I ain't no crook.
But why are they all saying you are?
Oh, it's that letter. Some fella came to the hotel last night and slipped a letter under Walker's door. It said that I got $10,000 from some gamblers and that I was going to allow a lot of hits this afternoon. It was like an agreement between me and the gamblers. And at the bottom, my signature.
Elmer.
Yes, there it was in black and white. But I never signed nothing like that, boss.
Was it really your signature?
Yeah, that's the funny part about it. It was.
Well, then you must have signed it, Elmer.
No, I didn't, I tell you. You gotta believe me, boss.
Oh, I do believe you, Elmer, but...
Yeah, I know. But it looks awful bad, don't it?
Well, did you tell Walker you knew nothing about it?
Sure I did. A lot of good it did me. The whole team was sitting around, and not one of them thought that I was telling the truth. They wanted to beat me up. Oh, gosh, Nellie. I ain't got a friend in the world. Everybody's against me.
Don't say that, Elmer. I'm not against you. And I'm your friend. You know that.
Yeah, sure, I know it. Gee, it was swell of you to come, boss. I can't tell you what it means to have somebody to talk to. You don't have to leave right away, do you, boss?
No, Elmer. I'll stay just as long as you want.
You mean it?
Of course I do. And I won't ever leave if you don't want me to.
I don't get you, boss.
That's just it, Elmer. You do get me, if you still want me.
Nellie. Oh, gee, Nellie. No, you're just sorry for me, that's all. You're just taking pity on me.
No, Elmer. It isn't that.
Oh, sure it is. How could you love me now? How could you have anything to do with a guy like me? I thought I was a big shot. I went around blowing off like a steam engine. Well, what am I now? Just a hayseed. A hayseed crook. No, I ain't going to let you do it, Nellie.
Oh, Elmer, listen. This isn't anything new with me. You told me that you had loved me for years. Well, I've loved you, too. I sent you away because I thought it was the thing to do. I wanted you to make good. Well, you need me now, Elmer. You need me, and here I am.
Gosh, Nellie. Gosh. I ain't dreaming, am I?
No, Elmer.
Then could I kiss you?
Of course you can.
Oh, gee.
Well, now, what are you going to do?
Oh, I don't know. I guess I'll just pack my bags and go back home.
Oh, no, not yet.
Why not?
Well, don't you see? It'll look like you're running away. You've got to stay and fight this thing out.
No, what's the use? The game's going to start in a few minutes.
Now, never mind this game. Think of the future.
I ain't got any future. Not in baseball, anyway. Walker's got that letter, and he won't even listen to me.
Oh, Elmer, are you sure you didn't sign it?
Of course I am. Gee whiz, I ought to know.
Now, wait. It isn't a forgery, is it?
Well, it don't look like it.
All right. If it's genuine, you must have signed something, Elmer.
But I tell you, I didn't. I ain't signed a thing. I ain't even... Wait a minute. An autograph.
What?
I signed an autograph.
Elmer, where?
In a restaurant.
Oh, no, I mean on what?
On a piece of paper. A big piece of paper.
Elmer, was there anything else written on it?
No, it was all blank. That's just what it is. Somebody got hold of that paper, and then they wrote the letter so it looked like that I signed it.
Oh, Elmer, that's it. I'm sure that's it.
Yeah, that's it. But how am I going to prove it?
Well, go to Mr. Walker and tell him the whole story.
Oh, he wouldn't believe it.
He might.
No, not a chance.
Well, see him anyway. Where is he?
Over at the ballpark.
Quick, jump in the cab and get over there right away.
Okay, I'll do her. Where's my hat?
Oh, never mind your hat.
Oh, all right. I'll see you later, Nellie. So long, boss. And that's the honest truth, Mr. Walker. I signed that autograph, and then they wrote the letter afterwards, just so as they could keep me out of this game.
I'd like to believe it, Kane. No, there's a little too much against you. In the first place, I happen to know that you owe Walter Crabtree $5,500, a gambling debt.
Yeah, that's right. But that don't prove nothing. Crabtree is betting on the Tigers. He's the guy who's behind the whole business. He had that letter delivered to you so you'd throw me off the team and the Tigers would win.
No, it sounds a little bit too good, Kane. Too good to be true.
And you won't let me pitch?
Not for $1 million. You better beat it now before the boys come in from practice. One of them might take a swipe at you.
Wait a minute. Wait, Mr. Walker. Will you do one thing for me?
Well, what is it?
Will you let me take a look at that letter?
What do you want with it?
Oh, I just want to look it over, that's all.
All right, if you think it'll do you any good.
Let's see. Yeah, it's typewriter, ain't it?
Well, anything wrong with it?
No, I guess there ain't.
That's your signature, isn't it?
Yes, Elmer Kane. Hey.
What?
Hey, look.
Look at what?
Look at my name there.
Well, what of it?
Well, Wait, you see where it says yours truly?
Yeah?
Well, look at the letter Y on the word truly.
I'm looking at it.
Well, don't you see?
See what?
That Y comes down and crosses over the L in Elmer.
Yeah, so what? Wait a minute. I get it.
It crosses over it, you see? Over it. The typewriter letter comes down and crosses over the letter that I wrote.
Holy gee.
That proves it, Mr. Walker. That proves that all this typewriter stuff was put in after I signed the paper.
Holy gee.
Now, you believe me now, don't you, Mr. Walker?
I'll say I do.
Then I can pitch today?
You bet your sweet life you can. Get out on that field and warm up.
Warm up? Say, I ain't been cool since February.
It's the last half of the ninth inning, folks, with the score 3-2 in the Giants' favor. The Tigers are up at bat, 2 men on base, and a hit means the ball game. But there's 2 down, folks, and don't you forget it. Game lines up. Here it comes. Strike 2. It's 3-2 now. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 men on base, and 2 down, and the crowd is going mad. Kane's got the ball now. He's looking toward the catcher for instructions. This may be the last pitch ball of the season, folks, and little Elmer isn't taking any chances. He wipes his hands on his shirt. Now he's winding up, and here it comes. Strike 3, and the batter's out. It's all over, folks. It's all over. The Giants win, and the fans are going wild. They've surrounded Elmer Kane down there on the field, and they won't let him go. I'm going down to see if I can get him to say a few words over the air. Stand by a minute, folks.
Hey, wait a second. Wait a second, folks. One at a time, folks.
Elmer!
Oh, Nellie.
Oh, Elmer, you were wonderful.
Yes, I guess I was pretty good at that.
Mr. Kane, will you say a few words to the radio audience?
Radio, huh?
Yes.
Hey, wait a second. The last time I spoke over the radio, I was talking into an electric heater. This ain't no fake, is it?
Of course not, Mr. Kane. There's a million people listening.
Go ahead, Elmer.
All right. Howdy, radio and baseball fans. Now that the World Series is over and I won the game for the Giants, I want to let you in on a little secret. Wasn't no surprise to me at all. The trouble is, I knew how it was all going to turn out right from the start. Trouble is that a bashful fella like I has got to make it look difficult. Otherwise, people wouldn't believe you. I could go on for hours talking about myself and telling you how I done it. Only I always say that a fella should not brag about himself. And I've always made it a rule never to talk about myself. And in closing, I want to tell the followers of the New York Giants that you don't have to worry none about the pennant again next year, as your old friend Elmer Kane and myself will be out on the field in a Giants uniform. So long, folks. Oh, yes, and don't forget to read the story that's running the serially in all the newspapers next week. And before I forget it, hello, Ma. You better start the cook stove going. Me and Nellie are on our way.
The ball game is over, but Joey Brown goes to bat again in a few minutes when he returns to the microphone with June Travis. No man occupies a more exalted position in the theatrical world than tonight's guest, Dr. Max Reinhardt, an energetic and inspired worker in the theater since he was 20. He has been responsible for more than 300 productions, exerting a tremendous influence on the international stage. In this country, we think of him chiefly in the light of 2 achievements, the stage version of The Miracle and the motion picture production A Midsummer Night's Dream, now about to be shown in neighborhood theaters all over the country. He has just returned to Hollywood from Europe, where he produced Everyman and Faust, and is now at work for Warner Brothers preparing Sheridan Gibney's famous drama of the French Revolution, Danton. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Max Reinhardt.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. There is one point, ladies and gentlemen, that our host neglects to mention. The fact that he was the first to acquaint me with Hollywood motion picture methods. That was several years ago when I was his guest at the making of The King of Kings.
I had a reason for not referring to that episode. As I recall it, Doctor, motion pictures at that time impressed you very slightly.
Quite true. I thought silent films far too limited to become a real drama. But with the coming of sound, the screen jumped further ahead in a few years. than the stage had been able to crawl in centuries.
And now you have the satisfaction of realizing that your production of Midsummer Night's Dream started a cycle of Shakespearean pictures. Romeo and Juliet has just been released here, while As You Like It is running in England.
Shakespeare, I think, has been greatly misrepresented. Scholars have tried to make him an artist who wrote only for the poetic and intellectuals. Nothing could be further from the truth. Shakespeare wrote for the entertainment of the average person. He is responsible for some of the greatest melodrama, the most delightful comedy, and the loveliest romances in all literature. And surely, his humor is not above the head of anyone. When Joey Brown played the part of Flute in the Midsummer Night's Dream, I felt he was exactly the comedian Shakespeare had in mind. And now that Shakespeare has come into his own in pictures, I am convinced he offers an equally great contribution to the radio. In his time, there was no elaborate stage scenery, no beautiful costumes, no stage technique. Hence, he wrote for the ear. His magic phrases fired imagination and, to my mind, contain a treasury of values for the radio. Perhaps someday we will hear them. And I know of no other man, of no other program capable of giving them a finer, truer presentation than the man and the program responsible for so many entertaining hours in the past, Cecil B. DeMille and the Lux Radio Theater. To all of you, my thanks and good night.
Good night, Dr. Reinhardt. And now tonight's stars. Ladies and gentlemen, June Travis and...
No!
and Joey Brown.
For Joe. What's the trouble?
It's okay now, but for a minute I thought this microphone was another one of those electric heaters. Well, Mr. DeMille, I want to thank you for making me a ball player once again. Playing Elmer was quite different from playing Flute in A Midsummer Night's Dream. In that picture, I had to wear long yellow curls and murmur sweet nothings to Jimmy Cagney.
After your performance tonight, Joe, you can play ball for Lux Flakes any time. And I don't mean on the scrub team.
Thank you. I used to be pretty good as a cleanup man.
And before our side is retired, Mr. DeMille, may I say that since coming to Hollywood, there's been nothing I've enjoyed more than this appearance on the Lux Radio Theater. Good night.
Good night, Mr. DeMille. I'm heading for the showers.
Good night, Joe. Good night, Joe.
Thank you, Joey Brown and June Travis. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. Word of next week's play comes to us shortly from Mr. DeMille. Dr. Max Reinhardt and June Travis appeared through courtesy of Warner Brothers, Mr. DeMille, Paramount, and Louis Silvers' 20th Century Fox, whose new film, Ladies in Love, was musically arranged by Mr. Silvers. And here's Mr. DeMille.
Next Monday night, the Lux Radio Theater stars Ginger Rogers in The Curtain Rises. Ginger came to Hollywood as a singer and is now a dancing star. And next week adds a dramatic triumph to her repertoire in Benjamin Kay's story of a girl who thought romance had passed her by. Featured with Miss Rogers will be an all-star cast. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents The Curtain Rises, starring Ginger Rogers with an all-star cast. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Warrior of the Woodland, Ranger Bill, is coming up next.
Ranger Bill, warrior of the woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, fighting the many enemies of nature. This is the job of the guardian of the forest, Ranger Bill. Pouring rain, freezing cold, blistering heat, snow, floods, bears, rattlesnakes, mountain lions. Yes, all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done. Fellows and girls, have you ever been tested or challenged because of your stand for Christ? Do you think you could stand up under real persecution fire? Of course, that's a question that can only be answered by each individual. It's a question that Ted Sloan had to answer. Could he take all the ribbing and ridicule that was handed to him because he made a solid stand for the Lord? Or would he collapse under it and ruin his witness? Listen to the story, If the Lord is for us, who can be against us? Right now, Ted's at Ranger headquarters visiting Henry. Ted is home on furlough from the Army. He and Henry are talking over old times together. Let's drop over and find out what the two young fellows are chatting about.
Boy, oh boy, you sure look sharp in your uniform, Ted.
Well, Henry, I can't wear Sloppy Joe sweaters anymore like I used to.
Well, how does it feel to be home?
Oh, just wonderful. Nice to walk around all the old places again and think of the good old days.
Hey, Bill, you're just in time. Look who's here.
Well, as I live and breathe, Ted Sloan. How are you, Ted?
Just fine, Bill. How's yourself?
Oh, great. How's Army life?
Oh, it's so-and-so. Some of it's good and some not so good.
Yeah, that's the way I found it, too, Ted.
Oh, didn't know you were in the service, Bill.
Yeah, almost 4 years.
That's funny. I took it for granted that you were always a ranger, I guess.
Well, Bill was a Navy medic, Ted. He spent a lot of time on detached duty with the Marines.
Well, how about that? A fellow learns something new every day.
That's right, Ted. Say, I've got to unsaddle Storm and bed him down for the night. I'll be back to chin with you fellas in about 15 minutes.
Hey, Bill, what do you say I call Mom and find out if she's got an extra plate for supper tonight?
Yeah, good idea, Henry. You get the car out while I take care of Storm, will you? Then we'll spend the evening around the fire and swap stories.
Boy, I'm for that 100%. Be just like old times.
Now for my favorite chair by the fire. Put on my slippers and relax.
Yeah, me too. Grab an easy chair, Ted.
Got it all picked out already, Henry.
Well, did you have a rough day on the trail, Bill?
Oh, wasn't too bad. Snow's not deep enough yet. Storm threw a shoe, and I had to stop at the line and fix it.
Old Storm can wear the head off of a horseshoe nail quicker than any horse I've ever known.
Yeah, he really pounds them all right, pal.
Well, the whole wide world to talk about. Here we sit.
I got something to talk about, fellas.
Oh, yeah? What?
Me.
You?
Yes. Bill, when I found out you were in the service, I think it was an answer to prayer.
Oh, is that right, Ted? In what way?
Because I need some spiritual counseling.
Well, Ted, what's happened?
Yeah, you were always pretty solid spiritually, Ted.
Yes, I was, Henry, until I went in the Army.
Oh?
Don't blame the service for decreasing your spiritual power, Ted. That's up to you.
I don't know as I agree with you, Bill.
Why not?
Well, the persecution and the ribbing I get is pretty hard to take, especially after it goes on for some time.
Well, I went through a lot of the same persecution and ribbing myself, Ted.
You did?
Sure. How can any Christian expect to escape? The Lord was persecuted and made the butt of many jokes, even when he died on the cross. So were the disciples and apostles and the great leaders of the church.
Well, I understand all that, but I guess I'm not as strong as they were.
Ah, but you have the Lord's strength to draw from, Ted. Not your own. You know, as Paul wrote to young Timothy, "Thou therefore, my son, be strong in the grace that is in Christ Jesus."
I don't think the Lord would test you beyond what you're able to stand, Ted.
That's right. What you need is a Christian buddy in the Army to have fellowship with. Christians strengthen each other in times of testing.
It's all very well for you fellas to quote Scripture and give counsel, but you're not going through the same thing I am. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have blown up like that.
That's all right, Ted. Let's get down to specifics, huh?
Well,
what exactly is your trouble?
It's this way. If only my sergeant would lay off, just once in a while. That's all I ask.
I got a tough sarge, huh?
Tough, that's not the word for it.
I had somewhat the same experience.
You did?
Mm-hmm.
What did you do?
Want to hear about it?
Sure. Tell me about it, Bill. It might help me.
All right. Let me begin at the beginning. We were in the shooting war, hot and heavy, as I finished college. After some deliberation as to which branch of the service I wanted to enter, I picked the Navy. They decided I'd better talk it over with my father. When I got home, I went into the library to have a chat with Dad. He was expecting it. Among other things, had this advice for me.
Well, son, in the service, you're going to be tested and tried because of your stand for Christ. But no matter how tough the ridicule gets, don't be another Peter. Don't deny your Lord. Remember, son, the persecution that you might go through is only a little of what the Lord endured. Be strong in Him. Trust the Lord to give you all the strength you need.
Thanks, Dad. I'll try. Dad was killed in a forest fire 6 months later. But his words kept ringing in my ears, as they do to this very day. Dad was right. In about a week, I was on my way to boot camp. What a terrific change in my life that was. But with the Lord's help, I was able to make some kind of mature adjustment to Navy life. Those first weeks were almost nightmarish. There wasn't 1 minute you could call your own.
All right, you landlubbers, hit the deck. Come on, rise and shine. Come on, Mac, roll out of this stack. You're not home now. Stone.
Yeah.
Tompkins.
Yeah.
Orkowski.
Here.
Yantis.
Yeah.
Zimmerman.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to breakfast. Change. Hut. Company! Halt! You men will go to the barber shop 4 at a time. The regulation haircut is ½ an inch, no longer. Company! Halt! Starting with the first column, you go in single file to get your uniforms.
The first couple of days were so rough that I was sound asleep before my head ever touched my mattress cover. After about a week, the pace slowed down a little. Then I decided it was time to get back into my habitual routine of having devotions before going to bed. I'll never forget the first time the fellas noticed me sitting on the edge of my bunk reading my Bible.
What are you reading, Bill? Here, let me see.
Hey, Stoney, take it easy. That's my Bible. Watch it, you'll tear the pages.
Bible?
Yeah. Anything funny about that? I read it every night at home, and I'm going to do it here.
How about that? A Bible, huh?
Hey, will you give me that Bible back, Stoney, or do I have to...
Here it is. How about preaching a sermon for us, huh?
Yeah, maybe you'll take the chaplain's place on Sunday morning. All right, don't act so innocent. I can hear the racket for a mile. Who started it?
I did, Boats.
You did, Jefferson? How come?
I decided to get back into my habit of reading my Bible before hitting the sack. The fellas are kind of kidding me.
Yeah, all right, knock it off. Look, if Jefferson wants to read his Bible, what business is that of yours? One more sound out of your lubbers and you'll walk post with a full sea bag. Is that understood? All right, lights out. There's taps.
I was used to ridicule because I went through quite a bit of it in college. However, the Lord strengthened me because I knelt down to pray as taps were blowing and not one word was said. Not that it would have made any difference. Eventually, I received my final orders as a Navy medic, assigned to the Marine base at New River, North Carolina. New River was cut right out of the heart of the Carolina swamp. I'll never forget the moment I stepped off the bus in front of the main gate. I was with Bert Marshall.
Oh, what in the world do you suppose this place is, Bill?
A training ground for the Fleet Marine Force, Bert.
Oh, well, guess we might as well walk in.
Yeah, there's nothing else we can do right now. Let's ask the sergeant where we go.
You mean that bulldog Marine standing over there?
No, he's probably not as tough as he looks. Bark is worse than his bite.
Well, maybe so, Bill. Well, let's find out.
Hey, Sarge!
Yeah? What do you want, swamp jockeys?
Where can we find A Company Medical Battalion?
Right where it always is. Use your feet like the Marines do.
Well, we're new here, Sarge. This is a big place. We'd appreciate some direction.
I've been walking since the first day in the Marine Corps, and you can do the same. See?
Listen, Sergeant, we asked you a civil question. We expect a civil answer. You don't have to pull your rank on us.
A scrappy swabby, huh? Well, follow your nose down this street to the first corner. Turn left. There's a big sign. You can't miss it.
Thanks, Sergeant. Let's go, Bert. That fellow was my platoon sergeant. Only I didn't know it then. We reported in at A Company Medical Battalion headquarters. I was assigned to B Company, and Bert was sent to C Company. The sergeant's name was Clarence Donovan. The fellows called him Buck. The next morning, I ran into Buck. He came into the sick bay for treatment of a deep scratch he got from a shell piece.
Well, if it ain't the pill pusher I met on the road.
Yeah, I'm the fella. What can I do for you, Sarge?
Gas bomb and a shell casing. Have you got any bug killer?
Sure, lots of it. Here, let's take a look.
Okay, but take it easy. It's kind of tender.
Yeah, I guess it would be all right. Hold still now. It'll only take a minute.
Is that stuff gonna burn?
Oh, it'll bite some. Won't kill you. Hold still now. Sting?
It's gotta be worse than that to make me holler.
That's okay. I'll tape this gauze pad on. You'll be all set.
Say, is that a Bible I see sitting over there on your bunk, Swabby?
Huh? Oh, yeah. Why?
Don't tell me you're one of them religious birds.
I'm not a religious bird. I'm a Christian.
I suppose you think you get to heaven by reading your Bible.
The only way I know of getting to heaven, Sarge, is through the saving power of Christ.
Huh? Say, you should have been a preacher.
How do you figure that?
Because no Sunday school teacher ought to be in the Marines. This is a man's outfit.
Well, if you think I'm not a man, I'll gladly put the gloves on with you or meet you any other way you want.
Tough, huh? Well, it's my guess that in about a week you'll be asking for a transfer.
Huh? How come?
Because I don't want no religious lilies in my platoons.
And who's a religious lily?
You! And everybody like you.
Now, you'll find out about that.
I sure will. I don't like the way you act, Jefferson. Before I get through with you, you'll be so tired you won't be able to see straight. To say nothing about reading the good book. This is a man's outfit, see?
They were no idle threats. I trained right with the Marines. Did everything they did. Crawled in the mud. Got my mouth full of sand more than once. Fired the same weapons. But more than that, I got some personalized attention from Sergeant Donovan.
What's the matter with you, Jefferson? You couldn't hit the side of a barn with a cannon.
I only missed the bullseye twice.
It ain't good enough. Not for a preacher. You stay here till you hit it every time. Hey, Swabby! Come back here and climb this wall, do you hear?
I climbed it twice already.
You did, huh? Sunday school boys have to climb it 3 times. Let me see your rifle, Jefferson.
It's clean, isn't it?
Yeah, but it ain't clean enough, see? Clean it again.
Bill, the fellows have teased you a lot about your being a Christian, but, well, deep down in our hearts, we respect and admire you.
Thanks, Cliff. I appreciate your kind remarks.
Well, that isn't all, Bill. You never complain when you have to get up in the middle of the night to take care of us when we're sick.
Well, thanks to you, too, Marty. Why all the flowers? I'm only doing my job.
Well, that's just it. You're doing a good job, and we're sick and tired of watching the Sarge push you around.
Yeah, the way he takes after you is criminal. You ought to turn him into the old man.
Well, I appreciate how you feel, fellas, but I don't think turning him into the major would help. And I wouldn't do it anyway.
Well, it's up to you, but we think you should turn him in. If you don't, maybe somebody else will.
The compliments the fellas paid me was the Lord's way of bolstering my strength. And Monty and Cliff weren't joking about turning Buck into the company commander. The next afternoon, Sergeant Donovan was dressed down severely by Major Parks. And I mean the Major read Buck the riot act.
Sergeant Donovan, I expect you to train these men, not bulldoze them.
Yes, sir.
I could take all your stripes off your shirt for what you've been doing. You know that.
I was only acting in the best interests of the Marine Corps, sir.
Is that what you learned in non-commissioned officer school? Did they teach you to persecute those under your command?
I'm not persecuting anybody, Major Parks.
You'd better not let me catch you doing it, or I'll break you to a private in the laundry platoon. Understand?
Yes, sir.
Now get back to your duties and don't let this happen again.
Yes, sir. Jefferson, I want to talk to you.
Certainly, Buck. What's on your mind?
Plenty. Not only are you a religious lily, but you're a stool pigeon, too.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about. But whatever it is, say it so I'll understand.
You don't have the courage to fight like a man. You went to the old man and told him I was picking on you, didn't you?
You feeling all right, Buck? Anything I have to say to you, I'll say to your face, not behind your back.
Don't lie to me, Jefferson. You went to the major and told him I was persecuting you.
That's not true.
You must have. I just got rid off by him.
I fight my own battles, Sergeant Donovan. And don't call me a liar. Christians don't lie.
Yeah, you make pretty speeches, don't you? You should have been a preacher. Get this straight, you pill pusher. Nobody goes to the old man and squeals behind my back and gets away with it. I'll get you for this, and legally, too.
There was one thing about the sergeant. He always meant what he said. And he was out to get me. Buck had a natural talent for making life miserable for somebody else. He changed his tactics, of course, because he knew that the officers and men were watching him closely. He went underground with his persecution. But in 100 small ways, I felt the pressure.
Jefferson, your order for medical supplies got lost. Too bad. I got some mail here for you, preacher. It's a little late. Got mislaid somehow. You ordered some new clothes? That's funny. I never got your order. Sure, you ate an overnight pass, Jefferson. But you know something? I don't have any more.
Fortunately, this didn't last more than a week. Orders came from the regimental command that maneuvers would start the following day. Buck was too busy getting ready for them to think up new ways to make my existence a problem. It was 5 o'clock on a Tuesday morning. We moved out into the Carolina backcountry to hold simulated battle maneuvers. Buck took his platoon out on the left bank to outmaneuver the make-believe army. Bert and I were ordered to stay at the command post, where we'd be centrally located to take care of make-believe wounded coming from the front line in our sector. At 8 o'clock, the artillery batteries opened up from the rear and laid a creeping barrage that moved ahead of the line. It's our first maneuver under live fire, Bert. What do you think of it?
I think this. I'm glad I'm not the enemy. Listen to those howitzers, boys.
Yeah. Buck and his boys are flanking right behind that stuff. I don't imagine they're feeling any too chipper.
I hope none of those shells fall short.
Right. I'd give anything to be with the boys. I don't like being this far away.
The barrage is lifting! All right, you guys, let's move out! Marty, take your squad along this trail. Cliff, take the trail to the right. Sandy, your squad follows me, understand?
Roger. All set, Buck.
I'm right behind you, sir. All right, move. 20 feet between each man. We meet B Company scouts 1,000 yards from here. Let's go, Sandy.
Watch out for snakes, you guys. This swampland is full of them.
Yeah, keep your eyes open.
You better give that log a kick before you step over it, Sarge.
I know what I'm doing. I can smell a rattler a mile away.
Okay. It's your funeral, not mine. Hey, Sarge, the log!
The rattler got me.
McPherson, get Jefferson. The Sarge needs help.
Okay, I'm on my way.
Make it on a double.
Don't move or talk, Buck. Just lie quietly till Bill gets here. I've got a tourniquet on. That'll keep the poison from crawling up your legs.
Don't release that tourniquet till I tell you, Sandy.
Okay, Bill. It's been on 15 minutes.
I could stay another 5, even 10 if necessary. We can't let the poison circulate through his body.
His legs swelling up fast.
No wonder. Buck, I'm going to make some X-cuts in the puncture holes with my scalpel.
Okay, good.
Don't move or wiggle. Just grit your teeth. Here goes. That's one of them. It's number 2. I'll pull all the poisonous blood out of his leg I can with this suction cup. Hey, Monty, let me know when 5 minutes are up. Then we'll release the tourniquet so gangrene won't set in.
Tourniquet's been open for 5 minutes, Bill.
Okay, snub it tight, Monty.
Right.
We're taking Buck back to the CP so we can get him to the hospital from there.
Well, it's too dark to travel, isn't it?
We've got to do it or Buck may die by morning. He's got to have some anti-venom serum injected.
But that trail's dangerous at night.
Yeah, you can't go now, Bill.
No use talking, fellas. Buck's got to go back. Now, a couple of you put him across my shoulders.
I won't let you do it, Bill. I'm in command now that Buck's out of the picture.
Well, I appreciate your warnings, Cliff, but the man is sick and needs medical attention. In this case, my word goes.
All right, Bill. I'm going with you. Monty, you're in command while I'm gone.
Put him across my shoulders, fellas.
That's it. There he goes. There he goes.
All right, okay. Cliff, you break the trail and keep tabs on the time. We'll have to release this tourniquet every 20 minutes.
Let me take Buck for a while, will you, Bill?
I'm doing all right, Cliff. We'll have to stop and release the tourniquet in a few minutes.
Watch your step along the edge of this muck, Bill.
I see it, Cliff.
Here, let me spell you off, Bill. We can't keep this up forever.
Okay, Cliff. It was less than a quarter of a mile ago. I'll make it.
There's the post ahead, Bill.
Good. We'll put the sergeant in the ambulance and double time it to the hospital.
Company, pinch, hut! Pharmacist Mate Jefferson, front and center.
Pharmacist Mate Jefferson reporting, Major Parks.
Bill Jefferson, I'm this day making part of your record a citation for bravery above and beyond the call of duty and a commendation for excellent performance of duty. I'm also recommending to the senior medical officer that you be promoted. Bill, the doctors tell me that your brave action saved Sergeant Donovan's life. I want to tell you before all these men that I'm proud to have you in my command.
Well, I thank you, Major Parks.
And Sergeant Donovan here has asked permission to say a few words to you.
Bill, the Major's given me permission to apologize to you before our company for the way I've acted toward you. And thank you for saving my life. How you ever carried me for a mile and a half is more than I'll ever know. You're a far better man than I am. I'm a crude guy, Bill, but as a Marine, I mean this from the bottom of my heart.
Oh, thanks, Buck. I never held anything against you, and I don't now. But I'd like you to understand one thing.
Yeah? What's that?
Remember how you made me work out 2 or 3 times more than the other fellas?
I'm ashamed to admit it, but I remember.
Well, if it hadn't been for all those extra workouts, I'd never have been in shape to carry you the way I did.
Boy, that was wonderful the way things worked out, wasn't it, Bill?
I'll say it was, Ted. All the time Buck thought he was hurting you, but what actually really happened was that Buck unknowingly carried out the Lord's plan for him.
Well, you hit the nail right on the head, as usual, pal. Well, Ted, does my experience help you in your problem?
Bill, you don't know how much. The Lord knew I needed help, and He sent me home to hear this experience of yours.
You mean you're not discouraged anymore, Ted?
I'll say I'm not. If Bill could go through all that and come out on top, then I know I can see my problem through.
Perhaps you won't always be able to come home and be encouraged, Ted. What'll you do then?
But that doesn't worry me now.
How come?
I know the Lord will always be with me, just like He was with you. I really know now what my whole trouble's been.
Yeah? What's that, Ted?
I tried to go along in my own power. But from now on, I'm trusting the Lord.
Yes, boys and girls, trust in the Lord with all your heart and lean not unto your own understanding. Maybe that's God's answer to your problem, too. Hope so. See you next week for more adventure with
Ranger
The first couple of radio comedy, Burns and Allen, are up next.
Oh, goody, goody, Jello pudding tonight. It tastes like Grandma's honey morsel.
You ain't kidding, that's right. And just as Jello, 6 delicious locked-in flavors can't be beaten.
So the proof of Jell-O pudding's in the eating.
The Jell-O twins are hard to find, but keep on looking in your store. When sugar shortages are over, there'll be more.
Just a taste of Jell-O pudding or of Jell-O and you know it's the one and only Jell-O.
The makers of Maxwell House Coffee
and Bird's Eye Frosted Food
bring you a special full-hour program.
Starring George Burns and Gracie Allen,
Charles Boyer,
Francis Langford,
Robert Emmett Dolan,
Meredith Wilson,
Mel Blanc,
and those two brilliant stars of stage, screen, radio, and television, Bill Goodwin
and Harry Von Zell.
Yeah! For your listening pleasure, we invite you to enjoy the fun of George and Gracie, the romantic charm of Charles Boyer, and the songs of Francis Langford. And for your eating pleasure, we invite you to enjoy Bird's Eye Frosted Foods, the only frosted foods that give you Bird's Eye top quality. Bird's Eye fresh from the garden flavor.
And for your coffee drinking pleasure, of course, it's Maxwell House. That skillful blend of choice Latin American coffees that's bought and enjoyed by more people than any other brand of coffee in the world.
With our own Dinah Shore still a victim of laryngitis, here is the star who is so graciously pinch-hitting for her, the lovely and lyrical Francis Langford.
You belong to my heart now and forever, and our love had its start not long ago. We were gathering stars while a million guitars played our love song. When you said I love you, every beat of my heart said it too. 'Twas a moment like this, do you remember? And your eyes threw a kiss when they met mine. Now we own all the stars and a million guitars are still playing. Darling, you are the song and you'll always belong to my heart. Solamente una vez, amen la vida. Solamente una vez. And you'll always belong to my
That was beautiful, and it was so sweet of you to sing for Dinah this way.
It's a pleasure to do it, Gracie. By the way, how is Dinah?
Oh, much better, Francis. She'll be back next week, completely recovered from her laryngitis. As a matter of fact, she wanted to be in our play tonight and do a love scene with Charles Boyer.
She wanted to do a love scene with Charles Boyer when she has laryngitis?
Well, sure, she only lost her voice, not her mind.
I see what you mean. But tell me more about this play you're going to do tonight.
Oh, well, my club, the Beverly Hills Uplift Society, is giving it. And the play is called The Folly of Molly O'Malley. And I play Molly.
And just what is her folly?
She runs away with Charles Boyer. Some folly, huh?
Lucky you, Gracie. I wish I were playing Molly.
Oh, you wouldn't enjoy it, Francis. After all, you're married to John Hall. He's quite a hunk of man.
Well, you're married to George Burns. He's quite a hunk of... I guess you're the one for the part after all.
Thank you, Francis.
You were certainly lucky to get a leading man like Charles Boyer.
Oh, yes. Isn't he wonderful? You know, I don't see how we can say that France owes us $4 billion when they send us collateral like that.
I agree, Gracie.
Yeah. Every time he looks at me, he knocks $1 million off that debt. You know, I had a dream about him last night.
Really?
Mm-hmm. When I woke up, we owed France $4 billion.
Well, how did you happen to dream about Boyer, Gracie?
Well, you see, as George and I were getting ready for bed last night, we were discussing the play. And naturally, I was excited about playing opposite Mr. Boyer, so I couldn't go to sleep. And finally, George...
Gracie, will you please turn out the light and go to sleep? You've done nothing but talk about that play you're going to do tomorrow with Boyer.
Well, any actress would do the same, George. When an actress plays opposite Boyer, it's the peak of her career. The biggest thing she'll ever do. It's like a dancer dancing with Fred Astaire. Or a masseuse massaging Sidney Greenstreet.
All right, so he's a fine actor. But what's the personal appeal?
Well, now, in the first place, he's a Frenchman, and there's something about Frenchmen that's different from other men. They're so French.
Hey, you couldn't say that about a Swede.
No.
Now go to sleep, Gracie.
Yes, dear. Charles Boyer. Tomorrow I'll be made love to by the master. I feel just like a drum that sees Gene Krupa reaching for it.
Well, I guess I better take a blanket and go in the living room. I guess you're sorry you married me.
Oh, darling, have I said anything to hurt you? I'm sorry.
Oh, it's all right.
Oh, but I didn't mean it, darling.
Oh, doesn't matter. Forget it.
Oh, I wish I could just cut my tongue out. Forgive me, sweetheart.
Oh, forget it. It's nothing. Let's go to sleep.
Oh, believe me, George, you've got something Charles Boyer hasn't got.
Okay, go to sleep.
I can't now. I'll be awake all night trying to think what it is.
Gracie, if you don't stop talking about Charles Boyer, you're going to dream about him. Now go to sleep.
Oh, yes, dear. But I want you to know that your name is the only one that really stays in my mind. The only man I could ever dream about is my husband, George Boyer. Yeah, I mean, Charlie Burns.
Charlie Burns, yes, I got a new name. Good night, dear, and call me Spunky.
Good night, dear.
Oh, good morning, my darling wife.
Well, good morning, George.
Why are you staring at me, Gracie?
Well, you look so cute this morning.
I do?
Yes. In fact, better than you did when I married you.
Oh, what an adorable child you are. Come, let me give you a great big kiss.
Do that again, George.
Most gladly.
You are George, aren't you?
But of course, my beloved. And to prove it, here is another great big kiss.
George, do you have any identification on you?
What's come over you, Gracie? You've never been this way before.
Neither of you.
Oh, my little one is upset. Now sit down, and I will bring you your breakfast.
You'll bring me my breakfast?
Yes, to wait on you is my greatest joy. The one thing that makes me happy.
You must have been miserable for years.
With you, never. Now, after breakfast, I will wash the dishes, and you will go shopping.
What a change has come over you.
Here's $1,000 to spend.
$1,000?
Make it 2,000.
Oh, this isn't a change. This is reconversion.
It's a pleasure to do things for you, my dear. You are so beautiful,
Oh, George.
so alluring,
Oh, George.
so young,
Oh, George.
so irresistible.
Oh, George. Oh, George. Oh, George. Oh, George.
Huh? What's the matter?
Oh, George.
What happened, Gracie?
Oh, I had a dream, George. A dream in which you looked just like Charles Boyer. It was terrible.
It was?
Yeah, it was so short.
A fine thing. My wife dreaming about a man.
Yes, I am ashamed. I don't want to dream about a man. I want to dream about you.
Go to sleep. Gracie, what's the matter with you? You haven't touched your breakfast.
Oh, I can't eat it, George. It's too much like Charles Boyer.
Your breakfast is like Boyer?
Yes, now take that grapefruit, for instance. It reminds me of his high, intelligent forehead.
Oh, sure.
And those wonderful eyes of his. I think of them whenever I look at those 2 fried eggs.
I suppose even the coffee reminds you of Boyer.
Uh-huh. There's steam coming from it.
Oh, well, stop mooning about the guy. Remember, I'm in this play of yours, too.
Oh, of course you are, darling. And it's a very important part. After all, you're the Irish policeman who arrests the jewel thief.
You bet, Begorra.
Mm-hmm. And not only
That's
that...
Irish stuff.
Yeah, I know. Not only that, you hold Mr. Boyer's script during a love scene.
I hold a script.
Yes.
What does he hold?
Yeah.
By the way, why haven't we had any rehearsals for this play?
Well, Mr. Boyer has been out of
rehearsals,
time.
too.
Mm-hmm.
He's been out of town?
Mm-hmm.
Then how do you know he's even going to appear?
Oh, don't worry about that. We girls of the Beverly Hills Uplift Society made him an offer that no man in his right mind could refuse. I'll get it, dear.
Good morning, Mrs. Burns.
Oh, Mr. Postman, hello. How are you this morning?
Oh, I'm simply bursting with health and happiness. But then May is always a happy month for me. You see, my wedding anniversary is in May.
Oh, and that makes you happy.
Oh, yes. I look at my wife and think, well, there's another year of that I won't have to go through again. Here's your mail, Mrs. Burns. Just one letter.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Oh, look. It's from Charles Boyer. Charles Boyer.
He really sends you, doesn't he?
Oh, I'll say he sends me, and what a delightful trip.
Oh, your whimsical expressions make me laugh.
This is probably Mr. Boyer's letter of acceptance.
Acceptance?
Yes, you see, the Beverly Hills Uplift Society is giving a play tonight, and we offered him the lead. We enclosed a check for every penny in our treasury. All the dues we've collected for the last 9 years.
My goodness, even Mr. Boyer should like that.
Oh, yes, let's see what he says. Beverly Hills Uplift Society, Mrs. Burns, President, dear Madam. Thank you for your generous offer, but I find it impossible to appear in your play. Therefore, I am returning your check for $3.80. Oh, Mr. Postman, this is awful.
Oh, I sympathize deeply, Mrs. Burns.
Well, what are we going to do? Our play goes on tonight, and we have no leading man.
I would offer to take Mr. Boyer's place, but I fear the audience would know the difference the moment I spoke.
Yes.
Yes. I have a gold tooth in front.
Oh, well, I guess you can't help me, Mr. Postman.
I'm afraid not. There would be actresses involved, and my wife is terribly jealous of actresses. Last week at the movies, she saw me smile at Greer Garson, and it cost me an extra 50 cents.
An extra 50 cents?
We were in the balcony, and she threw me over the rail into an orchestra seat. And besides, I couldn't be in the play tonight. I'll be tied up at home.
Oh, I see.
It's my wife's night out, and she always ties me up before she leaves. Well, goodbye, Mrs. Burns, and remember, keep smiling.
Who was it, dear?
Oh, the postman, and he brought the most terrible news. Charles Boyer doesn't want to do our play.
No.
Poor man, he must have gone crazy. This play would have made him a big star.
Yes, he might have become better known than Sabu, the elephant boy.
Well, I'll just have to go around to all the girls in the Beverly Hills Uplift Society and collect a special assessment.
What for?
Well, so we can offer Mr. Boyer more money. I guess $3.80 was a ridiculous offer to make to a star like him.
I should say it was.
Oh, I'll bet he'll change his tune when we raise it to $5.
I don't know. That'll put him in a mighty high bracket.
You know, his prices certainly have come up since Germany surrendered.
Prices have come up?
I should say. During the war, he was free French. Goodbye, dear.
Goodbye, dear. Come in.
Hi, George.
Oh, hello, Bill.
You know my friend Harry Von Zell.
Sure, hello, Harry.
Hello, George. Say, Bill and I just heard the news about Boyer not being on the show. Is it true?
I'm afraid it is, fellas.
Well, you got nothing to worry about, George. Harry and I will take over the whole program.
Just the two of you?
Yeah, well, certainly. We're going to pack a whole day in radio into that 1 hour, George. Yep. Serial, drama, comedy, quiz, everything.
Yeah, sit down at the piano, Harry. Let's show George how it'll go. First, a daytime serial. Presenting the story of Ma Von Zell. A lovable old lady who might live in the house right next to you, or the apartment next to you, or the way things are now, the tree next to you. When we last looked in on Ma Von Zell, she was having a wee mite of trouble. The flooded river was almost up to her windows, and the dampness caused twinges in her broken leg. Her cries for help were drowned out by the avalanche which was roaring down the mountain upon her home. Then, too, her arms ached from trying to defend herself from mean old Squire Perkins, who was beating her with her youngest son, Fred. But then, just when things looked darkest, Squire Perkins was forced to flee. The house caught on fire. Let's look in on Ma.
Son.
Yes, Ma?
It's getting kind of warm in here.
Yes, Ma.
Reckon it's 'cause the house is a-burning?
I reckon, Ma.
Son.
Yes, Ma.
I'm scared.
Why, Ma?
I'm scared the fire will defrost my bird's eye frosted food.
Now, wait a minute, you guys. What kind of a program is that?
Well, gosh, George, didn't that break your heart? Wouldn't it be terrible if Ma's bird's eye frosted foods would be burned up? Why, bird's eye is the top quality frosted food, the better buy in frosted foods. That's why you should always make sure that each and every package of frosted foods you buy says bird's eye clear as anything on the label. There are many brands of frosted foods, you know, but there's only one bird's eye.
You tell him, Ma.
I will, son. And only bird's eye gives you bird's eye top quality and garden fresh flavor all the time. For every bird's eye food is grown, cared for, and prepared, really babied along every step of the way so that it comes to you perfect. So honestly, if you want the better buy in frosted foods, insist on the name Bird's Eye on the package.
Now, look, you two, there'll be no daytime cereals.
Well, now we come to the quiz program.
Yeah.
Hello, folks. This is your affable quizmaster, Dr. I.Q. Goodwin. And here's our first contestant. Well, you're a fine, bright, intelligent-looking young man. What's your name, sir?
I can't think of it right now.
Too bad. But you tried hard, so here's $15,000. Now for $30,000, we'll play Who Am I?
Yeah.
I was born in Italy, a favorite of Queen Isabella, and I discovered America in 1492. Who am I?
Winston Churchill?
Well, that's close enough. Here's your 30,000.
Now, just a minute.
No coaching from the audience, please. Now, here's the next one. I am a famous actor and a member of the royal family of the theater. My sister's name is Ethel, and I portray Dr. Gillespie on the screen. Who am I?
Winston Churchill?
No, I'll give you a little hint. Are you fond of peaches, or do you like berries more?
Oh, I got it. Henry Fonda.
No. The first name is Lionel.
Oh, sure, Lionel Fonda.
That's close enough. You have just won a home in Beverly Hills. Would you care to try for a swimming pool? All right, here we go. Pay attention now. I am a movie actress, the star of the picture Ecstasy, and considered one of the most beautiful women on the screen. I have raven black hair, gorgeous green eyes, a divine figure, skin like rose petals, and beautiful, luscious red lips. Who am I?
Who cares? Kiss me.
Well, that isn't the right answer, I'm sorry. But you were very sincere, so I award you the city of Fresno, California.
All right, boys. That's enough.
Just, I haven't come to the grand prize yet.
You got a bigger prize than the city of Fresno?
Well, sure. If he answers the giant jackpot question, he gets a cup of Maxwell House coffee.
Oh, yes. Goes better with donuts than Fresno.
Maxwell House's appetizing, rich, full-bodied, and mellow coffee at its full-flavored best. Good to the last drop. What could be more delicious?
Yeah, Winston Churchill?
This time you're not even close. There's nothing to compare with Maxwell House. Why, more people buy and enjoy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee in the world.
Well, so much for the quiz. Now comes our singing act.
The singing act, yeah.
Now, look, boys.
Hello, hello.
Boys, out.
Hello, hello.
Goodbye. Now, here's Francis Langford singing, Oh, What It Seemed to Be.
It was just a neighborhood dance, that's all that it was. But oh, what it seemed to be. It was like a masquerade ball with costumes and all, 'cause you were at the dance with me. It was just a ride on a train, that's all that it was. But oh, what it seemed to be. It was like a trip to the stars, to Venus and Mars, 'cause you were on the train with me. And when I kissed you, darling, it was more than just a thrill for me. It was the promise, darling, of the things that fate had willed for me. It was just a wedding in June, that's all that it was. But oh, what it seemed to be. It was like a royal affair with everyone there, 'cause you said, yes, I do to me. That's all that it was, but oh, what it seemed to be.
soon, Gracie? Did you collect your assessment from the Beverly Hills Uplift
Oh,
Society?
no, not one single club member was home. They're all out getting beauty treatments so they look pretty for Charles Boyer.
Without the assessment, you've got no Boyer.
Oh, what are we going to do? Where is there another man living who has the appeal and charm and romance of Charles Boyer? Someone who could hold and handle a part of a Frenchman.
Every little breeze seems to whisper Louis.
Who can I get? Who?
Bonsoir, madame. Mon ami.
There must be someone who can act.
For France I have lived. Now for France I die.
George, I'm trying to think of an actor. If you don't feel well, go lie down.
I was showing you how charming.
Oh, come in.
Good morning, all. Lovely morning, isn't it?
Oh, no, Meredith, it's a terrible morning. Charles Boyer won't appear in our play, and we have no leading man.
Oh, come now, Gracie. Chin up. Fortunately, you have a most capable actor who can step right into the breach.
That's what I've been trying to tell her.
Oh, did you suggest me, too?
You?
Well, have you had dramatic experience, Meredith?
Oh, yes, indeed, Gracie. While attending high school in Mason City, Iowa, I took part in a very successful pageant entitled Fertile Iowa, the Land of Crops.
The land of crops, you don't say.
What part did you take?
A large group of fellows appeared as ears of corn. I was the fourth cob from the left.
Well, did the ears of corn have any lines to say?
No, we merely stood there until the east wind, played by Miss Tupper, our physics teacher, came and blew through us.
Then you weren't exactly the star of the show.
No, but the following year, the pageant was repeated, and I won the coveted role of the spirit of insecticide.
There's nothing this boy can't do.
As I came upon the stage, I beheld a sow bug, portrayed by Lavinia Burrows, a president of the sophomore class, gnawing upon the roots of a cabbage, which was in reality her brother Walter. That was a very tense moment.
Oh, yes, it must have been frightening.
In ringing tones, I proclaimed, "Sow bug, you shall never ravage Iowa's tender heads of cabbage." Then I breathed upon Lavinia, and she toppled over in agony.
She must have felt good compared to the audience.
Unfortunately, in an effort to achieve realism, I had swallowed a bottle of citronella before the performance. When I breathed upon Lavinia, the sow bug, her brother Walter, the cabbage, also toppled over.
Oh, that was too bad.
Yes. I fear I caused the sale of insecticide to fall off sharply. Will there be a part for me in the play?
Well, I'm afraid there isn't one that fits your talent.
Uh-huh. Well, if you find one, don't hesitate to call on me. Goodbye, all.
Yes, Sarbug.
He is undoubtedly one of the nicest men who's ever lived.
I'm not so sure he's ever lived.
George, I've decided there's no use trying to replace Charles Boyer. He's the one and only, and I'll just have to get him for our play.
Well, how are you going to do it?
Well, I'll go to his house and appeal to him as a man. Still, I might get further if I appeal to him as a woman, huh?
Could be, yes.
Oh, I know. I'll offer him that stock you bought in the Mad Gopher Gold Mine.
That stock is worthless.
No. And to think you bought 1,000 shares. $2 shot to blazes.
Yeah, I'm a plunger.
George, help me think of something that might persuade Mr. Boyer. What's closest to his heart?
Well, you know he sponsors the French Foundation.
No, really? To look at him, you'd never know he wore one.
Gracie, that's where they put books. They keep hundreds of research books in the French Foundation.
Oh, it must have more stretch than our American kind.
Look, Gracie.
I'll buy a dozen from him. 6 for you and 6 for me.
Gracie, let me explain about the French Foundation.
Stay tuned in, ladies and gentlemen. This special hour program will continue immediately after a pause for station identification.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Next, hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies that even the G-men cannot reach. The Green Hornet. The adventurer put it on ice. The events and characters depicted in this drama are fictitious. Any similarity to actual persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental.
Miss Williams, what's that? Why is the whistle blowing?
I don't know, Mr. Brinkley. Something's gone wrong.
Find out what it is at once.
Mr. Brinkley, it's the refrigerating system over in packing plant 6.
What? The new system we installed yesterday?
Better come along and look for yourself.
I most certainly will. Miss Williams.
Yes, Mr. Brinkley?
Call the police emergency squad. If any men are overcome by the ammonia fumes, we'll need all the help they can give us.
Right down here, Mr. Brinkley, around the corner.
Yes. How did it happen, Carson? Are there any men inside the plant?
Can't tell how it happened, Mr. Brinkley. The system was okay when we inspected it yesterday. I hope this won't spoil all that meat we've got in there.
Forget that. What does it matter what happens to the meat? It's the men who may be trapped inside I'm worried about.
We'll soon see, Mr. Brinkley. Right through this door.
Are they all right? Watch out for the ammonia fumes.
Bring them out here in the fresh air.
Stand back. Give them air.
One side. Are they all out?
Out of the way. Let us through, please. It's Mr. Brinkley.
Yeah, we got him out, Mr. Brinkley. Pretty close call, but they'll pull through.
How many were there, Hendricks?
Well, lucky thing there was only 2 of them, sir. Me and Smith just managed to get them before that ammonia.
Hendricks, you've got quite a dose of that ammonia yourself. Better have the doctor take a look at you.
Well, I'm all right now, sir. Just got a little whiff. Nothing to worry about.
I just took a look in through the open door, Mr. Brinkley. That meat is ruined.
Is that true, Hendricks?
I guess so, Mr. Brinkley. You know, it ain't no good when that ammonia's been at it.
Completely spoiled. 2 carloads of beef that we might just as well throw away.
Carson, I can't understand it. We've had one serious loss after another, and now this.
Look here, Hendricks. You were in charge of this unit. How do you explain this mess?
Well, I wish I knew, Mr. Carson. It don't make sense.
We don't want excuses, Hendricks.
Easy, Carson. There's plenty of time to get Hendricks' account of things.
But Mr. Brinkley...
Never mind. You go over and have the doctor check you up, Hendricks. We'll go into this tomorrow.
Yes, sir. I can't figure it happening the way it did.
Carson, you and I better go inside and look around ourselves.
Now, Mr. Brinkley, there may still be some ammonia in there.
No, there ain't, sir. Hendricks busted all the windows when we went in. Gas is practically all out by now.
Come on then, Carson.
Is it okay if I go in with you, Mr. Brinkley?
Who are you?
Lowry's my name, sir, from the Daily Sentinel.
Oh, Britt Reed's paper. Well, come along.
Do you think it's wise, Mr. Brinkley?
How do you mean?
Well, there's been quite a bit of trouble in our packing plant already, sir. Perhaps it's best to keep reporters away.
You're wrong there. Better take me along, Mr. Brinkley.
I don't exactly...
I have a story already, Mr. Brinkley, from the men who were inside. Do you want me to print that, or would you rather have me get the straight dough from seeing it myself?
Look here, young man. What do you imply?
Well, one of them, one that was working inside when the pipes burst, said it looked like plain criminal carelessness.
Don't listen to his story, Mr. Brinkley.
My meatpacking plant has always been the safest in the country.
Then it's okay for me to go with you?
Yes, it is.
But, Mr.
Besides, Britt Reed is a friend of mine, and I want him to have a good idea of what's happened here from someone who won't color the story. Put a handkerchief over your nose. We're going in.
In the office of Britt Reed's secretary.
Who's the boss with, anyhow?
I don't know, Lowry. I told him you were waiting, but he said to wait. He's tied up with someone who came in while I was out to lunch.
Well, who is it?
Don't ask me. He left those packages on that other desk.
Well, Katie.
Axford.
By golly, youngsters, glad I am to see you.
You're the one who was with Mr. Reed.
That I am. And I'm to be back at my old job. By golly, ain't that something? How are you, Lowry?
I was all right till you blew in. But anyhow, welcome, Axford.
The same old Lowry. Now I can be giving you me help in cracking some of the stories that happened around this town. Ain't that so?
Yeah, ain't it?
What's in those packages, Axford?
First some brass polish to keep in me disc, and then there's some polishing clothes.
Polish? For what?
For the big package there. It's a brand new cuspidor I brought with me all the way from the West.
Oh, my. It starts all over again. Well, keep it in your desk and take off that hat.
Oh, by golly, it's just like being home. That it is.
I'd better see the boss.
I'd be trying, Casey, not to get in your hair.
Boss, I'll get right to facts. I told you something about that Brinkley outfit already.
Oh, yes.
I went through the place with Brinkley and his assistant, a guy named Carson. That ammonia leak was caused by a valve being opened when it should have been closed. It's a wonder those two men weren't killed.
How did you like Brinkley?
Okay. He told me he was in the Civic Club with you.
That's true. Well, look here, Lowry. What is there to these stories that Brinkley's meat isn't up to the Board of Health requirements?
That's what I'd like to get more dope on.
Yes?
Mr. Brinkley is here to see you.
Brinkley? Oh, send him right in. I want to see him. I don't know why Brinkley wants to see me, and at this particular time.
Guess I'd better be going along.
No, Lowry, stay here.
Go right in, Mr. Brinkley.
Thank you.
How are you, Brinkley? You've met Mr. Lowry, haven't you?
Oh, yes, I have. Went through the plant with me.
How are you?
Reed, that's what I've come to see you about.
The accident at your meatpacking plant this morning? Oh, by the way, how are the two men who were overcome by ammonia?
Oh, they're fine, Reed, resting comfortably. The men got them out in the nick of time.
Brinkley, is it true that you've been having a lot of trouble lately?
Well, yes. Yes, it is.
Well, Lowry's been telling me that some of the restaurants are turning down your product.
They have, and I can't say I blame them. Quite a lot of it's not up to standard.
Why not bring it up to standard again?
You know the reputation of my plant, Reed.
It's always been very good.
Yeah, up to now.
Before this, I prided myself on the fact that the Board of Health has always given my products the highest possible rating.
Well, you mean that rating has changed?
Changed is putting it mildly. The Board of Health has condemned more than half of the meat in my plant in the last week.
Wow, things sure have gone haywire. When I think of the juicy steaks you used to...
Unless something's done, I'll go bankrupt. I'll be forced to sell my business.
Oh, that's too bad, Brinkley. Yet, at the same time, I scarcely see what this has to do with a newspaper publisher. Why come to me?
Reed, I'm convinced there's something crooked behind it.
Crooked? What makes you think that, Mr. Brinkley?
This accident today, for one thing.
Any evidence of tampering?
None.
I didn't see any either. Looked like just plain carelessness to me.
I'm sure it isn't.
What makes you so positive?
Well, it's nothing tangible.
Then if you can't put your finger on it, Mr. Brinkley...
Yet all the trouble has started since I turned down an offer to sell my business.
Oh, I see. You think this is an attempt to force you to sell?
Exactly.
Well, I take it this attempt is proving successful.
Reed, my back's to the wall.
Sounds simple enough to me. Get the police after it. Have them check up.
I have, with no results. They believe I'm simply trying to cover up my own negligence.
Have they investigated the outfit that wants to buy you out?
They've tried to.
What do you mean?
Exactly that. They haven't been able to find out.
Well, isn't it a bit unusual
For a prospective buyer to conceal his identity? Yes, Reed, it is. But it's not unheard of.
Sure, might be a rival meatpacking concern that wants to put you out of business, then buy your equipment for practically nothing.
Unless I can stop these accidents, they'll get it.
Brinkley, you supply meat to all the hospitals and city food centers, don't you?
That's true, Reed. It's imperative that they're sure of the quality and purity of the meat they use.
In that case, clearing up these difficulties at your plant is a matter of public concern.
Right, boss.
And when the public welfare is jeopardized, the Daily Sentinel is interested, very interested.
I knew I could count on you, Reed.
A reporter can find out a lot of things that the police can't.
Yeah, especially a good reporter.
Well, I'll see what you can dig up. Track down this outfit.
The one that's made Mr. Brinkley that offer?
Cover that plant from cellar to skylight. Check on every one and everything.
Check, boss. It's an assignment.
I'll give you all the help I can.
Brinkley, what happens to your business is a private concern. But when the quality of the food you sell the public is being tampered with, then it's a matter for investigation.
And believe me, boss, when I start investigating, I investigate. Before I'm through, I'll know this setup like I know the palm of my hand.
Now, this here room, Bud, where we cut the meat up into different sections.
What about that saw? What's that for?
Oh, same thing. Sometimes we have to saw through big bones. This belt here is a conveyor for carrying the meat from one operation to the next.
Mm-hmm. What's behind this door?
Come on in.
Ooh, say, it's cold in here. Here, I'll just close...
Hey, don't close that door. This is a refrigerator room. If we should get stuck in here with the door closed, we'd be out of luck. Might freeze to death.
I'm that way already. This is where you hang the meat, huh?
Yeah, gotta keep it cold so as it don't spoil. Mr. Carson, our expert on refrigeration's mighty particular about that.
He can have it. I've seen plenty. Let's get out of here before they use me for a snowman.
You say your name's Lowry?
That's right. Mr. Brinkley sent me over to find out about that offer for his meatpacking plant. I understand that offer came through you.
Yes, it did. I'm a broker, sort of a middleman.
Who made that offer?
Sorry, but I'm not at liberty to give out that information.
What do you mean, not at liberty?
I told Mr. Brinkley the same thing. This sort of transaction comes my way quite frequently. My client doesn't wish to have his identity revealed.
Now, listen here, you...
Furthermore, I don't know who made the offer myself. The whole affair has been conducted by mail. The bank account...
A phony name. I checked on it.
It's a registered business name, which is perfectly legal. And Brinkley knows the money's good.
But I still
That's
can't...
all I can tell you. Good day.
Casey, you see before you a reporter without a story.
Don't tell me, Lowry, the demon reporter couldn't discover anything.
I know the meatpacking business from A to Z. I know it cold. In fact, after being in that ice room, very cold.
Well, that ought to make a nice feature next to the stamp column.
What is it?
Lowry's back, Mr. Reed, without a story. Shall I send him in?
Oh, yes. No, I'll be out.
Casey, I never want to look a sirloin in the face again.
No luck, eh, Lowry?
Not a trace, boss. If you ask me, Brinkley's having pipe dreams. No trace of any dirty work going on at his place. As far as I could see, those accidents were caused by carelessness. Nothing more.
You couldn't track down the outfit that's offered to buy his business?
I drew a blank on that, too. It's a blind alley, boss.
What did you find out?
Oh, I know the business. I know that there's a big shipment of beef coming in by truck tomorrow night, for example. But you can't call that a news scoop.
Tomorrow night, eh?
Is there anything unusual in that, Mr. Reed?
Huh? No, Miss Case, not exactly, but...
What's on your mind, boss?
Just thinking. I have a dinner appointment with Brinkley and Carson at the Civic Club. I'll have just time enough to go home and dress. Goodbye, Lowry. Keep trying.
Well, how do you like that, Casey? We have a mystery on our hands, and he's thinking about dinner.
As soon as Britt Reed reached his apartment, he sat down at his desk and wrote a letter.
Cato, I'm having dinner at the Civic Club with Mr. Brinkley and his assistant, Carson.
Yes, Mr. Britt.
I'll put the Hornet seal on this letter. There. It's addressed to Mr. Brinkley, Cato. Be sure he gets it at dinner this evening.
I tell you, Carson and I are worried, Reed.
The Board of Health has threatened to shut the plant up if there's one more case of contaminated meat.
Now, let me see. Carson, you're the chemist of the plant, aren't you? You're responsible for the condition of the meat.
Yes, I am. I inspected very carefully.
Pardon me. A letter for you, Mr. Brinkley, just came by messenger.
I wonder who. This letter's from the Green Hornet.
The Green Hornet? That's impossible.
Look at this seal.
Yes, I'm quite familiar with the Green Hornet seal. There's no mistake about that.
He says he's going to hijack that shipment of meat tomorrow night.
You can usually depend on the Green Hornet to do as he says.
How are we going to stop him?
Well, why not delay the shipment?
Can't do that, Reed. That meat has to be here on time.
Well, then send it ahead. We'll send it by train. Have the trucks take a different route. There ought to be some way.
That's it, Reed. We can't send it by train because of the cost. But we can reroute the truck so the Green Hornet won't know about the change.
That's an idea, Mr. Brinkley.
Suppose the Hornet learns of this change of route.
How can he if we take the right precautions?
If you say so, Mr. Brinkley.
I do say so. And we'll do it right now, at this table, secretly. So the Green Hornet will never be able to find out our plan.
curtain falls on the first act of our Green Hornet adventure. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. Returning from his dinner at the Civic Club with Brinkley and Carson, Britt Reed told Cato what had occurred.
You had the letter brought to the Civic Club at just the right time, Cato. When Brinkley opened it and saw the Green Hornet seal, he didn't know what to say.
Did your plan work?
I sent that letter to Brinkley for a purpose, Cato. The Green Hornet threatened to hijack a truck caravan of meat that's coming to Brinkley's plant. I suggested that the trucks be rerouted over a different road to evade the Green Hornet.
Why, Mr. Britt?
Well, only a few of Brinkley's employees will know of the new route we decided on this evening. I'm convinced that all Brinkley's troubles are being planned by one of those employees in order to gain control of Brinkley's business.
I see.
Now, Brinkley thinks I'm going on a fishing trip. Instead, we're meeting that truck.
You go with the Green Hornet?
We'll take the mask and the gun and all our equipment, but not the Black Beauty.
No?
Now, we'll be out on the open road tomorrow afternoon. The Black Beauty will be too easy to recognize. This time, Cato will travel in a small sedan with a mask handy.
If Mr. Brinkley recognizes you...
Brinkley isn't going out on the road at all, Cato, so we won't run into someone like him who might recognize me. You and I are the only living men to know me as the Green Hornet, Cato. And no one else ever will.
Yes, Miss Williams. What is it?
I called Mr. Reed's office. He's already left on that fishing trip.
Already left? I didn't think he'd go so early.
He left orders that Lowry was to come over to see you. He's on his way.
All right.
Lowry's the reporter who was here the day of the accident, isn't he?
Yes, I'm glad as long as Reed himself isn't available that he's having Lowry come over.
You'll pardon me, Mr. Brinkley. I can't understand why you're so nervous.
That shipment. If the Green Hornet should discover our new route...
Only about 10 of us here in the plant know that.
Still...
If you're so jumpy, why not call in the police?
And increase the chances of a leak? The less people who know, the less chance of the Green Hornet finding out.
I think you're unduly alarmed about all...
Is Mr. Lowry, sir?
Oh, good. Come right in, Lowry.
Hello, Mr. Brinkley. You know Mr. Reed's out of town.
A fishing trip, yes, I know. You know Carson?
Yes.
I'll be going along. Got a lot of meat to inspect this afternoon. See you again, Lowry.
Well, sure. Hey, what's eating him? He looks like he bit on a tough steak. Pardon me.
Carson doesn't approve of your employer's ideas. The Green Hornet threatened to
What's that? The Green Hornet?
Yes.
Don't tell me he's mixed up in this.
He sent me a letter threatening to hijack a truck caravan full of meat. Reed told me not to release it for publication.
Mr. Reed said that?
In order to avoid publicity, Lowry.
Oh, I get it. You've made plans to checkmate the Green Hornet, and you don't want to take any chances of letting him get out. Is that it?
Precisely. Hasn't Reed told you?
All he said was to stay close to you. Now I see why.
I'm worried about tonight. I wish I could make sure nothing happens to that shipment.
Why don't you?
Huh?
What's to stop you? You have a car, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
Then come on. If we leave now, you'll be able to meet those trucks halfway. If anything starts to happen, you'll be right there.
But what could I do?
You can decide that later. Come on, Brinkley.
All right, I'll go. Maybe I'll meet this Green Hornet face to face. But where are you going, Lowry?
Well, what do you think? If anybody's meeting the Green Hornet, this is one baby who wants a grandstand seat. I'm going to be right beside you.
Driving out of the city, Brinkley and Lowry traveled all afternoon. That evening, as darkness fell, Britt Reed and Cato sat in a car that was pulled off the road and hidden from sight.
Look, Cato. There's a car coming along the road. When it goes by, we might as well start after those trucks again. We want to be there with time to spare.
It's coming fast, Mr. Britt.
Cato, did you notice the license number on that car? It's Brinkley's. I noticed it last night in front of the Civic Club. He has a very low license number.
Where's he going?
He must be worried about his trucks. This may ruin everything.
What are we doing, Mr. Red?
We have to make sure Brinkley doesn't reach those trucks before we've taken care of everything. He might recognize me in spite of my disguise.
Yes, sir.
We'll drive up past them. Several hundred large tacks in front of their tires would delay them a long time. Long enough for us to accomplish what we set out to do.
Turning onto the road, Britt Reed pressed down on the accelerator. The sedan sped along the concrete after Brinkley's car.
There they are, Cato, stopping for that light ahead. Get the tacks ready. We're in luck. The light's changing. We'll be able to pass them before they get going too fast. The tacks now. Good work, Cato. Both front tires.
Want to take the wheel for a while, Smitty?
Hendricks, you keep it. Tough job driving over this strange road. Ain't like the regular one. What's the idea in shifting the route on us?
Search me, Smitty. He's been jittery ever since that icing plant broke down.
All I hope is he don't get wise to what's going on.
Not a chance. By this time tomorrow, Brinkley will be glad to sell out.
As long as I get my dough, that's all I'm worrying about.
You and me both, Smitty. Yeah, we'll get it. And more than we figured, too.
Yeah? How do you mean, Hendricks?
Well, we know what's going on, don't we?
Sure, we're the babies who've been doing all the dirty work for Carson.
You got it, Smitty. After Carson makes Brinkley sell the plant, we ain't finished, see?
You mean we tell Carson he's got to keep shelling out dough to us?
Right. Either Carson keeps paying us hush money or we squeal.
Say, wouldn't Brinkley be surprised to know that Carson's the guy who's figured out this whole scheme?
He ain't gonna find out. You and me and Carson is the only ones who know. Carson ain't gonna spell it, and neither do we. If he pays us enough.
Yeah, if he pays us.
He'll pay all right. Carson's no dummy.
Hey, Hendricks, look up ahead.
Yeah, I seen it. A car across the road.
But this ain't where we're supposed to meet Carson.
Who else could it be, you sap? It must be Carson. Yeah, it's Carson. I recognize his car.
Hey, Carson, what's the idea of meeting us here? I thought you was going to be 5 miles up further.
I had to change our plans, Hendricks. A while back, I noticed that the car was trailing me along the road.
Yeah? Who was it?
I don't know. But to be on the safe side, I turned into a side road to duck him. And met you here instead of the regular place.
Say, what's going on? This business and making us take a different route from the regular run. What's up?
The Green Hornet threatened to hijack this truck.
Green Hornet, so that's it.
Well, let him. Won't that help ruin Brinkley's business?
Not as well as my way, Smith. I'm a chemist. I'm going to shoot the meat in this truck full of germs. When the Board of Health inspects the shipment tomorrow, Brinkley will really be finished.
Guess you're right.
That's why I called the state police.
What? State police? Who wants them around?
I told them you were calling, Hendricks. I said you wanted protection from the Green Hornet. You understand?
Oh, I get it. That's in case this Green Hornet should show up later, huh?
Exactly. Now let's get busy.
Just a second, Carson. Me and Smitty got a paper for you to sign first.
A paper?
Yeah. Hold it under the panel light, Hendricks, so as he can see.
Read it, Carson. It says what we're doing this job for, all about it.
But I don't understand.
We want it signed, see you? We don't open this truck.
That thing's practically a confession. I won't sign.
Don't worry. We'll tear it up when we get paid. If we get paid enough.
You'll get paid.
We're making sure, that's all. Come on. We wouldn't be saps enough to show this to anybody if that's what's bothering you, Carson. Proves we're in as deep as you.
That's true.
Here's a pen. Got it all ready.
There. Now, let's not delay any longer.
So the state troopers are going to make sure our plan works. Ain't that a laugh?
Now, come on, you two. Open up the back of this truck so I can get inside and do a job on that meat.
Okay.
This is some truck, ain't it?
Plenty cold inside of it, too. Special refrigeration and all.
Here's the door, Carson. Around and back.
Open it.
Yeah, that's what I... Hey, Hendricks, I thought you locked it up.
I'll be sure I locked it.
It ain't locked now.
Never mind that. Get busy. Open those doors.
Okay. They're pretty heavy. Feel that blast of cold air, Carson? Sure is chilly inside there.
That's exactly where you're going.
What the devil?
Who's that?
He's wearing a mask.
Don't move, any of you.
The Green Hornet.
No.
So Carson was right. You did trail him.
But I took a side road. I lost you.
I followed you. My lights were out.
Can you beat that? So you're the guy who opened this lock.
A bent hairpin.
You've been inside the truck.
Climb up here.
Now, let's be sensible about this.
Hold.
Listen, Hornet.
Climb, or would you like me to pull the trigger?
No.
No. Don't shoot, Hornet. Don't.
Suppose there's nothing in that gun but gas. I've heard about the Hornet.
And you know I mean what I say.
Sure, it's okay by us.
Shut up, Hendricks. You can't bluff me, Hornet. What if you do pull that trigger? Where will that get you?
I've no time for talk, Carson. In.
No, you can't make me.
Take him.
Gas. I can't breathe. Now, you two, pick him up.
I didn't see you shoot.
Who done it if you didn't? I have a man right behind you. Get Carson in here, fast.
Okay. Only don't do nothing to us. He's heavy.
Over the tailboard, lift him.
Yeah.
I'm coming up. Now, don't try anything. Remember, there's a man behind you.
We ain't.
All right, in with Carson.
Now, hold on, Hornet. We ain't done a thing. We were just working for Carson.
We'll tell you anything you want to know.
I don't need information. Inside, you rats.
In.
Okay.
We're going.
And you'll stay there.
Boys, you can't close the door. You want to freeze us to death?
Get back, both of you. There. You have to hurry, Cato.
Yes, sir.
Brinkley's had time enough to fix the tires on his car. He'll be out looking for us by now.
Yes, Mr. Baird.
State troopers may be out looking as well. You want to make sure they discover these rats right where they are without getting us.
I understand.
You got the sedan going. I'll drive this truck. Keep trailing me. We'll keep moving along this road till we meet up with Brinkley. Get going.
A short time later, Brinkley and Lowry drove along the road.
I can't see any sign of our truck yet, Lowry. According to the schedule, we ought to be up with it by now.
If we hadn't got those blowouts, it'd be okay. The way that car whipped past us and dropped tacks on the road, it must have been the Green Hornet.
We have the state troopers with us now. Even if we did locate the truck, we'll get there in time.
Look, Mr. Brinkley, up ahead, coming toward us. Isn't that your truck?
Yes, it is.
Hey, you troopers!
That's it up ahead. Get up there. That's it, all right.
The truck stopped. There's a guy jumping out of the driver's seat.
That's not the regular driver.
Look, he's getting in a car beside the truck, Brinkley. The troopers will never catch him. Hurry.
You troopers, after that car.
It's going too fast.
That's the Green Hornet.
I thought he had a special car. Couldn't catch that one with a bullet the way it's traveling.
Hey, what's that?
Somebody's yelling for help.
Whoever it is, it's from inside my truck.
We'll get you out.
Well, hurry up.
It's locked. Stand back. I'll shoot the lock off. There. Now swing these doors back. Let me out. I'm froze.
We'll talk. Don't shoot.
Hendricks, Smith, what happened?
The Green Hornet, he caught us, shoved us in the ice. Hey, give me a hand. There's another guy here and passed out.
Okay. All right.
Take it easy there.
It's Carson. By all that's holy, what's he doing here?
Look at what he had with him, Mr. Brinkley. Full equipment for infecting the meat.
What do you two lugs know about this?
You got nothing on us. That guy Carson was in with the Green Hornet.
Sure, that's it.
Is that so? Then why did the Hornet gas Carson?
Gas?
Well, we don't know. Run for it, Smitty. They got us. Stand right here.
The only place you're going is jail.
What's he got in his hand?
I ain't got nothing.
Hand it over.
Give me that.
What is it, Lowry?
Wow, it's just about a full confession. That's all you need.
Come on, you two. You're headed for the cooler, and I don't mean refrigeration.
It's too bad we couldn't get the Green Hornet, too. To think that Carson was in with a crook like him.
Anyway, Brinkley, you have one thing to be thankful for.
Yes?
Green Hornet or no Green Hornet, your troubles have been put on ice for good.
Carson indicted as Green Hornet A. Sentinel Pepper, Hornet X3. Green Hornet still at large. Sentinel X3 Pepper.
story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet, Incorporated.
Hi-ho, Silver! Away to those thrilling days of yesteryear with The Lone Ranger.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. Wild and untamed west of yesteryear lives once again as the famous masked rider of justice takes us down the danger trails of old for another of his stirring adventure stories. Listen to those silver-shod hoofs as they race over the hard-packed roadbeds of long ago. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! That's it, old fellow! We're riding the Texas trails today! We're nearly Silver, and Tonto's waiting for us on the trail ahead! Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
Greenville, Texas had been terrorized by a band of hard-riding, hooded outlaws. The lawmen were unable to cope with the situation, for the raiders would always strike where they were least expected. Rich sources of loot were passed up, and though the riders would plunder and rob, they never took the life of any of their victims. As our story begins, we see the outlaws mounting and turning their horses away from the home of Maggie and Hank Crumpet.
Get him! There they go! They got the loop. Take after him! Get that leader! Can't see to shoot! Get the horses! Head after him!
Oh, Hank, they took everything. Everything that you and me had set by for our old age.
There now, Maggie. After all, they left us alive. That's something to be grateful for.
What's the good of being alive now? There ain't nothing ahead for us but starvation.
Try and buck up, Mrs. Crumpot. Maybe the men will capture those raiders.
There ain't a chance of that, Betsy. Them raiders have horses that are too fast for any of our men to catch.
Rat it all, anyhow. That's 6 times they've raided someone around Greenville. What's the matter with the law around here?
Cleaned out. Everything gone. Oh, Hank, what'll we do now?
Now, don't you worry, honey. I'll take care of you somehow.
You're too old a man to do any more work, Hank. You slaved all your life to get the savings them crooks stole.
The folks around Greenville won't see you go hungry, Mrs. Crumpot. Now try and bear it.
Oh, charity. We'll have to live on charity.
The lawmen might overtake them, Maggie.
They won't. Even if they do get close, them raiders will just shoot them down.
I wouldn't say that. It's a curious thing about them hooded men. They don't hanker to kill.
They never killed anyone yet, have they?
Not as I know of.
They did. They did so. They killed poor Zeke. They got him tonight.
They did? Is Zeke Lucas dead?
Of course he is.
One moment.
Yes, Ben.
Another of them, I'll...
Steady there. Don't reach for the gun.
Got me covered, huh?
Oh, Hank, don't fight him.
Please listen to me.
Mission's come back to get anything the others overlooked like as not.
No, I'm not one of the outlaws.
Who are you then?
Why, you met.
I'm here for information about the raiders who just left here.
Well?
I've heard about that band of outlaws, but they seem to strike no place else but here in Greenville.
Well, they come here plenty frequent.
Have they ever attacked a bank, a store, or an express office?
Not as far as we know.
Always a private home. Isn't that the case?
Yeah. But who are you?
They always pick on old folks like the Crumparts here. They ain't the nerve to stack up against real gunmen that could defend themselves a mite.
They rob the most substantial citizens of Greenville, don't they?
Yes, they do. They cleaned out my folks the first time they come here.
Then after robbing Betsy's father, they robbed Clem Burbank, then Dave Ostrom.
Let me ask another question. A half-breed named Manuel Mendoza was captured and hanged here, wasn't he?
Yeah. I recollect that ornery breed. I was on the jury that sent him to swing for murder.
And who else was on that jury?
Now, let me see. There was Clem Burbank.
One of the men who has been robbed.
That's so, come to think of it.
My father was on that jury.
And he was robbed.
Sakes alive, Hank. Come to think of it, Dave Ostrom was on the jury, too. Remember?
Yeah, and he was robbed. By Juniper, everyone that has been robbed by them critters was on that jury that swung Mendoza.
That's the point I wanted to know. Here, Silver.
But who are you, mister?
Yep, we'll meet again. Thanks for the information.
Wait, hold on, stranger.
Hi-yo, Silver!
The quickly formed posse that rode out after the hooded outlaws had raided Hank Crumpart's home soon lost sight of the fleeing bandits. Once the raiders found safety in the hills bordering the Rio Grande, they seemed to disappear, and the posse abandoned the chase.
Ain't no use to go no farther. We lost the track of them completely.
I'd give a heap to know what sort of horses those crooks ride. And I'd give every dime I got to see that leader and see him swing the same as that other cook we caught.
Mendoza?
That's who.
They get out of sight easy with them black horses and black clothes they wear. But I see one thing.
What's that?
The leader is mighty undersized.
Hey, there's another rider heading this way. You hear him?
Yeah, I hear the horse coming. Blame fast, too, if you ask me.
As fast as those black outlaw horses.
Come on, old fellow. There he comes. That white horse. Look.
And there he goes. Great guns, look at that horse travel.
Gents, there ain't no chance for us to catch that night-riding bunch. But if ever the horse was born that could catch him, it's that one that just passed us. Look at him run!
The Lone Ranger urged the great horse Silver onward through the night to join his faithful Indian companion Tonto in their camp. Meanwhile, the band of hooded riders plunged into the shallow waters of the Rio Grande. Beyond the border, they continued their swift pace. But with the first light of dawn, they reached their destination. It was a rancho, many miles from the scene of their raid. The tired riders dismounted from their black horses, but the leader remained in the saddle. A quick gesture removed both hat and hood and revealed an attractive girl.
Who has brought the money? Put it over there and then stand back in line. I have something to say to you all. Be quick.
She's very angry. What is wrong?
Now, hear me. I have given the most strict order that no one is to be shot dead. Why was I disobeyed?
Senorita Mendoza.
Speak. Are you the one who shot to kill?
No, senorita. It was not me. I want honor to say it was dark. No one knows whose bullet brought death.
A man was killed by one of our bullets. That is all I know. I do not want pigs and murderers to follow me. Who fired that bullet? I ask again. Who fired to kill? I will have the truth. Quick.
Senorita, I am the one.
You will stand there, Pedro. The rest of you will go to your places until again I summon you.
I did not mean to take the life. It was a mistake.
You will pay the penalty. I have sworn that each one of the jury that condemned my father would pay for the outrage. Not with life, no, with money. I explained to each one who swore to ride with me that there would be no death. I made each one of you take that pledge.
Si, I know, senorita.
I go now to the house, Pedro. You have a gun in your belt.
Si, senorita.
I give you 5 minutes alone, Pedro. He will all have mercy.
Si.
Really have the courage. He did have the courage. Oh, Padre, Padre, send me the courage to carry on until I have avenged the terrible wrong done to you.
The Lone Ranger's ride on his great horse, Silver, brought him at last to his camp. Tonto was waiting for him. And when the masked man told his faithful companion what had happened earlier that night, the Indian said,
Me no Manuel Mendoza.
There could be no other purpose in these raids, Kimosabe, than to injure the people who sent him to the hangman's tree.
That's right.
6 men have been visited and robbed by these night riders.
We maybe catch raiders next time.
We want the leader, Kimosabe. If we capture the men, the leader would have a new organization built in no time. The only people who have been attacked are those who were on the jury that convicted Manuel Mendoza. There are still 6 who have not been attacked. One of those 6 will be next.
That's right.
We go to Greenville and watch for those raiders.
Their horse plenty fast.
But none as fast as Silver. Tonto, we're heading for Greenville.
The Lone Ranger and Tonto rode to a spot near Greenville, and each day the mystery rider disguised himself and entered town to gather what information he could. In the meantime, the townspeople had recognized the fact that only those who had served on the Mendoza jury were being attacked. We hear Hank and Maggie Crumpart speaking.
Maggie, there are sure 6 worried men in Greenville.
I reckon the whole town's worried, Hank.
It must be true that some friend of Mendoza's doing this to get even with the Mendoza jury.
Can't imagine anyone being friends with a dirty killer like Mendoza was.
I know.
It ain't right that you should lose everything and be broke at your age just 'cause you served on a jury.
I was talking to Betsy today, Maggie. She said maybe she'd drop over this evening and talk to you a while.
Bless the girl. She's real sweet.
She sure is. Finest girl around here. Oh, that's likely her now.
Betsy, I'm that glad to see you. Come on in.
Hello, Mrs. Crumpart. I was just talking to Sig Selkirk. He seems to think he'll be the next to be attacked by the night raiders.
What makes him think that?
Well, he was figuring it out and found that the first man attacked and robbed was the first chosen for the jury.
Yeah?
Next man was the second man chosen.
And I was the 6th juror and the 6th to be robbed.
And Sig Selkirk's the 7th.
Yeah? We're learning things about these raiders. They got a definite scheme, all right. It's revenge they're after.
Sig said if only he had some idea how they'd attack, he'd be ready for them.
You can't be ready. They seem to know just when a fellow will least expect an attack.
Why don't Sig hide his money?
It is hidden. That's another thing he's afeard of.
What?
That they'll maybe torture him or his wife till they learn where it is.
Gosh, I wouldn't put it past them at that. Maggie, Betsy, what is that?
A rider outside the house.
I remember that voice. Let me look. He's riding a white horse. He must have heard what we said about Sig.
Well, what should we do now? We've got to warn Sig. Tell him to light out of town, Hank. It's the only safe thing to do.
Can't tell if that masked man's in cahoots with the raiders or not. I'll go tell Sig.
You stay here.
Oh, an Indian.
What are you doing here?
You stay in house. You stay here.
The curtain falls on the first act of tonight's thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. You will recall that in the first act of tonight's Lone Ranger drama, a band of hooded riders carried out a series of daring raids in the Greenville territory. The Lone Ranger discovered that these raids were directed against those who had sentenced the half-breed Mendoza to death. As our next scene opens, we hear the door of Selkirk's house burst open, and then the commanding voice of the Lone Ranger.
Don't move, Selkirk.
What?
I be covered.
Masked and alone. Slick, ain't you? Figured we'd be watching for your whole band.
Were you?
Yes, I was. Thought you'd fool me by coming here alone this time, eh? Well, my cash ain't here.
I know it isn't.
You know? Hey, you don't talk like a half-breed.
I'm not.
And you're big. I thought your bunch was breeds and the leaders was pint-size.
You're right, Sig. Some of the outlaws are breeds, and the leader is small in size. But I'm not one of the band.
You ain't?
I'm here to help you. Those outlaws will be coming just as you supposed, and I'm hoping to see their leader.
Slim chance of it. He's too blame slick.
I want to follow the band and learn where their hiding place is. It'll be easier than following the faint trail they leave.
Can't follow them.
Why?
They got the fastest horses around here.
I'll match my horse with theirs.
That's good, and match your horse with theirs.
That's what I said. I want your help, Selkirk.
Well, I ain't falling for no tricks. It said that they're the slickest crooks alive. And this is likely just one more trick to get me to show where my cash is hid.
I'm afraid when I tell you what I want you to do, you'll be even more convinced that it's a trick.
What's that?
I want you to give the outlaws your cash when they come.
Yeah?
Yes.
So that's the scheme. Pose is a friend of mine, out to help me. Get me to agree to let them crooks have my cash so you can follow them and locate their hideout. Why, dead wretcher, I see through that scheme.
But you're wrong. I need your help if we're to find the other money that's been stolen.
Well, you don't get it. Tell me such a yarn and think I'll fall for it. Tell me your horse can outrun them others.
It can, it will.
You won't have no chance of keeping the pace with him, even if you're on the level.
I haven't time to waste with you, Selkirk. I'll show you my horse, and you can judge for yourself. Come outside.
I won't.
Come on.
Let go my arm.
Outside.
Stop dragging me.
Here, Silver.
Silver.
There's the horse I spoke of.
Land sakes alive. The size of it.
Are you going to help me or not?
Silver. You call that horse Silver.
That's my horse's name.
Masked. Tall. That voice. That horse. Great gun, stranger.
Listen.
The Raiders! The Raiders is coming!
They're coming. Are you helping me or not?
Helping you? You bet your life I am. Who is they that wouldn't help the Lone Ranger?
Good enough. Tonight we'll tell the tale. I'll be waiting. Yep.
Come on, Silver!
The raiders, their hoods lashed close about their faces, charged down on Selkirk's home. They swiftly surrounded the building, while one of their number dismounted and ran inside.
I'll make no move, senor. We'll shoot. So it's my turn, eh? You don't know what we're here for. Make it fast. The money. My money, eh?
Sapristi.
Ain't no use trying to bluff you. The cash is in that flour sack in the corner.
Take a look. You stand still.
It's there all right enough.
I see it. Good. I take this sack and all.
Now, look here. Can't you leave me a little cash for myself?
No, we go. You make number 7. There will be others, senor. We will return again pronto.
Listen, won't you let me...
No.
You have it?
Si, senorita.
To the saddle, then, and ride.
They got my cash, boys. Boys, get them. They got all my cash.
No, Selkirk is cleaned up.
There they go. Ain't no horse alive to get them.
Where's the law?
There ain't no law where that man is concerned.
No, wait, boys. There's a law, and there's a horse to get him. And there he goes.
The Lone Ranger, mounted on Silver, raced after the outlaws. Carita and her men soon knew they were being followed. The hooded riders were mounted on the finest horses in that region, but they were no match for the great horse Silver. They urged their mounts to their fastest speed, but soon they heard the Lone Ranger's ringing shout.
Ride! We must go faster.
We cannot.
The rail, it is just ahead.
Beyond, we may be safe.
Faster! Faster!
There is but one way, Carita. We must shoot him.
No!
It is the only way. We must shoot him to stop him.
I will have no mercy. Ride! Ride for the Rio Grande!
The fugitives reached the Rio Grande and sent their horses splashing through its waters. Once more on firm ground, the Lone Ranger finally overtook Carita and her band. Silver plunged past the outlaws and drew up to Carita's horse.
Stop your horse!
Stop!
I want to speak to you.
Let me go!
Shoot! Get back! I'm watching every one of you.
Let go! Let go!
You're going to ride with me.
No.
We shoot.
No, shoot him.
You're riding in my saddle.
Stop and let me go.
A girl.
Let me down.
The rest of you keep back. Hi-yo, Silver! Away! We're going to ride ahead of your friends. There's a lot I want to say to you.
No, let me go. Let me go, I tell you.
Struggling won't help you. Come on, Silver!
The outlaws dared not fire at the Lone Ranger for fear of hitting Carita. Their mounts could not possibly overtake Silver, and they were forced to permit the masked man to carry away their leader. They continued, nevertheless, toward their headquarters. The Lone Ranger and Carita had arrived before them. We hear the girl speaking.
I understand, senor, but now my men, they have returned.
They had no place else to go.
No.
Are you convinced of the truth in what I've told you?
With the proof you offer, I have no choice. I've made so great a mistake.
One man is dead.
See, but believe me, amigo, you killed as paid in full.
I do believe you, senorita.
My name is Carita.
We must start back at dawn if you're still willing to go back.
I have given my word.
The sooner you return to Texas, the sooner there'll be happiness where there's been misery.
Say my name.
Senorita Mendoza.
No, my name, Carita.
Carita, will you speak to your men?
My father, in happier days, before he became what you told me, would say, Carissima Carita. You know what that means in your language.
Men, stand back from that horse. Senorita Mendoza will speak to you.
Quiet! You hear what I say. At dawn, we return to Texas. We take back with us all that which we have stolen. We go without the hoods. We go unmasked.
We face jail. We face death as your father, our master.
We face Texas justice with our faces unmasked. My vigilantes, I have heard new things of Texas law.
It means we have failed. Our work is not finished.
Our work is done, Jose.
We face jail. We hang like thieves.
We put faith and trust in the stranger who stands beside me. I have spoken. We ride at dawn.
The Lone Ranger made the return trip to Greenville alone. Outside town, he met Tonto, who told him that everyone in town knew the masked man had persuaded Selkirk to give up his money to the hooded riders. The following morning, when the Lone Ranger entered town, he was greeted by a crowd of shouting men.
Where's the cash? Did you get it?
Lead us to the hideout.
Did you locate the thieves?
Wait! Listen to me. People of Greenville, these night raiders were led by a girl. A daughter of Manuel Mendoza, whom you sentenced to death some time ago. She's made a terrible mistake and wishes to correct it. Her orders to the men who followed her were that no one was to be seriously harmed. Zeke was killed, and the man who shot him paid for it with his life.
Hey, look yonder. There she comes.
The raiders coming again.
Wait, don't open fire on them. I gave them my word that you'd let the girl speak before you judged her and her men.
Keep gun in leather.
That girl wants only to see justice done.
We ought to drill a lot of them.
They're coming to return your money. Let the girl speak.
Hey, folks, let her have a chance.
Amigo, you have told these people.
They will listen to you, Carita.
Good. People, I have made the great mistake. I could not think my father was so wrong. He sent me a message just before he paid for his crimes, telling me of injustice that was done him. He beseeched me to take the men who work for us at the rancho and come to seek vengeance on those who passed judgment on him. I could not kill or have killed. I gave order only to rob. That man has told me the truth. I've learned that my father was not what I wanted to think of him. I have learned that your American justice is a good justice. That my father was a bad man, deserving of what punishment he got. That is why I come now to bring back not only what was taken, but twice as much to repay for the injuries you have suffered. I ask peace and the chance to return home.
The girl has thrown herself on your mercy. She's convinced that your American justice is fair. She surrenders to you.
I say we should let the poor girl go. Gosh, she ain't had no easy time of it.
Fellas, I feel that every one of us has sometime or other done something we were sorry for. And the one big thing about the West is that a person can get a second chance here.
Anyone that wants a second chance to do right can have it, for all of me.
Let the girl go back to her home. The man that says she can't has me to deal with. Sakes alive, I'd likely have done the same thing.
Oh, amigos. Senora, I thank you.
Come on, Silver.
Now, let's get back to our own places and let them folks from below the border do the same.
All right, back that girl. Bring her back.
Here, miss, you're plumb tuckered out. Before you start back for home, come to our place and refresh yourself.
You people, you are so good. I thank you.
Say, miss, let me ask you just one thing.
See?
Just how could this masked man convince you that you was wrong about your paw and that he was telling you the truth?
You, senor, perhaps would not understand.
The heck I wouldn't. Just tell me.
He took me in his arms. He held me on his horse. He was so grand, so brave, so strong.
Yeah, but what did he do to prove that...
I knew, senor, he told the truth because, you see, I admired him, so I trusted him. I loved him.
And that's all that it took to convince you?
Si, senor.
Well, I'll be doggone. I can't savvy women.
Come on there, Silver, old boy. We're on the trail of bank thieves. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger, Incorporated.
Who knows what is coming up next? The Shadow knows.
The Shadow knows.
Again, Blue Coal dealers present radio's strangest adventurer, The Shadow, mystery man who strikes terror into the very hearts of shopsters, lawbreakers, and criminals. Today, Blue Coal brings you The Shadow's latest adventure, The White Legion. Ladies and gentlemen, in just a moment, our last adventure with The Shadow for this season will begin. In the meantime, let's give a thought to the special heating problems of the spring season. Springtime means warm days, cool days, showers, and uneven temperatures that bring colds and sniffles. So guard against uncertain weather. Burn blue coal in your heating plant, for blue coal protects against varying temperatures. Its harmless blue color is your guarantee of steadier, more dependable heat at less cost. So when you're buying fuel, insist on blue coal, Pennsylvania's finest anthracite. Order a trial ton from your nearest blue coal dealer tomorrow. And listen for the Shadow's important message at the end of the program.
Smith, will you bring me those papers?
Yes, Mr. Devons.
Which one of you is William Devons? Right here. What can I do for you?
We want you, Devons.
Huh?
Drop that ledger and get your hat.
I've got you all covered. Stand up against the wall.
Oh, they've got masks on.
Let go of me. What do you mean barging into my office? Do as you're told. The White Legion wants you, Devons, and we go in wherever we have business. Move. What are you?
Shut up. Now, the rest of you stand back. We're the White Legion, and Mr. Devons is going to learn a lesson he'll never forget. The prisoner, William Devons, has confessed his part in a conspiracy against the sacred institutions of the White Legion. We give him to the All-High Commander.
Let the accused know his fate.
Have you anything to say, Devons?
I plead with you, don't kill me. I've got a wife and children.
Silence.
Please, let me go.
Give him another taste of the whip. That's better. Now secure the prisoner and stand him over the trap door.
Don't.
Open the trap.
Well, glad to find you in, Margot, and up. How about a little shopping with me this morning?
I'd love it, Lamont. But isn't 10 o'clock a trifle early for you?
Not this morning, at any rate. I already paid a call on Commissioner Weston on my way over. Poor man's up to his neck as usual.
What's the trouble now?
Well, he's got quite a few things on his mind, one of them being William Devons.
William Devons? Isn't he the chief of the Bureau of Market?
He was. But this morning his body was found far out at sea, bound hand and foot, and apparently thrown from a ship.
Oh.
Peculiarly atrocious murder.
Good heavens, Lamont. Any clues?
So far, none. Another thing bothering the commissioner is the matter of this White Legion.
The White Legion?
It's a band of men calling themselves Avengers of Injustice, who are taking the law into their own hands, terrorizing, assaulting, and abducting, often in broad daylight and in the most unexpected places.
Well, that's strange. I haven't seen anything about it in the papers.
So far, it's been kept out of the papers, but in spite of that, enough has gotten out so that demands are being made of Weston that something be done immediately.
Poor Commissioner Weston. He seems to have his hands full.
And on top of all that, young Alton Parker's life has been threatened. He's the assistant district attorney, you know.
His life threatened? Why?
Well, Parker's prosecuting the case against Red Collins, the gangster accused of killing Boss Houseman a couple of months ago. And the trial comes up this week. No, it's all sinister politics, I suppose. Weston seemed to think the White Legion was mixed up in that, too.
Then the White Legion has some connection with politics?
It's possible. However, if we're going to start suspecting people, we could begin at the top of the City Hall crowd and go to the bottom. It's Weston's problem, not ours. Want to go shopping with me?
Why not? What are we going for?
Oh, a little exercise and a few shirts. Come along.
Linens and embroidery the next aisle over, madam.
Look, darling, don't you think this airplane luggage is just the thing for our trip south?
Oh, it's nice, dear. But I can't seem to enthuse about this trip somehow, Alton. We've planned so many times before, and now this latest development. Oh, I'm terribly worried, dear.
Oh, now, please, Helen. District attorneys are always getting threatening letters. They don't mean a thing.
Yes, but...
And Mr. Lawrence promised just as soon as this Red Collins case is finished, I can pack up and go. We start trial tomorrow. It can't last more than a week.
I know. I'm sorry to be so spineless, but... Alton!
What's the matter, dear?
Those two men I saw when we came in the store, they're coming this way.
Helen, please don't All let your right, Parker, imagination... there's a gun in my pocket. Shut up and come along.
You keep your mouth shut, Mrs. Parker, and stand right here.
What are you trying to do? The White Legion wants to ask you some questions, Parker.
Is that so? Well, take this.
Stop it!
All right, stand back, all of you. This is an arrest.
Drag him out, Deke. Get back there. We're off.
He arrested somebody. Must be his wife. I think she's fainted. Look out, there she is.
Will you please clear the aisle, please?
Keep the aisle clear, please.
They put that guy in a car and drove off with him. The cop at the corner went after him.
Oh, will somebody please look after her? I'd better phone the police.
Yes, I'll take care of her.
She all right, Margot?
I think so, Lamar. Just fainted.
I beg your pardon. This must be her husband's briefcase. Papers scattered all over. I'll pick them up.
Here,
Olsen.
let me help you.
Olsen. Oh, my husband. Davis.
There now.
Davis.
They've notified the police. Who is your husband?
He's the assistant district attorney, Alton Parker.
Alton Parker?
Those men who took them away. They're from the White Legion. I heard them say it. Oh, please do something.
Will you come to the first aid room, madam? They're sending over detectives.
Oh, yes. Please, I feel so weak.
Oh, excuse me, Mrs. Parker. I'm Hartney Clays, owner and publisher of the Globe. Is this your husband's briefcase?
Yes.
Well,
Yes,
I'll be very glad to deliver it to the district attorney's office if you say so. There may be valuable papers, you know.
Oh, yes, if you will, please. Thank you, Mr. Clay.
Now, if you come right this way, please, Mrs. Parker.
Thanks.
Excuse me, Mr. Clays.
Oh, who are you?
My name is Mount Cranston.
Oh, well, what do you make of this?
If what she says is true, it's more of the White Legion's handiwork.
Oh, you think so?
I understand they were mixed up in the murder of Boss Houseman.
Oh, that's pure hearsay. There was no real evidence.
Still, Red Collins is going to trial for shooting Boss Houseman, and Alton Parker is slated to prosecute. It all hangs together, doesn't it?
Well, I suppose so. Anyway, I intend to take this matter up editorially in my paper this very afternoon. The Globe has kept away from the White Legion up to now. So much politics mixed up in it, you know.
Yes, I know.
Yes, but this is terrible. I'll see what Commissioner Weston is doing about it. Well, I must go along now. Oh, wait, let me see. Is that paper on the floor out of this briefcase?
Yes? No. Seems to be nothing but a sales folder. Special today. White goods sale.
Oh, yes, I see. Well, I'll get this briefcase down to the district attorney's office. Glad to have met you, sir.
Very glad to have met you, Mr. Clays. Oh, there you are, Margot. Sure right now?
Yes, but suffering from shock, poor woman. Oh, this is an outrage, Lamont. You ought to do something. The Shadow ought to do something.
I imagine you're right.
Where did you get those papers?
I think they fell out of Alton Parker's briefcase, and they're rather important, I believe. You see the title on them?
Yes.
Evidence, The State versus Red Collins.
But why are you... Oh, I'm beginning to see.
Yes. The Shadow is doing something about the White Legion, Margot. And what's more, I expect to have a very busy afternoon.
It's a message from the commander, isn't it?
Yeah, I've got it, Mr. Clays. S-U-N-M-A-R-2011. There you are, sir. I'll put it on your desk.
Thank you. Oh, see who that is at the door.
Yes, sir.
Telegram, Mr. Clays.
Oh, yeah, here. I'll take it, Doc. Thank you. A telegram for you, Mr. Clays.
Telegram? Well, what can this mean? Oh, yes. Congratulations on your splendid editorial in this afternoon's Globe. It was almost convincing.
What?
Signed, The Shadow.
What? The Shadow?
Stop trembling, you fool.
But if the Shadow is after us...
We'll take care of the Shadow just as we take care of the rest of them. He can't bluff me.
Wait. The door's opening.
Pardon the intrusion, Mr. Clays.
Who is that? Who speaks?
I am the one they call the Shadow.
He's here. In this room.
I've heard of you and your tricks, Shadow. Where are you?
Here, in the shadows. But don't be alarmed because you can't see me. I've only come for a short visit, Mr. Clays.
Why honor me with your presence?
As a newspaper editor, I thought you might like to hear the news.
What news?
The White Legion is about to be exposed.
The White Legion? Exposed?
I presume you'll want to run an extra on that.
Why, yes, of course. I'm sure I'll be very pleased. The fair-minded citizens of this city and state can force an expose of that organization.
You sound like your own editorials, Mr. Clays.
If you're insinuating that I have some connection with the White Legion, you're very much mistaken.
I never insinuate, Mr. Clays. I simply wanted to keep you posted. The next time you hear my voice, Clays, be ready to run your extras. It will be the signal that the White Legion is doomed.
Before the Shadow continues its adventure, I want to give you a message from blue coal dealers throughout the country. As announced earlier, this is the final Shadow broadcast of the winter series. Blue coal dealers take this opportunity to express their great appreciation for the many letters they have received praising these broadcasts. They are also deeply grateful to New England families who have favored blue coal with a volume of business which has created a sensation in the fuel industry in New England this winter. We are, of course, happy that so many families have learned through experience that blue coal, an American product, is Pennsylvania's finest anthracite. It is the best quality fuel that can be used. For not only is blue coal safe, clean, and convenient, it is economical, too. The Glen Alden Coal Company, who mine blue coal, have prepared it especially for home use. No wonder blue coal sales in New England have increased more than 28% this winter compared to the same period a year ago. You may be sure that the high standards of quality which have been responsible for this increase in business will be maintained at all times. So take a tip from blue coal families, and for better, more economical heat, switch to blue coal tomorrow. Ask for it by name. Order a trial ton from your nearest blue coal dealer. His name is listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified telephone directory under the name Blue Coal.
Let me see those notes, Margot.
What makes you think Hartnett Clays is mixed up with this White Legion, Lamont?
A little deductive reasoning, Margot. I've noticed that since this White Legion stuff has broken the papers, Clay's paper, the Globe, has been deliberately playing it down. Clay's editorial policy seems to be that the atrocities of the White Legion have been greatly exaggerated.
It does sound peculiar.
Exactly. Clay seemed rather confused when I appeared to him this afternoon as the Shadow. Well, this may clean up matters.
What have you got there?
It's a copy I made of a memorandum that was on Clay's desk.
Let's see. Oh, what in the world does it mean, these two words? Convocation Water Chapel. Then this string of letters and numbers. SUNMAR 2011. Doesn't make sense.
Yes, it does. SUN is Sunday. MAR is March.
Yes.
And then 20 and 11, Convocation Water Chapel, Sunday, March 20th at 11.
But that's today.
Yes, probably at 11 tonight. And I have an idea that the Water Chapel is the place where they're holding Alton Parker prisoner. We're going to find out. Bring the car and meet me in the block next to Clay's house at 8 o'clock, Margot.
Yes.
If Clay's is going to that meeting, we'll follow him. Slow down, Margot. You want to get too close to Hartley Clay's car.
This fog rolling in, we'll be lucky if we don't lose them entirely. Can you see their car through the field glasses, Lamont?
Yes, it's turned down that side road toward the bay. There's a small shack on the edge of the water. The fog's getting heavier. Makes it hard to see.
That shack must be the place they call the Water Chapel.
Yes. It's apparently right on the edge of the channel. It goes out to sea. You better stop here, Margot. Let's get out.
All right, Lamont. There's a small inlet here.
Yes.
We can see better now.
So that fog doesn't get any thicker. There's a motorboat tied up the wharf. 3 cars parked nearby. Wait. Clays and the man with him are getting out. They're going toward the shack.
I don't see any light in the place.
Someone's opening the door. Yes, there's a figure dressed in a long white robe and a mask with a white cap on his head.
Oh.
They're gone inside. Blast, that fog is getting so thick I can't see the place any longer.
What are you going to do now?
Somehow I've got to get out there. And I'd just as soon not go by the front door.
Oh, look, Lamont. This old rowboat lying in the inlet.
Good idea, Margot. There seems to be only one oar, but I can paddle with that. This inlet apparently leads down into the channel.
Oh, Lamont, please be careful. There's a terrible current rushing out to sea, and in that fog you won't be able to see anything.
Oh, I'll be all right, but if you don't hear from me by 6 o'clock in the morning, get in touch with Commissioner Weston. Give him the location of this place and warn him to bring a few men with him.
Yes.
If I get what I expect, I won't need him.
What do you expect to get?
Enough evidence to wipe out the White Legion from top to bottom.
All right, Parker, get yourself ready to meet the judgment of the White Legion.
What judgment?
The judgment of death. I'll be back for you in a minute.
Judgment of death.
Alton Parker.
Who's that?
Quiet. I am the Shadow. I've come to help you.
The Shadow?
Keep your chin up and do what they tell you. We'll see this through. Careful.
Step out, Parker, and follow me.
This meeting of the comrades of the White Legion will come to order. First offender, present the accused.
The accused stands before you, All High Commander.
First recorder.
The prisoner, Alton Parker, having committed acts against the order of the White Legion, acts that we consider detrimental to the good of our city, we have signed his order of punishment. With the consent of the comrades, we give him into your hands.
Let the accused know his fate. Alton Parker, have you anything to say?
Yes, I have. I was to have prosecuted a murderer tomorrow, a man known as Red Collins, who by your help and instigation killed Al Hausman, your political rival. It's common knowledge that this White Legion of yours sides with the party in power at City Hall. And all your sanctimonious chatter about the good of our city doesn't fool anybody. Prosecuting criminals is my job. And if that prosecution endangers the lives and reputations of one political clique or another, it's no concern of mine.
Cut it short, Parker. You have one more minute.
I know why you're getting rid of me. Because your White Legion is mixed up in the worst scandal this state has ever known. And I know what that scandal is. If you, with your robes and masks, knew what that scandal is, you wouldn't be members of this gang. You'd ask your leaders what kind of money-grafting racket they're running. Ask him, the one that sits there on his mock throne.
Who tore off my mask? You fools, get back.
Here it is, Commander. The strap broke.
That's odd. I could have sworn I felt someone tear it.
Come to order, men. Stand the accused over the trap.
You are sentenced to die, Alton Parker.
You'll pay for this, all of you. There's a power beyond your reach that'll make you pay.
If you mean the Shadow, when the time comes, we'll deal with the Shadow in a way he won't forget.
Silence. Stand ready at the trap.
Give me that rope. I want to dispose of Mr. Parker myself. Ready?
The trap is ready.
Good. In another half hour, Alton Parker's body will be far at sea. The vengeance of the White Legion is now completed. We've called the Shadow's bluff.
Commissioner Weston speaking.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Oh, it's you, Shadow.
This morning they're bringing Red Collins to trial for the murder of Boss Houseman.
Do you think I don't know
Please,
about...
Commissioner, this is urgent. When the trial starts, have a man stationed at each entrance to the courtroom. Don't let anyone in or out without your authority, and wait yourself by the main entrance. I think you'll have a surprise.
What's the idea? I'll do it if you tell me what...
I can't tell you anything more now, Commissioner, except this. If you don't do it, you'll regret it the rest of your life.
Well, I don't know what you're planning, but it better be good.
Oh, it'll be good, Commissioner. I'll promise you that. It'll be good.
Order in the court. Your Honor, I request that this man who calls himself Red Collins be reprimanded for his insults to me, the district attorney.
Proceed with the case, please.
Very well. Collins, who paid you to murder Boss Houseman? Defense objects, Your Honor.
Objection sustained.
All right, Your Honor. Perhaps you'll answer this question, Collins. Were you ever a member of the White Legion?
I was not. I told you that once before already.
Defense requests that the prosecutor stick to the case in hand. The murder of Al Houseman. The case in hand, as the defense and everybody else knows, goes far beyond the prosecution of this gangster. Why, that's... Order! I intend to prove, Your Honor, that this man Collins killed Al Houseman. But that Collins acted under the instructions of the notorious gang known as the White Legion. The same gang who caused the mysterious disappearance of my able assistant, Mr. Alton Parker.
Confine yourself to the case at hand.
The district attorney seems to have some trouble doing that.
Here.
Look at this note, Collins. Do you deny sending that to Houseman the day before he was killed?
Sure. I wrote the letter and sent it to him. I told you that once already, too.
Why? Why did you write him such a threatening letter?
To scare him into paying me the money he owed me. That's why. I told you that once, too.
Mr. Collins is lying.
Hey, who's that?
He can neither read nor write.
Who is speaking? I demand that he identify himself.
Is there someone in this courtroom who wishes to be sworn as a witness? Where are you? Who are you?
I am the shadow, Judge Roscoe. I have some unsworn testimony that may interest you. The men who paid Red Collins to commit murder are in this room. They are the leaders of the White Legion. They have secretly milked the city treasury of over $10 million in the past 3 years. Their hands are red with blood.
I protest at this ridiculous procedure.
One of those men is sitting here in this courtroom. His name has been honored in the past. But he is a murderer.
Silence, I tell you.
Who is it? Tell us who it is.
His name is Hartney Clays. A sanctimonious crusading editor who used his influence and position to learn the movements of the law and keep suspicion away from himself.
If there is any further disturbance, I will order the courtroom clear. Judge Roscoe. Yes, Mr. I insist this farce be concluded. If this shadow accuses me, let him present evidence.
The evidence is ready.
Order. You are making a fuss of this court of justice, whoever you are. If you don't stop, I will suspend the hearing. Let the shadow talk.
Yes, I have talked enough. I now call your attention to the young man who is just entering the door with Commissioner Weston.
Parker. It's Alton Parker.
It's Parker, the assistant district attorney that disappeared.
I demand the suspension of this trial.
No. This trial won't be suspended until I present the evidence for conviction. You couldn't find that evidence, could you, Mr. Clays? It wasn't in my briefcase. Killing me wouldn't have destroyed it, because it's right here. After I was kidnapped in the store, these papers were sent to Commissioner Weston. Enough evidence to send Red Collins to the electric chair, to put an end forever to this murdering gang of hypocrites who call themselves the White Legion. I order the arrest of Hartney Clays. Commissioner Weston.
Right here, Mr. Parker. Stick out your hands, Clay.
You realize what you're doing?
Yes, I'm slipping a pair of handcuffs on you, mister. You'll be locked up and charged with the murder of William Devons, among others.
Go to it, Parker. Run out the rat. Get him out.
I relinquish the bench. Just a moment, sir. Now I move a suspension for the presentment of new charges to the grand jury. Those charges will show that the city funds have been tampered with. They will name the 6 leaders of the White Legion, including its all-high commander, the brains and moving force of its murderous atrocities, the man who sits on the bench at this moment, Judge Matthew Roscoe.
Here we are, all of you. The doors are guarded. Sergeant, have your man place Judge Roscoe under arrest, and all 4 men at the defense table.
Right, sir. Come on now. Quiet, please. Quiet. Quiet. There's one thing more. I want to pay this public tribute to the one who, more than any other, is responsible for this triumph of justice. The one who calls himself the Shadow.
My fellow citizens, I thank you. But let me remain a voice that wakes the guilty conscience, brings terror to the wrongdoer, and comfort to the oppressed. Know me only as the Shadow.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you John Barclay, Blue Coal's heating expert. But before we hear Mr. Barclay, we want to remind you that at the close of the program, the Shadow himself has an interesting message for you. Be sure to listen. And now, Mr. Barclay.
Thank you, Ken. And now a word about heating hot water this summer. Many listeners have had the experience of preparing to take a shower only to discover the hot water supply has been exhausted. Now, this condition should not exist in any home. There can always be an unlimited supply of hot water when you heat it with the efficient and up-to-date hot water tank heaters that manufacturers are turning out today. These heaters are still known in many communities as bucket-a-day or pot stoves. Their cost is trifling, even when installed with automatic draft regulators, which make their operation semi-automatic. They guarantee a generous supply of really hot water at a cost of about 1/3 present gas bills. I suggest that you ask your blue coal dealer about this hot water heating equipment. He'll be very glad to quote a price on the size best suited to your requirements.
Thank you, Mr. Barclay. And now, ladies and gentlemen, that interesting message we promised you. The part of Lamont Cranston and the Shadow has been played by one of the most distinguished figures in the theater today, Mr. Orson Welles, famous for his production of Shakespeare in Modern Dress, a director of the Mercury Theater, producer of Broadway hits like Julius Caesar and The Shoemaker's Holiday. Mr. Welles, still a very young man, is making for himself a unique place in the field of dramatic art. We have been indeed fortunate in having Mr. Welles on our Shadow programs. But now I know all of you would like to hear a few words from Mr. Welles.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Words can hardly express my great enjoyment in doing this program for you. And now, before I leave you, I want to thank our sponsors, Blue Coal, for giving me the opportunity of doing this show. I want to thank our cast for the wonderful work they've done throughout our entire season. And above all, I want to thank you, our listeners, for your loyalty. We all hope you've enjoyed listening to the shows as much as we have playing them. You know, in the theater, we can see our audience. We're able to tell how well we're received by the applause we get. But unfortunately, we have no way of knowing how much you've enjoyed us over the air.
Wait, Orson, may I make a suggestion?
Certainly, Agnes Moorhead, or should I say Margot Lane.
There is a way. If you've enjoyed this program and would like to let Mr. Welles and all of us know about it, simply phone your nearest Blue Coal dealer and tell him so tomorrow morning. Tell him how much you've enjoyed the adventures of the Shadow.
A very fine idea, Agnes. And now, ladies and gentlemen, good night and goodbye.
Thank you, Mr. Welles. And let's all take Agnes Moorhead's suggestion and give the cast the volume of applause they deserve. Phone your nearest Blue Coal dealer tomorrow morning. Tell him how much you've enjoyed the adventures of the Shadow, and that you'd like the Shadow programs to resume again in the fall. You have just heard a dramatized version of one of the many copyrighted stories which appear in the Shadow magazine. All the characters and all the persons named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
As you sow evil, so shall you reap evil. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Groucho Marx meets some of the most interesting people you could ever hope to hear on radio in You Bet Your Life, coming up next.
Allow any coaching or help from the audience, even if they are about to get a correct answer. If we hear an answer from the audience, we must throw the question out and not give them credit for it. So it will not be helping them, but rather hindering them to try to supply answers.
Tell them what else we throw out in addition to the question.
Frequently, we would like you to stay for about 15 seconds after the show. We will then turn the lights around, take your picture, and you...
Crazy, mixed-up kid, you.
You will also be in our picture.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is smile. S-M-I-L-E. And now, here he is, the one, the only...
What was I doing then?
I don't know.
Nothing there, really. Well, here I am again with $3,500 for one of our couples. I may go for this one myself, huh? Well, if any of them say the secret word, this duck will fly down and pay him $100. The word tonight is smile. Come here, duck. How is it they didn't get you Thanksgiving? You're getting pretty filthy looking, too, huh? Okay, duck. Back to your nest. George, who's first on the veranda? Is that right, veranda?
I don't believe so.
What is it?
Agenda, I think.
Agenda?
Yeah.
Is that Latin?
I imagine. Well, Groucho, we asked if there were any young married couples present tonight who'd like to
Didn't
be
you
in
go to college?
What?
Didn't you go to college?
Yes.
Didn't you study Latin there?
No, I didn't.
What did you study?
Spanish.
Co-eds?
It's a long while ago.
Spanish co-eds. Huh? They're the best kind, I guess. Well, go on. Proceed with this nonsense.
All right, we asked if there were any young married couples present tonight, and just before we went on the air, we selected Mr. and Mrs. Ted Mundy to be on our show, and here they come, folks. Would you please come in and meet Groucho Marx?
Well, welcome, youngsters. Welcome for the soda point of dealers. Come right in, Girlie, yeah? Say the secret word, and you'll take home an extra $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Oh, you're married, huh? Oh, gosh, and I went all the way out there to greet her. What a fool I was, huh? Mr. and Mrs. Ted Mundy, huh? Is that right, Ted? Is it Monday?
That's right.
That's so. It's really Monday, huh? This week certainly flew by in a hurry. I'd give a fortune to know where I was last Saturday and Sunday. Or even Friday. I bet you're sick of those jokes about your name, aren't you, huh?
I hear quite a few of them.
Yeah, you do, huh? What are some of the things people say?
Oh, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Wash Day Monday, and Blue Monday, and Monday, Here Comes Tuesday.
Well, you never see those people again after that, do you?
Try not to.
There used to be a fellow over at a golf club that I belonged to. He came up to me every day for 10 years and says, well, marks them up and marks them down. And he used to go in hysterics each day. I finally had to quit the club. Joined another club where they threw me out. How old are you, Ted?
I'm 25.
Then they used to say, oh, my name is Marx. I'm a lawyer. Have a car. That was from Uncle Tom's Cabin. That was considered pretty hot stuff. That was at another club. I finally resigned from that. What is your first name? Gloria, you say?
My name.
Oh, your name is Gloria. Your name, Gloria Monday, huh? Say, you're famous. Have you ever heard of Sick Transit Gloria Monday?
Yes.
Pretty sick of that, too,
Yeah.
What does that mean, do you know?
It means so goes the world.
Yeah, something like that. Rapid transit or something. In other words, Gloria, you have a very, very pretty name, and I'll just call you Sick Transit for short.
Oh.
That means don't get sick on the streetcar. That's what it means in Latin. In a Latin streetcar. How old are you, Gloria?
24.
24? Well, you don't look it, huh? Where's your hometown?
Glendale.
Glendale? Are the girls all as pretty in Glendale as you are?
Well, I don't know.
You certainly look better than Casey Stengel. Although I doubt whether you could manage the Yankees quite as well as he does. Huh? Where were you born, Ted?
I was born about a mile from Glendale in Los Angeles.
Oh. You're both from Glendale, huh? You're a couple of real travelers, aren't you? Huh? Where do you live now, Ted?
La Cañada.
Well, the same to you. I would say that.
La Cañada.
La Cañada, huh? Well, let's wait till we get through here. What is La Cañada? That's in Scotland you live?
No, that's about 5 miles from Glendale.
We get around.
You two certainly get around all right. You must spend half your time just taking your passports out of your pocket. What sort of work do you do, Ted?
I have Monday's Pet and Hobby Shop in La Cañada. Best pet and hobby shop in La Cañada.
That's so. And what does Monday got? What sort of pets do you have in this shop?
Oh, I have hamsters, parakeets, tropical fish, goldfish, white rats, turtles.
Well, don't look at me when you say white. I'm a sort of a dark rat. Huh? A hamster, now, what do you use those for? Huh?
Oh, they make pretty good pets.
Yeah?
Uh-huh.
They're like something like little bears or dogs or something?
They look like a little bear, but they're about the size of a little rat.
Looking at me again, aren't you? Huh? Well, I want to ask you a question. I see some show on television where they have monkeys and all kinds of stuff on the show there. Now, do these monkeys have to be kept in a certain temperature in order to keep them alive?
Oh, certain monkeys do. The tropical varieties have to be kept under controlled temperatures.
What kind are they? I mean, orangutans and baboons?
Well, I'm not too much of a monkey man myself.
Well, you must have been. You got married, didn't you? Well, long as we're on the subject of romance, tell us, Gloria, about your first meeting with Ted. Was there anything unusual about it?
No.
Did you go in to buy a gorilla and come out with Ted?
No, we met at the beach.
You met at the beach?
Mm-hmm.
What beach?
Corona Del Mar.
Corona? It's a cigar, isn't it?
Yes, I guess it is.
You met on a cigar, huh? Were you wearing a wrapper at the time?
Yes.
That's a cigar wrapper. Mostly cigarette smokers out there trying to avoid cancer. Now, what do you think of him? What did you think of Ted at first sight?
Well, I thought he was very handsome, and I liked his red hair and his blue eyes and his dimples. And he was good-natured, and he was different than the rest. And that's why I liked him.
He was different from the rest? In what manner?
Well, he was just very quiet.
You didn't care what he looked like, as long as he shut up, is that it? That's certainly a curious reason for hooking somebody. Was this love at first sight for you, too, gorilla man, you?
No, I didn't know anything about her.
You were on the beach, you say? You didn't know anything about her? No. What were you wearing at the time, Gloria?
Bathing suit.
And you still didn't know anything about her, Ted, eh? You just had your mind on those white rats, old boy, didn't you? You remember how Lover Boy proposed?
Yes, I do. We stopped at an ice cream cone place, and he got out and got the ice cream cones and came back with the cone, and it had my engagement ring on top of it, and he gave it to me.
You had the ring on the cone?
Mm-hmm. Sitting right in the middle of the
I
ice
had a ring the other night from a fellow named Cone, but it wasn't anything like this. This was Harry Cone at Columbia Studio. He warned me not to come over there again. You say he had an engagement ring on the ice cream cone?
Yes.
What flavor was it, do you remember?
I think it's vanilla.
Uh-huh. Did you always use vanilla ice cream for your proposals, Ted?
Usually.
Uh-huh. What did you do when you saw the ring, Gloria?
Well, I kissed him.
He had his mouth full of ice cream cones?
That's just about it.
Sounds like you were pretty greedy, eh? You not only wanted your ice cream, but apparently you wanted his, too. Well, tell us about your wedding. Was it a big one?
No, it wasn't. We eloped to Santa Barbara.
You eloped?
Yes.
Why Santa Barbara?
Well, I don't know. It just was a nice town, so we eloped there.
You think that has a kind of a romantic aura about it, Santa Barbara?
Yes, I think it's a very beautiful town.
That's where they swim out in the ocean half stewed in the summer. They have their first drinks on the beach at noon, and then they get loaded and they go out swimming. I saw a number of them last summer. How did your parents feel about the elopement?
His parents or mine?
No, yours. Oh, Ted, yours.
Oh, they were sort of disappointed. They were planning on a big wedding.
They were? Well, that's silly. You missed their wedding, didn't you, huh? Some parents are so unreasonable, aren't they? Now, Gloria, were your folks disappointed because you didn't do right by Glendale?
No, they were quite happy. They didn't have to pay for the wedding.
It seems that the bride's parents are always more practical than the groom's. Your dad probably said, well, Ma, we lost a daughter, but we gained a pet shop. And a number of gorillas. Well, Gloria, how's the marriage working out? Do you have any little quarrels now and then?
Well, we don't have too much difficulty. Our biggest argument is handling the household budget, which Ted doesn't think I do very well.
Well, that's the customary attitude of all husbands, Gloria. What does he complain about specifically?
Well, he gives me a certain amount of money, and he thinks I should manage it on this certain amount of money, and I think it's not enough.
Well, Ted, your problem is pretty general. How far off does Gloria get in her budget balancing?
Well, the first week that I started out with this budget, I gave her $20, and I told her to write down everything that she spent. And so at the end of the week...
Did you give her a pencil, too, or was this...
That came out of the 20.
Deducted from the $20?
So that came out of the 20.
Oh.
But I gave her this $20, and I told her to write down everything. At the end of the week, I added it up, and it came to $20.64, and I couldn't figure out where the 64 cents came from.
I couldn't either.
You mean there was someone else?
I wish there had been.
Gloria, there could be. Just say the word, and I'll give you $21 a month. A week.
Oh.
By the way, you say you're both from Glendale?
Yes.
Didn't you know each other in school, Gloria?
Well, no. We didn't know each other too well.
How come?
Well, he was a cheerleader at Hoover, and I was a cheerleader at Glendale, but we never really got together, you know. We just waved at each other across the field.
You were both cheerleaders, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, in that case, you ought to have a very cheerful married life. Ted, do you still cheer each other up on Blue Mondays?
Well, she still sings the old songs when the Glendale boys swing down the line, and Glendale, we hail you. And
I mean, she waits until the Glendale boys swing down the line before she starts singing? Or is this the title of the song?
No, this is the title of the song.
Oh.
You can't beat those old romantic songs, can you? The old songs are the best songs. Annie Laurie and When Those Glendale Boys Swing Down the Line. Gloria, could we have a little of When Those Glendale Boys Swing Down the Line? I think that would cheer us all up.
Well, I have
How about it? Just a little of it, huh? I mean, you don't want to get too rusty with this thing. You know, you never know when you have to go back to this school.
Well, it's been 7 years.
Huh?
It's been 7 years.
7 years?
Uh-huh.
Well, do you remember any of it?
Well, I remember a little bit of it.
Well, give us a little bit.
All right.
With motions, too.
Oh. I can't
Did
really
you wear
go through
those
it.
white boots then? And
No,
all
we
the
had short
paraphernalia?
skirts.
Short skirts?
Uh-huh,
Well,
and-
that'll do in a pinch, huh? Well, let's have it, Gloria.
Well, all right. Now, when those Glendale boys swing down the line, we're going to win this game no other time. And for the high school that we love so well, we're going to fight, 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 and yell, and yell, and yell. We're going to touch down, then we'll count the score. We'll circle ends, and then we'll count some more. We're going to roll old Hoover in the side. We're going to roll, roll, roll.
I'd certainly like to be around when you roll Hoover, that's all. Well, you're a nice young couple, and it's certainly been fun talking to you two. Now, let's see how much money you can win. You're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at the big money later. Are you ready? Do you know how to play the game? We play the game? Go away. Stop smirking, fella. You understand the game?
Yes.
Well, okay, then. Well, let's see how much money you can make. You selected food and drink. Your first question will pay you $10. The last question would pay you $100. Now, in between, there's 50, 60, all kinds. You can pick any one you want. Only decide on one answer between you.
20?
$10 one, 50, 70, 90, 100?
20. $20.
20, well, that's what you got a week, huh?
Yeah.
All right, what is a small cup of black coffee generally taken at the close of a dinner called?
Demi-tasse.
Demi-tasse is right.
Now you have $20.
Now you have $20 that nobody can take away from you but Ted.
He will.
I'll have this marriage on the rocks in no time. Now you're going for a $40 one. All right, which of our states produces more cheese than any other?
Wisconsin.
That's right. That's right.
You've now climbed to $60.
Keep ad-libbing, Fenneman.
You've now climbed to $60. That's the extent of it.
That's Fenneman's idea of ad-libbing.
$60.
That was pretty good. How much?
60.
$60, huh? 60 to a laugh. All right.
You have 60.
We're gonna
and you're going to
bet.
bet 60.
I don't know. These are basil, hyssop, or hyssop, thyme, and anise. Anisey, I guess. A-N-I-S-E. I rarely get in the kitchen. What are they used for in the kitchen? What are they?
They're spice. Some sort of a spice.
Spice.
Herbs.
Herbs, yeah. Well, which is it?
Guess it's herbs.
Yes, you're right. It's herbs.
You now have $120.
You're not much help in this thing, are you, Ted? All you do is collect the swag at the finish. All right, now what do you want to try?
80? 80, I guess.
80. Okay. What do you call haddock that has been cured with the smoke of green wood?
Well, it's fish.
What do you call haddock that has been cured with the smoke of green wood?
Fin and Hattie, is it?
That is right. Fin and Hattie is right.
And you wind up with a grand total of $200.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Now you've got 10 weeks to play on the flower. I'm better when I'm sick. All right, George, who's next on the veranda?
Thomas Jerome O'Brien and Maria Luisa Dominguez were waiting to talk to you, Groucho. And here they come, folks. Would you please come in and meet Groucho Marx?
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Thomas Jerome O'Brien and Mary Louisa Dominguez?
That's right.
Hey, Tommy, what part of Ireland are you from?
I'm from Camp Grove, Illinois, Groucho. That's where I was born.
Well, that's right near County Cork. Are you married?
Yes, I am, Groucho.
How long have you been married?
I've been married 19 years.
Mary Louisa Dominguez, that's you. What part of Ireland are you from?
I'm from Rome, Italy.
Really? Well, when you were in Rome, did you do as the Romans do?
Oh, I suppose so.
What do the Romans do?
I guess they do everything that everybody else does. They work, they sleep, they eat, they laugh.
Then there actually is nothing to that old saying, eh? When in Rome, do as the Romans, all roads lead to Rome?
Oh, yes, all roads lead to Rome.
Suppose you just want to go to Glendale.
Well, I'll go through Glendale and then to Rome.
Well, it's right on the way. Maria Louisa. By the way, what shall I call you? Maria or
Marisa.
Louisa?
Everybody calls me Marisa.
Marisa, huh?
Marisa.
Marisa. Where does that come from? Camp Grove, Illinois? How did you get Marisa?
Maria Louisa, you put them together.
Oh, see. That sounds like fun, huh? But before I put Maria and Louisa together, tell me one thing. Are you married?
Oh, yes.
Well, in that case, it's no dice. While I'm busy putting you together, your husband is just as busy taking me apart. Marisa, when did you meet your husband? Was he in Rome at the time?
Yes, he was. He was with the Allied Commission in Rome.
He was with the Light Commission?
The Allied Commission in Rome.
Oh, the Allied Commission.
The Allied Commission in Rome, yes.
You say he was in Rome when he met you?
Yes, he was. He was a GI.
A GI at the time?
Corporal.
Corporal GI. Well, apparently he wasn't doing as the Romans do. He was just doing as the GIs do. Could you tell us something about your courtship? How did this American pursue his campaign, or as we say in this country, how did he press his suit?
Hoo-hoo.
What?
I said, hoo-hoo.
This is an Italian Ketzel. What do you mean, hoo-hoo? We coming to a tunnel? What has hoo-hoo got to do with the way your husband courted you?
Well, actually...
Did you marry an owl?
Actually, Groucho, we had a little trouble when he was courting me because he used to come to our home and because Mom liked to have some of the boys around for a home-cooked meal. You know, they were so far away from home and she felt for them. But then, when she realized that my husband was coming around not actually for a home-cooked meal at all, well, she didn't like it anymore.
He was coming around for a meal, but not necessarily home-cooked.
So she kind of got a little sore about it, and she didn't want him around anymore. And actually, she threatened, well, she didn't want me to actually go so far away from home. And so she actually threatened him to...
She threatened him?
She threatened him to...
With what, the Italian army?
to throw him out of the house.
Oh. Well, how old were you at the time?
22.
And did you have other sisters?
I have a sister, yes.
And was she living home then?
Oh, yes.
She didn't want any of you to leave the house, is that it?
Well, you know.
No, I don't know.
Aren't you a father?
Yes, but I'm not a mother.
Well, actually, she didn't want us to get married and for me to go so far away, so she actually didn't even permit us to have any dates or anything like that. Actually, when we went out on dates sometime, he managed to go out on dates. But Mother was always in the middle. We would go to theater, movies, operas, but Mother in the middle.
How'd you ever get married?
Well, I actually was in love with my husband, and when my mother realized...
Your mother was in love with your husband?
No, I say I was in love with my husband, and when my mother realized...
Where was your father while all this was going on?
Oh, he was around.
Well, the four of you went out in the evening, huh?
Oh, yes, sometimes the five of us,
The
my
five of
sister,
us,
too. You know, as I say, in Italy, you don't have dates like the girls have here in the United States. Uh-huh. And,
So girls don't go out with boys in Italy?
well, I suppose now they do more, but not during the war or before the war. They didn't used to go out with boys
didn't, huh?
alone, you know. As I say, chaperone all the time.
Take a dog with them or something? Bloodhounds? Did you ever see any of my pictures in Italy?
It's a matter of fact, I did. I saw, let's see now if I remember it titled in Italian. One was Una notte all'opera, which I think
Night
is...
at the Opera.
That's right.
Yeah.
And another
And was
one
this in Italian over there?
Yeah, in fact, when I first came
And
here,
was I
you know...
speaking Italian in this picture?
Yes.
That's
in fact,
funny. I don't know a word of it either.
I expected you to speak Italian. I don't know why. Maybe because over
No.
there, see, we have what they call dubbing. You know, they
Yeah.
put...
Well, I've dubbed many a picture over here. Dubbed it so that they could hardly release it.
They actually put words in your mouth.
Yes, they do. I wish they'd remove some of them, too. Well, Mr. O'Brien, let's get back to you. What sort of work do you do?
Well, Groucho, I work for the American Totalizator Company.
Well, congratulations, now. I'm glad to hear that. It's an honor to have you here. Now, what are you talking about?
Well, the American Totalizator Company is the company that has all the electrical betting equipment, all the major racetracks throughout the country.
Is that the thing that went Maholo in Las Vegas not long ago?
No, Groucho, that's not our Totalizator.
But what does your Totalizator do at a racetrack? Is it run up and down the track? Is that the machine that starches all the shirts the customers lose?
No,
Well, what is it?
I'm afraid not. Well, for instance, you might say if you went up to the window at a racetrack and put
I wouldn't go up unless there was a dog in the window.
Well, you put your $2 down, or your 5 or 10 or 50 or 100, and
You were right the first time.
Yeah. And we'll say
You can make that a buck if you want to. Nice speed, huh?
We'll say the mutual clerk takes your money, presses a button down, which sends an electrical impulse up to what we call our tote room, our totalizator room upstairs. That's where all of our equipment is. And
what button does he press? I don't understand.
well, which horse would you like to bet on?
Oh.
That's the button. See, there's 12 buttons on the machine.
Each horse has his own button?
Yes, that's right. He presses this button down. The electrical impulse is
How old
gone
are
to
these
the tote
horses,
room. It's according to what kind of a race it is. If it's an old horse race or a young horse race, maybe 2-year-old racing, or maybe on
Do
the
they have
turf.
the same kind of buttons for the old horses?
I don't know about that. I don't know if they're the same kind of buttons or not, but the buttons I refer to on the machine. I think...
Well, I don't want to be buttoned in, but I just wanted to know what buttons you use.
Well, anyway, we have this electrical impulse up to the tote room now, and that's gone up there and is collected by what we call a collector, goes into an adding machine, and in which there's a series of relays, electrical relays, and contacts, and so on. And this impulse then goes back to the ticket machine, and at that time your ticket issues to you, and this all takes place in about 1/40th of a second.
In other words, the money goes in and never comes back. That's what you're trying to say.
Well, in a way, yes.
Now, do these machines ever make mistakes?
Groucho, you know, our slogan is the American Totalizator is your mark of accuracy.
Well, never mind your slogan. Answer my question. Do these machines ever make mistakes?
Well, I wouldn't say mistakes. I might quote one instance up in Seattle, Washington. I think it was Long Acres Racetrack up there, where the train went by, close by, I think 50 feet or so, and jarred a bet into the adding machine and actually made a long shot of favorite. That was, of course...
Sounds like a pretty smart locomotive.
That's not an error. I mean, that's...
Next time I go to the racetrack, I'll bet on the Super Chief. Now, Marisa, by the way, how do you like living in California?
Groucho, I love it. I love every everything. Smog, fog, rain, everything about California. And I mean it. I really mean it. I love it.
How do you feel about Smays?
Did that come from the little place called New York?
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, we're importing it now. Did you come right to California from Italy?
No,
Went to Glendale first.
We lived 2 years in Texas.
In Texas?
Mm-hmm.
That's really living. How'd you like it there? Did you discover everything in Texas is bigger than anywhere else?
But that's for sure. Everything is bigger there. The ants are bigger, the roaches are bigger, the mosquitoes are bigger.
Well, I feel sorry for Italy. First they have war with Yugoslavia, now they have war with Texas. Well, I don't agree with you, Marisa. I think Texas is a wonderful place. Even if they did throw me in jail for playing euchre on Sunday in Nacogdoches. That's true, too. Marisa, do you have any hobbies now that you're a Californian? Everybody out here has a hobby, you know.
Hobby?
What is your hobby?
How can you have a hobby when you're a housewife here? You have the house to take care of, the children to take care of, the husband, mow the lawn, wash the clothes, iron, hose down the lawn, kill the caterpillar in the flowers. How do you have time for a hobby?
What does your husband do?
He works for Technoelectric in Long Beach.
Oh, and you do everything around the house?
Oh,
eh?
yes.
How much does he give you an allowance every week?
He gives me everything he makes.
Well, there's a certain Scrooge around here from Glendale, and if he makes a pass at you, Marisa, avoid him as you would the plague. Not only that, he's liable to pick your pocket. Do you have any hobbies, Tommy?
Well, Groucho, I spend a lot of time with the Elks.
Really? Has any hunter ever wanted you for a hat rack?
No, it's not that kind of elk.
Well, do you have an official capacity with the Elks?
Well, not exactly. I was chairman of the picnic committee in Pasadena this year, and I've worked a lot with not a lot, I worked a little with the cerebral palsy and some of their benefits for crippled children. And I might say at this time that the Elks are a great charitable organization. Charity is the foundation of the Elks Lodge, and it's. And then
that's the horn of plenty, I guess.
Yes.
What else do you do for the Elks?
Well, I've made a few speeches around Groucho. I've talked in some of the other lodges, and also in the Pasadena Lodge. The exalted ruler there has asked me to. Sometimes they call him the exhausted rooster, but I mean he's the exalted ruler.
The exhausted rooster, they call him?
The exalted ruler.
Oh. I don't hear very well. My glasses.
He has me make a few speeches around the lodge. A fellow named Gordon.
I would stick to exhausted rooster if I were you. I think you got something there. Well, could you make a little speech for us here? I'd like to see how good you are. You can pick any subject you want, and remember, brevity is the soul of wit. Now go ahead and get hot.
Well, I don't know just what to talk. I made a little speech in Azusa a few weeks ago.
In a zoo?
Azusa.
Azusa? That's a cracker, isn't it?
No, that's a little town up here past Monrovia.
Oh.
I think their slogan is everything from A to Z in USA.
And is this the branch of the Elks that you belong to?
No, I belong to the Pasadena branch.
Oh, that's a pretty ritzy group of Elks, huh?
Oh,
yeah.
yes.
I guess the ordinary elk has 2 horns. They have 4 there in Pasadena.
Yes, very first class. But I made a speech up there on, I talked on smog.
On smog?
Yes.
Smog or on smog?
No, it was on smog. The subject was smog.
Oh, well, that's certainly a subject that everybody is interested in today. It's a real smart subject, too, especially around the eyes. Could you give us a little of it?
Well, I told the people up there that, of course, smog, as you know, is a very controversial question, especially around this part of the country. And
you think people are still debating whether there is smog here or not?
Well, yes.
I think it's pretty generally conceded that we have smog out here.
Yeah, you're probably correct there. But
I don't know how it is in Pasadena, but we have plenty of smog here.
Well,
you couldn't see an elk in this town if we was to walk along the street.
Well, you know, smog, in most cases, some of the people, especially some of the big shots, or I shouldn't say big shots, the councilmen, different people in Los Angeles have said that smog is something like an irritation, something incinerators or possibly from car exhaust. My theory is it's more of a rarefied condition that you can't, the back going on the smog, because it's not always that you can get this in the air. It's a sort of a eye filling thing. I don't know how to. It's smog, the smudges. It's not something that you can say put in your hand. It's a smog. It's not a smudge. It's a kind of back that you can't really put it together. I think that it's a rarefied condition. Would you like?
No, I've had enough. It's really I think you ought to run for something after a speech like that. I suggest that you run to the nearest exit. That speech was pretty near as thick as the smog, Well, enough of this smoggy conversation. Let's play You Bet Your Life, shall we?
Right.
Did you have this much fun in Italy, Marisa?
No, Groucho. This can never happen in any other country but the United States.
You mean it can't have any
wonderful program like this with wonderful sponsor like DeSoto?
Yeah. There used to be
Who got the money over there?
They don't have any money over there?
No,
Well, they have our money over there. All right, now the couple that wins the most money gets the chance at the big question later. Is that clear? You understand how you play this? Let's see how you do. The first question is the easiest one, and the last question is the hardest. And the first one is $10, and then they go 10, 20, 30, 40. Now, you can pick any one you want, but decide on one between you. You talk it over with the smog expert over here.
Shall we try the $70?
Two-footed elk here.
Would you like to?
Sure.
Fine.
$70?
$70.
$70. Who played the role of Ashley Wilkes in the picture Gone with the Wind?
That was Howard.
Leslie Howard.
Leslie Howard.
Leslie Howard is right,
We start off with $70.
I neglected to say that this was a movie quiz. I don't know whether you remember that. So all these questions are about the movies. Now, which one do you want?
$80. That's sorry with you. 80.
In 1948, an actress won an Academy Award without uttering a sound. What is her name?
Gene Wyman. Gene Wyman for Johnny Belinda.
Yeah, that's right. I thought you came from Italy.
We have your movies in Italy. I told you. I even saw you.
And you now have $150.
What do you mean you even saw me?
No, I didn't. In fact, the I Fratelli Marx are almost the standard name to mean something that makes you laugh. Fratelli Marx.
You've lost it, kid. I'm gone over the hill. Nothing you can do will ever erase what you said before. And if you win any more money, it'll be a miracle. $90, huh? What do the initials RKO stand for?
Radio Keith Orphan.
That's right.
Radio Keith Orphan.
That's right. You have that in Italy, too, huh?
You now have $240.
All right, now which one do you want?
The big one.
The big
right?
one, $100.
All right.
All right, who was the original Charlie Chan in the movies?
Oh.
Talk it over.
I don't know. I don't think it was Warner Roland.
Who?
I don't think it was Warner Roland. Warner Roland was the second one.
Either Sidney Oler or Warner Roland. Which one?
Take a stab.
Okay, you guess.
Sidney Oler.
Warner Roland? Warner
Roland.
Roland. Warner Roland. I'll go for a Warner Roland.
Warner Roland is right.
And you've gone all the way. You have $340.
Well, thanks and good luck from the DeSoto
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Tom. They got away with murder on that last one. They had 2 A's. Luckily, I'm in a generous mood tonight. All right, Fenneman, who's next?
Well, Groucho, we heard about a most unusual lady who...
Warner Tolan, he said. What did you say?
I said we heard about a most unusual lady who lives a few blocks
Well,
here.
give her my phone number, will you?
Well, you'll meet her in just a moment if you'll let me bring her out.
And I'll give her your phone number.
As I was saying, I heard about this most unusual lady who lives a few blocks from NBC here in Hollywood, and we asked her if she'd like to be in the show, and she said yes. And so in just a moment you'll meet Mary Ellen McDonald. And her partner is a salesman. He's Mr. Marvin Hannon. So, folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, welcome, kids, with the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word, and you'll... Welcome, kids, with the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word, and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Mary Ellen McDonald and Marvin Hannon, huh? Do you mind if I call you Mary Ellen?
Not at all.
Good. Well, you can call me Montgomery Ward. Do you mind if I try to guess your age, Mary?
Go
I have a
on.
feeling you're a little older than a schoolgirl.
Maybe.
Shall I try?
Yes, you shall.
Are you 50?
No.
I'll try 60. How's that? Another guess? 70?
You're getting warmer.
How about 80?
Warmer?
I'm afraid to go any higher. How old are you, Mary?
96.
96? Well, you certainly don't look it.
Thank you.
Well, it's nice of you to visit us, Mary, and I'd like to make you comfortable. Would you like a chair?
Oh, not necessarily. Wouldn't mind.
How about you, Marvin? Would you like a chair?
I think a chair would be fine.
What's that?
I think a chair would be fine.
George Fenneman, will you bring Mr. Hannon a chair? Bring him a chair. And while you're at it, bring another one for Mary. You think you'll be all right with this?
Yeah, if I don't fall off, I'm just a moment.
We want you to be comfortable, you know. Wouldn't you like to take your coat off?
Be wonderful. No, I'll leave it on.
Well, take your shoes off, huh?
Sit down there.
Mary, how old did you say you were?
96.
96, huh?
Would you like to sit down now?
Sit down, Mary.
All
Make
right.
yourself at home, huh? Take your shoes off.
I think we're going to have to get you a microphone to hold in your hand here, maybe, huh?
Make him comfortable, too. That's the important thing. We don't want him to faint up here or anything. Now, you okay, Mary?
Okay.
Now, could you tell us who was president when you were 20 years old?
Oh, I think it must have been Cleveland.
Cleveland?
Mm-hmm.
Grover Cleveland, huh?
Grover Cleveland.
Where were you born, Mary?
Prince Edward Island.
Prince Edward Island. Is that one of the Thousand Islands?
No.
Now, where is Prince Edward Island?
Prince Edward Island. In the Gulf of St. Lawrence.
In the Gulf of St. Lawrence, eh? Well, that's the Thousand Islands are up there, aren't they?
Well, they're not exactly.
Well, not precisely, but approximately.
Approximately.
They're all in that same St. Lawrence waterway.
Yes,
Are you comfortable, Marvin?
Very comfortable, thanks. Just fine.
We can get you an air pillow, you know, if you'd like one to sit on.
I'll open this up, Mr. Wall.
Yes, yes. Where are you from, Marvin?
Well, I've spent 21 years in Michigan and 21 years in Texas. Now I'm getting started on my third 21 years out here in California.
What sort of work do you do, Marvin?
I'm an educational counselor for the Girlish Society.
Grolier Society? I never heard of that. What does the Grolier Society do?
That's a book publishing house.
Well, what do you do for this outfit?
Oh, I call on homes and demonstrate our merchandise.
I thought you said you were an educational counselor. Actually, you're a book salesman, am I? What a sneaky way to stick your foot in the door. How circuitous can you get, huh? What's all this about an educational counselor?
Well, Groucho, it's part of my job to...
Hoodwink the public?
To demonstrate our books and to organize children's libraries.
Are these books you recommend the same ones you sell from house to house?
Oh, yes.
You don't do any switches, huh?
No switches.
What's the name of this book?
The Book of Knowledge.
Oh, that's a very famous, well-known book. When my son was small, he used to have a set of those books. I learned a lot from them. I haven't read your book. I imagine it's been revised considerably in the last 20 years.
Yes.
I saw the movie, Have you read this book yourself?
Oh, yes.
Recently?
Oh, yes.
All of it?
All 20 volumes.
Must be pretty smart, huh? Let me test you. My little girl's always asking questions. I have a little one, 7. And I don't know the answers to most of the questions she asks me. As she gets increasingly older, I'll know less of the answer. For example, how can a fly walk on the ceiling? Why doesn't he fall off and break his neck?
Well, Groucho, the...
That must be in the book.
Physiological...
Did you look on the flyleaf for this?
Shall we say the fly's anatomy is just a bit different than yours and mine. I can't be exactly specific about it.
Well, you're certainly ambiguous. Well, I'll get back to you in a minute. I want some time to think of more questions. I want to talk to Mary over here. Do you know how a fly can walk on the ceiling without falling off, Mary?
Well, they have suctions on their feet.
You hear that?
Even she's read our book of knowledge.
Yes, she has. What sort of work does your husband do, Mary, or is he retired?
I haven't got a husband.
You haven't got a husband?
No.
An attractive kid like you, and you haven't got a husband?
It's true.
Have you ever been married?
No.
Mary, I don't understand this. You mean you're a spinster?
I'm a spinster.
Well, you're not giving up, are you?
Oh, I think so.
I think you're making a grave mistake. Well, how is it you never married, Mary, or do you think I'm being too nosy?
I think you're being a little bit nosy. I don't mind telling you.
Well, that's the way I make my living, Mary. I have the soul of a hotel detective. Now, how is it you never married, Mary?
Well,
I'm sure you had many opportunities. Look at that gleam in her
I'll tell
eye.
you. I was reared with 3 bachelor uncles, and I never had a chance to talk to the boys alone. There was always an uncle there. And the boy I liked the best went west to make his fortune and didn't come back.
Did he make his fortune?
I don't know.
Well, he lost one when he lost you, man. That's about as close as you came to matrimony?
That's close, mm-hmm.
There's one bounder that went west and never came back, huh?
Never come back.
Well, you have an exceptionally spry spirit for a young lady like you, Mary. Do you have any recipe for attaining a ripe old age like 96?
Not any, unless it's hereditary.
I think that's a contributory factor, but I think there are other elements involved.
I don't know.
Philosophical attitude towards life? Take things easy in your stride?
Oh, I didn't take things so very easy. I was raised on a farm, did spinning and weaving and sewing and so on.
You led a sort of a pastoral existence, huh?
I guess so.
You know, we had a man on the show once. I think he was 101. You're only a kid alongside of this fellow. And he said something. This was a couple of years ago, and I've never forgotten it. I asked him the same question. I said, what do you attribute longevity and your spirit and the way you look and everything, attitude towards life? He said, I'll tell you, Mr. Marks, he says, when you get up in the morning, you have 2 chances. You can either be happy or you can be unhappy. You make your own choice. And that's a wonderful philosophy. I can't remember it every morning, but some mornings I do. Some mornings I get up and kick the cat as soon as I get out of bed. Now, Marvin, tell us something about the Book of Knowledge. For example, how much is it?
$200.
$200? I don't blame you for buttoning your coat. How much does this weigh?
About 70 pounds.
70 pounds, $200? That's about 58, 9 and 13. 83, that's just $3, huh? That's about $3 a pound, huh?
There you are.
Why, you can buy gumdrops for 50 cents a pound. That Awful McFarlane. Isn't that his name, Awful McFarlane?
Awful McFarlane.
Candy is good, though.
Good.
If we don't get gumdrops next week, there's going to be hell to pay around there.
It's Awful Fresh McFarlane.
Awful Fresh McFarlane.
Awful Fresh. Let's get his name right.
Well, who buys these books, incidentally? Are they for anybody in particular?
Well, they're for everyone, Groucho. They certainly help students in school.
How can 70 pounds of books help a student?
Well, you'd be surprised.
No girl in the class could get a boy to carry her books home for him.
You've got a point there.
Yes. It's right on the top of my head.
These are home sets.
How do they help a student?
All youngsters, by the time they reach about 6th or 7th grade now, require some piece of reference material at home, and this is tailored especially for children. Actually, you don't have to wait till your 6th or 7th grade. You can read to children much smaller than that. We have material suitable for preschool age. The Book of Knowledge covers just about everything from nursery rhymes through high school.
Don't you think that's awfully expensive, $200?
It's a very good investment in the future.
It is. Hasn't helped me any. Now, Mary Ellen, back to you again. What do you do for entertainment these days? Do you watch television?
I do.
You do. Do you like television?
Oh, very much, especially you, don't you, when I see you on the television.
You watch me every week?
Oh, yes.
Did you see me dance a few weeks on the Arthur Murray
I
show?
did.
Huh? Did you like the way I shook the light fantastic?
I did.
Were you wishing you were up there dancing with me?
Well, it's a long time. I was very fond of dancing, but that's quite a long time ago.
Not the way I dance. My dancing is the equivalent of around 1850. What else do you like besides television? Movies?
I like the movies.
You go to the movies?
Mm-hmm.
Do you watch movies on television?
No.
You go out to the movies?
I watch them on the...
Don't tell me you go to the drive-in.
Yes, the drive-in.
Why, you rascal, you. Marvin, let that be a lesson to you, huh? Mary Ellen knows a lot more than you do, and she didn't get her learning out of a book, either. By the way, Mary Ellen, I'm curious. When was the last time you got kissed by a dashing young bachelor?
Well?
I don't mean your three uncles.
What do you mean? A cousin?
No, I wouldn't regard that as kissing, getting kissed by a cousin. When was the last time you got kissed? Not including relatives.
Oh, maybe about 65 years ago.
65 years ago?
About that, yes.
Well, I'm going to break a 65-year-old record. Marvin, you stick to your book of knowledge. Nothing will ever replace the Mary Ellens in my library. Well, it's been an experience talking to you two, and I'd like to continue, but now it's time to play You Bet Your Life for a lot of money. And we hope you win a lot, Mary. Now, here's the quiz. You understand the quiz, Marvin, huh? This is the acid test of your book of knowledge, you know. If you don't make good here tonight, you'll have to get fired tomorrow.
There's a very good chance.
Now, let's see how much money you can make. You took a general information quiz. You select a general information quiz. How much money? You can bet a $10 question, 20, 30, 40, all the way up to 100. They get increasingly difficult. What do you think?
Just the same as you.
All right, well, let's try a $40.
Mary's going to string along with you.
All right, $40.
For $40, what great passenger ship was lost on her maiden voyage when she struck an iceberg?
The Titanic.
The Titanic is right.
You now have $40.
Now, which one do you want?
Let's try $50.
All right.
$50. What cabinet member is in charge of collecting the income tax?
Secretary of what?
And bad cess to him, too. That's Irish.
Secretary of the Interior. Is it, Dulles?
No. You want to know just the cabinet post, is that right? Oh, we'd say the Secretary of the Interior.
No. Treasury.
Treasury.
Well, you still have your $40.
All right, you still have the 40. Now, which one do you want?
Well, let's try $30. Maybe we went the wrong way.
Maybe so.
Or try 30.
Share 30. What do you call a ship's journal or diary?
A log.
A log is right.
You now have $70.
Now, which one are you going to go for?
We better go for 60, don't you think?
I think so.
I think
60. That's a good round figure. According to the Bible, who wore the coat of many colors?
Joseph.
Joseph is right, Mary.
And you wind up with a grand total of $130.
Well, thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
And that means, ladies and gentlemen, that Mrs. Dominguez and Mr. O'Brien with $340 in just 1 minute get the chance of the DeSoto Plymouth $3,500 question.
Tried to make a date with her, but it was no dice. Wouldn't give me her phone number.
And here's the winning couple, Groucho. Mrs. Dominguez and Mr. O'Brien all set for the DeSoto Plymouth $3,500 question.
I didn't hear. Well, here we are, back in Italy. with an Italian elk. All right, here we go for $3,500. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer, and think carefully, please, and no help from the audience. Here it is. For $3,500, I want you to tell me the name of King Arthur's famous sword, the one he withdrew from a block of stone in order to prove his right to the crown. Oh, come on. What is it?
Excalibur.
Excalibur is right. How did you know that, huh? I thought you came from Italy a short time ago, huh?
Shall I tell you the truth?
Yes.
They have a British movie running on television around this time that talks about Excalibur. It's a very, very good movie, and a comic one. And it's about this soldier that he thinks as far as Excalibur.
Well, don't give us the whole plot, but it proves that movies are your best entertainment. Well, that's right. You win $3,500. What are you going to do with all that money?
Groucho, I'll tell you.
There's a very fine automobile, the new automatic. We just about covered
you
that.
You mean the sponsor wants him back?
The sponsor wants nothing back.
No, Groucho, seriously.
Listen, I was never more in earnest in my life.
No, I have a little boy, Groucho, 6
I don't
and a
care
half.
how many children you've got. Go out and buy a DeSoto. What are you going to do with this?
I have a little boy, 6 and a half years old, and he needs a little operation.
Oh.
You can imagine if this money will come handy.
Well, I hope this completely cures him, and I'm sure it'll
be okay, isn't it? Oh, yes.
Give him my
it's
love.
just
Congratulations on the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You bet your life.
Thank you very much.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $1,000. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also brought to you by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember that the dealers who sell the outstanding 1954 DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission also have on display the remarkable new Plymouth, engineered and built to be your best buy in the low-priced field. DeSoto, Plymouth. Two great new cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see the DeSoto Automatic.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Pay heed to these walking rules. Obey signals, cross at the corner, look before crossing. You'll Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You'll Bet Your Life is heard by our armed forces throughout the world.
Send me $12 in cash just to defray the cost of mailing. I'll send you each a life-size photograph of the Bank of America. Good night, all. Wait a minute. Well, Lindy, let's get back to you. This is the holiday season, you know, and I just wondered what we could do to get into a Christmassy mood.
Cut.
Hmm?
Still sound, please.
What other schweinerei have you got lined up here?
Oh, Christ. No. Now. Radio on the read it now.
I don't
Well, this concludes another stream. I want to thank you all for listening with me, and I hope you enjoyed these shows that represent, in my opinion, some of the best of old-time radio. Join me again tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Thank you for listening, and have a good day.